Seeing that figure, Long Chen's body instantly stiffened, and he even forgot to breathe. Meng Qi. The person who had come had willowy eyebrows, eyes like limpid autumn waters and shapely lips. A waterfall of black hair cascaded down to her waist. She seemed like an immortal who had descended amongst mortals, filled with a transcendent, untainted charm. That woman was Meng Qi. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen with eyes filled with delight. Two scarlet clouds appeared on her otherwise jade-like face. In the blink of an eye, they had been separated for over a year. Long Chen had grown far too much during that time. Meng Qi could sense the berserk energy hidden inside his body. It was as if Long Chen was a dormant volcano. Normally, you wouldn't be able to see anything, but once it erupted, it could exterminate the world. The thing that made her heart tremble the most was that, in this year, all the immaturity on Long Chen's face had disappeared, replaced by a determined smile. Long Chen, it's been a while. A bit of panic appeared in Meng Qi's eyes. She had opened her mouth and had had no idea what to say, in the end saying a simple, standard greeting. You must be senior sister Meng Qi. Sister really is beautiful. Chu Yao now spoke out. Even as a woman, she greatly admired Meng Qi's beauty. Meng Qi possessed a unique mannerism that was able to make all living things admire her, making people unconsciously form a good opinion of her. You must be junior sister Chu Yao. I've heard of you. Facing Long Chen, Meng Qi was a bit nervous, but facing Chu Yao, she was much more relaxed. Chu Yao was delighted. Long Chen had already told her about Meng Qi, and now seeing that Meng Qi didn't have any negative reaction to her allowed her to sigh in relief. She had just been about to reply when a voice rang out, "Meng Qi, do you know her?" Only now did Long Chen realize there was a long-haired man behind Meng Qi. With his delicate features, he truly was extremely handsome, but it seemed he was displeased that Meng Qi was talking to them. "Oh, Long Chen, you are that Long Chen." That man's expression suddenly turned cold. "Correct, I am Long Chen, and you would be Feng Zhao Zai." Long Chen became slightly irritated because he had guessed this person's identity. "Arrogant, do you think the name of this junior pavilion master can be spoken by you?" The long-haired man's expression sunk. As Long Chen had thought, this fellow was Feng Zhao Zai. His fury immediately soared. If his hand wasn't still injured, he would have definitely given him an especially big slap in the face. Although the flesh of his hand had grown out at this time, this new flesh was still tender like a baby's. If he did slap him, it wouldn't cause any damage to Feng Zhao Zai, but it would definitely mangle his flesh. Junior Pavilion Master, Long Chen is not a member of the Wind Spirit Pavilion, and he doesn't need to call you by your title, interrupted Lu Fanger. Feng Zhao Zai was the Pavilion Master's son, and as a person, he was arrogant and aloof, stubborn and self-opinionated. He enjoyed using his status to suppress others. In the entire Wind Spirit Pavilion, other than those people who deliberately sucked up to him, there was not a single person who liked running into him. Lu Fanger was Meng Qi's good sister, and the two of them were even closer than real sisters. In order to give Meng Qi a good impression, Feng Zhao Zai didn't wish to offend Lu Fanger. As for Lu Fanger, because Feng Zhao Zai constantly pestered Meng Qi, causing her to be constantly distressed, she naturally had nothing nice to say to him. Although Feng Zhao Zai hated Lu Fanger, he could only put on a magnanimous and open-minded act for the sake of Meng Qi, and so he had always endured. But now Lu Fanger's words caused his expression to sink. If this had just been in front of Meng Qi, that would have been one thing, but now she was contradicting him in front of this many outsiders. Many of those distant spectators were experts who were secretly watching, immediately putting him on the spot. Meng Qi suddenly interjected, "Long Chen is my friend. I hope the junior pavilion master won't make things hard on him, or everyone might end up affected." Her words were extremely flat, but it was obvious she was taking Long Chen's side, which caused Feng Zhao Zai to become even more infuriated. Feng Zhao Zai glared at Long Chen without saying anything. He had placed all his hatred on Long Chen now. Long Chen sighed in relief inside when he saw Meng Qi take his side, and he was filled with delight. This feeling was much better than giving Feng Zhao Zai a slap in the face. "Sister Chu Yao, how did you end up here together?" Meng Qi amicably asked Chu Yao. Chu Yao was an amiable person with a warm temperament, which was similar to Meng Qi. The two of their temperaments were very similar, and so it was easy for Meng Qi to form a good opinion of her. "It's because I noticed this 7-heartsy cherry apple tree heart." Chu Yao already felt that Meng Qi was one of them, and so she didn't hide anything. Both Meng Qi and Feng Xiaozai were surprised by that ancient tree. There were many kinds of tree hearts, but this particular one was definitely top grade. It was absolutely priceless. I've taken quite the liking to this tree heart. How about you give it to me? You can ask for any price, suddenly said Feng Xiaozai. Chu Yao's expression immediately changed. This tree heart was a must-have treasure for her cultivation. How could it be given to others? She turned to look at Long Chen. Seeing that Chu Yao didn't reply and instead looked at Long Chen, Feng Xiaozai was a bit irritated and said, "It seems like you, Long Chen, can decide. So, you wouldn't refuse to even give me this little face, right?" Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er's expressions were icy. Feng Xiaozai was truly an intolerable bully. They were about to speak when Long Chen took the lead. "Your face really is worth pretty much nothing. At least in front of me, it's not even worth a single piece of dog sheet." "You?" Feng Xiaozai raged. In the Wind Spirit Pavilion, not even elders would dare speak to Feng Xiaozai in that manner. "Don't be in a rush. I'm not finished yet. I have a really good temperament and anything can be discussed. As long as Sister Feng'er helps me out a bit, then I can decide to give this tree heart to you," said Long Chen. Chu Yao and Lu Feng'er were both confused. That was especially true of Chu Yao. She understood Long Chen the best, and he definitely wouldn't take her things to give to others. What help? Lu Feng'er was at a complete loss. Long Chen glanced at Meng Qi and bashfully said, "I've been doing pretty well in the Xuanhuan super monastery during this time, and I've made a little bit of money. I'm preparing to take a wife." Being stared at by Long Chen, Meng Qi's jade face reddened. According to the secular world standards, Meng Qi was essentially already Long Chen's wife. She had just yet to take that final marriage step. "In order to marry a wife, I first have to buy a house. I've purchased a cave in the monastery and decorated it extremely luxuriously. There is only one matter that fills me with regret." Arriving here, Long Chen sighed extremely dramatically, appearing extremely sorrowful. "What matter?" Lu Feng'er had no idea what drug Long Chen had taken. "My cave is extremely lavish. Gold covers the ground, gems are piled like mountains, and even the dozens of miles of stairs that lead up to the entrance are tiled with spirit stones. There are over 80 levels that are embedded." "What nonsense! That's absolutely impossible. Using spirit stones just for stairs, over 80 levels. Who are you trying to trick?" Feng Xiaozai wasn't able to endure it any longer. Let alone an insignificant monastery disciple. Even he, the Wind Spirit Pavilion's junior pavilion master, didn't have that many spirit stones to play around with. Just how many spirit stones would it take to tile dozens of miles of stairs? Furthermore, what kind of cave had stairs that were dozens of miles long? Then just how big was this cave? "I have money and I am willing to spend it. So what?" Long Chen glared at him, looking as if he might bite him if he refused to accept this. Meng Qi was bitterly holding back her laughter. Long Chen was obviously just shooting off his mouth. However, she didn't know just why Long Chen would act so senseless, so she just continued listening. "Fine, then just keep bragging," sneered Feng Xiaozai. "So in this extremely luxurious cave, everything is complete, but I am just lacking something good to place in front of the entrance. Sister Feng'er, I want to ask if your Wind Spirit Pavilion has anything suitable and can help me out. I just need something suitable for the front of my cave. The best option would be something along the lines of a junior pavilion pig or junior pavilion bull. Just name your price. In any case, I have plenty of treasures, and even if you want this tree heart for it, I wouldn't mind." Long Chen said this all with a straight face, putting on an attitude of a businessman who would treat anyone fairly. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Feng'er finally understood that Long Chen had babbled all kinds of nonsense all to curse Feng Xiaozai. This fellow really was mischievous. Junior Pavilion Pig, Junior Pavilion Bull, what are those, magical beasts? My Wind Spirit Pavilion doesn't have any low-grade trash. HMPH bumpkins really are bumpkins. You don't even know how to ask for anything good. If you just need a dog for your gate, I can give you a 4th-rank magical beast. How's that? Sneered Feng Xiaozai. Long Chen couldn't help being stunned. Just how stupid was Feng Xiaozai? He had already said everything so clearly, and yet he still didn't understand. Lu Feng'er was the first to be unable to endure it. Covering her mouth, she turned away. She could no longer face Feng Xiaozai's haughty face. After her, Meng Qi and Chu Yao also turned away, their shoulders constantly trembling. That was because when Feng Xiaozai's haughty expression was added in with Long Chen's astonished expression, it was simply unbearable. Seeing the three of them turn around, Long Chen's stunned expression of disbelief, and recalling what Long Chen had just said, Feng Xiaozai finally understood. Go to hell, a translucent sword suddenly stabbed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was about to block when Meng Qi pointed a finger. A powerful wind whistled, causing the sword that Feng Xiaozai had condensed from spiritual strength to explode. I've already said that Long Chen is my friend. Don't force me, Junior Pavilion Master. Meng Qi's expression was slightly icy. Meng Qi, he's just a notorious pervert and traitor. Why are you friends with him? Feng Xiaozai was unable to endure it anymore. He had been putting in a supreme effort to control himself in front of Meng Qi, but seeing her protect Long Chen was the last straw. A powerful spiritual strength shot out, and even those distant spectators felt a sharp pain in their souls as if needles were stabbing them. However, the four people present all had powerful spiritual strength, and were able to resist this spiritual pressure. Feng Xiaozai, I've had to put up with you for a long time. Now I'm going to go out with my friends. If you don't like it, you can leave. Don't try to smear others. Meng Qi's tone now held a trace of fury. Good, you're all targeting me, fine, I'll leave. Feng Xiaozai ground his teeth in fury. In the end, before leaving, he pointed at Long Chen. Brat, just wait. By opposing me, you definitely won't have a good ending. Long Chen's fury soared, but at this point he couldn't fight. He could only smile silently as Feng Xiaozai left. Long Chen knew that sometimes just a smile had far greater destructive power than words. And as he had expected, seeing Long Chen just smiling as he looked at him, Feng Xiaozai practically went crazy with rage. He snorted and left without looking back. Chapter 373, Honeyed Tender Feelings. After Feng Xiaozai left, the four of them all looked at each other. Long Chen suddenly began to laugh, and the three women couldn't help following along. Long Chen, you really are bad, rebuked Lu Feng'er. Previously, she hadn't understood Long Chen's intentions and had been confused for a long time. But a bad person like him really should be handled in that manner. That's enough of that topic for now. Sister Chu Yao will protect you. Extract the tree heart, said Meng Qi. Chu Yao nodded. She hadn't been able to extract the tree heart before because the process was very complicated and time-consuming. But now, with all of them protecting her, she could finally relax. She walked up to the 7 heartsy cherry apple tree and began to form hand seals. Countless wooden stakes grew out of the ground, tightly binding the tree. Long Chen and the others didn't dare be careless. Although the majority of people had left, there were still quite a few people hiding around who were still unwilling to leave. But having been cowed by Long Chen, those hidden spectators didn't dare do anything, and in the end they could only leave. Long Chen could sense that one that had even reached the chosen level. That person gave Long Chen quite a bit of pressure. He couldn't help sighing inside. There really were countless geniuses that had entered the secret realm, who knew how many dark horses were present. Boom! The wooden stakes scattered, revealing Chu Yao. Currently, Chu Yao was smiling sweetly and she was filled with excitement. I've obtained the tree heart. A small block of wood was in her hand. It almost looked like jade, and it was the size of a person's heart. It emitted an incredibly dense life aura. This is the tree heart. It really does look like a heart, but it's a lot smaller than I thought it would be. Lu Feng'er curiously looked at it. In truth, the tree heart should have been much bigger, probably the size of a millstone. But this tree heart is a top-grade tree heart. A tree heart is something that all the life energy of an ancient tree is concentrated within. Once the tree dies, it just has to wait for an opportunity for nirvanic rebirth. Furthermore, the 7 heartsy cherry apple tree is different from other spiritual trees. It gives birth to 7 tree hearts, and as time passes, all 7 tree hearts' energy gathers into one tree heart. The final tree heart contains all the best essence of the tree. After it gathers enough energy over time, it will begin the rebirth process. As for this tree heart, it has just reached its saturation point and had been on the verge of undergoing nirvanic rebirth. The energy within it has been suppressed to a pinnacle, which is why it's so small. Chu Yao was smiling extremely excitedly. Congratulations on obtaining a top treasure, sister. In the future, your cultivation will definitely rapidly progress, smiled Meng Qi. Thank you, sister. Chu Yao also smiled sweetly back. Hey, wasn't I the one who put in the most effort? Chu Yao, you can't discriminate against me like this, said Long Chen with some jealousy. Seeing Long Chen's wronged manner, the 3 women's bell-like laughter tinkled out. Even though they knew Long Chen was just acting on purpose, they still found it funny. Let's go, this place has too many people watching in the distance. Meng Qi frowned slightly. Long Chen was slightly surprised. He spread out his divine sense and found it was just as she said. There were still people watching them from several miles away. He was profoundly shocked by Meng Qi's spiritual strength. It was no wonder the Wind Spirit Pavilion would go all out to raise her. Her spiritual strength was far, far too strong. If Meng Qi hadn't said that, he wouldn't have even noticed those spectators. Woo-woo, Little Snow suddenly walked over and spoke to Meng Qi. You remember my scent? Meng Qi looked at Little Snow with surprise. Long Chen was also surprised. Meng Qi was actually able to understand Little Snow's spiritual fluctuations. That was the first time he had ever encountered such a thing. Other than himself, he had never encountered a single person who could understand Little Snow. He and Little Snow were spiritually and mentally connected. That was the only reason he could comprehend him. But this was the first time Meng Qi was meeting Little Snow, and she was able to understand his spiritual fluctuations. That was absolutely amazing. Aya, you don't remember. It's the Scarlet Flame Snow Wolf you gave Long Chen back then, reminded Lu Fanger. It's you. Meng Qi looked at Little Snow with shock. She finally saw a patch of red fur on his forehead, recognizing his identity. After advancing to the 4th rank, a mutation had occurred in Little Snow's body, and he no longer looked the same as other Scarlet Flame Snow Wolves. That was why Meng Qi hadn't been able to recognize him at first. Little Snow will bring us away from here for now. Long Chen was the first to jump onto Little Snow's back. After him, the 3 women also jumped up. Little Snow let out a low growl and turned into a white phantom that instantly disappeared from this mountain opening. Once they left, those hidden spectators also dispersed. However, that wasn't before they rapidly distributed photographic jades of this shocking and bizarre battle. When those photographic jades spread, Long Chen's name once more shocked both the righteous and corrupt paths. These photographic jades were far different from the ones showing his fiendish and perverted ways. In his intense fight with Yin Wuxuang, he had forced her into a disadvantage multiple times, and in the end, if it weren't for her using a teleportation talisman, she would have very likely been killed by him. Long Chen had displayed a shocking battle prowess, especially after he had summoned out that divine ring. When he collided with someone as powerful as Yin Wuxuang, the might of their battle had astonished everyone who saw it. Yin Wuxuang was someone who came from an ancient family. In other words, she possessed an ancient bloodline, and she was innately far more talented than ordinary people. Then, adding on her bloodline suppression and her countless treasures, there was not a single person who was not shocked by her defeat. After seeing those photographic jades, there were several sharp-eyed people who were able to tell from some clues that Yin Wuxuang's sword had possessed a bizarre reflective ability. After learning that, people were even more shocked. Despite possessing that reflective ability and being so strong, Yin Wuxuang had still been defeated. Furthermore, Long Chen had even broken her sword. What level of terrifying was that? At the same time, there were people who learned from some back channels that Long Chen had been ranked number 2 on the Corrupt Paths Must-Kill list within Su Prefecture. That had completely astonished them. By now, everyone had placed Long Chen on the same level as Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, and Mo Nian. As for those previous photographic jades of Long Chen carrying out his perverted, fiendish actions, there weren't very many people who paid heed to them any longer. The truth was obvious. Those previous photographic jades of Long Chen had been cut off at the beginning and end, so someone was definitely hiding the whole story. Now those photographic jades of this intense fight between Long Chen and Yin Wuxuang appeared. People were even more sure that there had been someone who had just been purposely smearing Long Chen's name. First of all, the woman Long Chen had killed might not be ugly, but at best she could just count as above average. She was no top beauty. In the cultivation world, there were far more beautiful people who would be so bored as to select her. Secondly, with Long Chen's powerful cultivation base, would he really need to go rape a woman? With that kind of power, who knew how many women would throw themselves into his arms? The thing that mostly made people feel that those previous accusations were ridiculous was that disdainful will that had erupted from Long Chen when he had fought. Just what level of pride did Long Chen have? How could he possibly do something so idiotic and contemptible? People were finally completely convinced that there was someone who had been pulling the strings the entire time, and this person had purposely sent people to throw mud at Long Chen's name. Furthermore, before the two had fought, Long Chen had exchanged words with Yin Wuxuang. The smart people were all able to tell from some clues in their dialogue that Yin Wuxuang was one of those people pulling the strings behind the curtains. If the matter didn't concern themselves, then they wouldn't care at all. That seemed to be an iron law of the righteous path. But there was one good thing about righteous disciples. That was that none of them could keep secrets. Furthermore, they all liked to be spectators and watch the liveliness. That fight had not only resulted in Long Chen defeating Yin Wuxuang, but it had also resulted in him clearing his name. However, those people who were spreading these photographic jades weren't doing it out of kindness. They just wanted to see who exactly was targeting Long Chen, and what the final result between them would be. As for Long Chen, he didn't care about any of that. After leaving the mountain opening, he brought his group to a quiet place for everyone to rest and talk about what they had experienced. During that time, Chu Yao excused herself by saying she needed to research the tree heart, while Lu Fanger found another random excuse and left, leaving behind only Long Chen and Meng Qi. When just the two of them were left, Meng Qi clearly became a bit more nervous. She blushed, and neither of them spoke for a while. Long Chen just watched Meng Qi expressionlessly. Meng Qi reddened even more and she rebuked, "What are you looking at me for?" "Because you're beautiful. I often see your face in my dreams, but when I awake, everything's gone. Now I feel like I'm dreaming again," sighed Long Chen. After saying that, Long Chen's heart began to pound harder, and he looked up at the sky with worry. If he were to be struck by sudden lightning, he had to be prepared. Cultivators almost never slept, so how could he have possibly dreamt anything? But in order to express how much he thought of Meng Qi, he had no choice but to make something up. "Thank you." Meng Qi blushed bashfully and lowered her head. "I should be the one thanking you. When you appeared, you filled my life with sunshine, and I found what direction I had to strive for. Only under your light can I truly grow," said Long Chen solemnly. "What lies? How is it at all that exaggerated? This must be how you tricked Sister Chu Yao." Meng Qi erupted into laughter. "Ah, it's over, I've been exposed. I definitely didn't control the intensity enough." Looking at Meng Qi's body quivering with laughter, her beautiful face looking like a blooming flower, Long Chen actually turned into an imbecile and forgot what he was about to say. As for Meng Qi, seeing Long Chen just foolishly staring at her, she was both shy and happy, warmth filling her heart. Although Long Chen's gaze was a bit sluggish at the moment, his eyes were as clear as water, a completely different look from other people. Being stared at by him didn't make her angry. Instead, she even felt a bit happy. "You're really beautiful." Long Chen involuntarily said that. Meng Qi's beauty was like an immortal who had descended onto the world, and she possessed an air as if she were above the common mortals. But when she smiled, it made people feel as if they had instantly entered a fairyland, and even their hearts and spirits would be baptized, and their souls would sublimate to a higher realm. That level of beautiful was an absolute pinnacle. "Meng Qi, you should smile more in the future. Your smile is really too good-looking." Long Chen held her hand. Having her hand held by Long Chen, Meng Qi's body shook. Seeing that Long Chen's expression was completely sincere now, she felt a burst of warmth. Suddenly, footsteps rang out and Meng Qi jumped in fright, hastily pulling back her hand. Long Chen had only just had a chance to hold Meng Qi's hand. He hadn't even had a chance to enjoy that ecstatic feeling when those hurried footsteps rang out, infuriating him. He was just about to curse whoever it was that had come, when his expression changed slightly. Chapter 374, Yin Luo's Whereabouts. The person who had come possessed a powerful aura that caused space to twist around him. He was surprisingly a chosen. His clothes marked him as a righteous disciple. But the shocking thing was that his eyes were absent-minded, and his aura was chaotic. His life force was rapidly fading. That person seemed to have lost himself in panic, and his expression was full of terror. He was fleeing with all his might, not even caring about the direction. He was coincidentally running in Long Chen and Meng Qi's direction. That person was still dozens of meters away when he suddenly collapsed on the ground. Long Chen and Meng Qi hastily went over. "Let me?" Meng Qi had been about to extend her hand when Long Chen stopped her. He ran up to him and swept his divine sense over his entire body. Only when he didn't find any anomalies did he turn him around. "Wake up, what happened?" "Corrupt, corrupt." That person was already on the verge of dissociating. His eyes were losing all their light and he was replying completely unconsciously. Long Chen's heart chilled. From his previous examination, he had already seen that all this person's meridians had exploded. Normally, he shouldn't have even had any energy to even run. It was unknown what secret technique he had used. He had overdrafted his life force to continue fleeing. But his life force was no longer able to continue. His body was already starting to decompose. Long Chen hastily poured his spiritual qi into his body. What happened? With the assistance of Long Chen's spiritual qi, that person regained the slightest bit of energy. Corrupt path, Yin Luo, killing, stealing. Where is he killing people? Asked Long Chen hastily. But after saying those last 6 words, this person was no longer able to hold on. His head tilted to the side, and his life force was completely severed. His entire body's meridians have exploded, and the majority of his bones are broken. It looks like he was crushed by a kind of a multi-target attack. Long Chen's expression was solemn. Who could be so powerful that they could launch a group attack that is capable of one-shotting Chosen? Meng Qi was shocked, but then her expression changed. That Yin Luo he mentioned, he was referring to the corrupt path's top expert. Long Chen nodded. That's the most likely scenario. Other than Yin Luo's natural energy attacks, I don't know any other kind of power that can practically decompose a Chosen. Just from looking at this person's injuries, Long Chen could tell that that bastard's ability to control natural energy had advanced once more. Yin Luo truly was terrifying. At this time, Chu Yao and Lu Feng'er had also rushed back due to the clamor. When they heard what had happened, their expressions changed. The corrupt path's #1 expert, Yin Luo, was in the vicinity. That gave them a great deal of pressure. Just Yin Wuxuang was already terrifying. But now the corrupt path's #1 expert, the one equally famed as Han Tianyu, was near them. Those two were truly unrivaled existences within their generation. What should we do? Should we leave? Said Lu Feng'er worriedly. We can't. As members of the righteous path, we must be chivalrous, help out the weak and uphold justice. I've decided to get revenge for this brother. Long Chen shook his head, appearing like the picture of righteousness. Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er couldn't help being stunned. They hadn't imagined Long Chen would suddenly practically turn into a different person. Meng Qi advised, Long Chen, it's not like you had any relationship with this person. Sister, you've been duped. How would Long Chen have such good intentions as to getting this person a revenge? He's just trying to kill people for their treasures. Chu Yao pulled on Meng Qi's hand and laughed. Cough, did you have to say it so directly? How about this? I will carry the pretense of stealing treasure also that I can get revenge for this brother. After all, he did give me some clues, said Long Chen with some embarrassment. Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er looked at each other in dismay. Long Chen wanted to kill the #1 expert of the corrupt path for his treasures. That was too crazy. Are you serious, Long Chen? Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er asked at the same time. Sisters, you must still be unaware. Long Chen is already acquainted with that Yin Luo. Before the Jiulai secret realm opened, there was a great righteous and corrupt path war. For some reason, Yin Luo was sent to Long Chen's particular war zone, and as a result, Long Chen severed one of his legs, said Chu Yao. Is that true? Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er were both shocked. That was far too hard to believe. Chu Yao told them about what had happened in that battle. From beginning to end, Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er were incomparably shocked. They had never imagined Long Chen had grown to such a terrifying realm. Back when they had first met him, Long Chen had been only at the 3rd heaven stage of qi condensation. But in just over a year, Long Chen was now able to stand shoulder to shoulder with peak experts like Yin Luo and Mo Nian. That battle didn't really count. It was only because I had Mo Nian and Chu Yao with me that we won in the end. If it had just been myself, I would have been completely oppressed by Yin Luo. Long Chen bitterly smiled. He had never considered himself to have been that amazing in that battle, as it had only been won through everyone's contribution. Meng Qi shook his head and praised, That's not the same. At that time you were only at blood condensation, while Yin Luo had reached tendon transformation. You were separated by a major realm. Long Chen, you really are powerful. Although countless people had praised him, and he had seen countless worshipful gazes, those didn't cause any great waves in Long Chen. But being praised by Meng Qi, pride involuntarily swelled within him. However, he still shook his head. Yin Luo's strength has reached an abnormal level. Back when we first entered the secret realm, he ended up immediately targeting me, and I almost died to him. Long Chen told them about what had happened with Yin Luo at the beginning. His expression was extremely solemn. At that time, Yin Luo's control of natural energy was still coarse. But looking at this person's wounds, it seems Yin Luo has already gained a measure of control over his Xiantian power, and so he must be even more terrifying. The most abnormal part about Yin Luo was that he had refined Xiantian essence blood and was able to control a measure of natural energy, something only Xiantian experts should have been able to do. but Yin Luo was able to do so in tendon transformation. Although it was just a small amount, it was enough to allow him to dominate anyone on the same realm. It was unknown just what techniques Han Tianyu had for him to stand on the same level as Yin Luo, but Han Tianyu's trump cards were definitely not inferior to Yin Luo's. Long Chen, how sure are you of being able to defeat Yin Luo? Asked Meng Qi. Long Chen hesitated. Conservatively, it should be around 50%, but my chance of killing him is probably 0, so I'll need your help. You want to kill him? The three women were all stunned. Long Chen was crazy. He wanted to kill a top expert. This is probably my only chance to kill Yin Luo. Back when Yin Luo chased after me, his cultivation base had already reached the 9th heaven stage of tendon transformation. Now that over 2 months have passed, he should have reached the peak of tendon transformation, and perhaps he has already begun to touch that barrier. So killing him now is my only chance. If he advances to bone forging, there will be no chance at all. With the assistance of his medicinal pills, Long Chen's cultivation base had just recently reached the 2nd heaven stage of tendon transformation. Trying to catch up to Yin Luo in terms of cultivation base was just folly. So Long Chen placed great importance on this opportunity. The enmity between the two had reached the point that they would fight a battle to the death the instant they saw each other. This was the most opportune moment for Long Chen. The three women nodded when they saw Long Chen was so confident, and so they didn't try to dissuade him any further. I don't need the three of you to directly fight. It's best if you conceal yourselves at first and just prepare to stop him from running. If we end up in a draw or I'm not able to defeat him, just give up on the plan and run. I have my own methods to escape him, so you don't need to worry about me, warned Long Chen. Although the three of them were extremely powerful, especially Meng Qi and Chu Yao, Long Chen didn't dare place them in such danger. The person they were targeting was the #1 expert of the corrupt path. If even one of them ended up in an accident, then even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be able to wash away his guilt. Little Snow will lead the way. On the way, Meng Qi, show me your best attacks and your fighting style. Long Chen summoned out Little Snow. With his nose, it was easy to trace where that fellow had come from. After burying that person, the four of them began to follow Little Snow even deeper into the forest of darkness. With Little Snow leading the way, Meng Qi began to explain her various spiritual attacks. At the same time, she imparted several principles and usages of spiritual attacks. Long Chen was astonished by how complicated the spiritual attacks Meng Qi told him were. Compared to the ones Lu Fang'er had taught him, it was much more taxing to use these. Even with Long Chen's incredibly vast soul energy, some of those soul arts would require his full strength to use. Long Chen finally understood why Lu Fang'er had been unable to come into contact with these soul arts. That was because her spiritual strength was too lacking to use these powerful techniques. From Meng Qi's explanations, Long Chen couldn't help sighing that soul arts were really too powerful. The amount of knowledge and theories contained within them were as vast as an ocean. As they traveled atop Little Snow, Meng Qi became Long Chen's secret teacher. Long Chen himself was an alchemist, and he possessed his pill god memories. His ability to control his spiritual strength had definitely reached a masterful level. Although the methods to circulate soul energy was different between soul arts and pill refining, the countless differences didn't change the fact that they were from the same origin. The principles were similar, and Long Chen comprehended them extremely quickly. As a result, Meng Qi reacted in the same way as Lu Fang'er did and ended up completely stunned by Long Chen's terrifying talent. No matter what soul art it was, Long Chen would essentially be able to comprehend the whole thing as soon as she explained it once. Then he would ask her some questions about some specifics, and the questions he brought up were always the areas that were easiest to end up making slip-ups. After those few questions, he would have a fundamental understanding on how to use it. It wasn't just Long Chen who was benefiting from Meng Qi's knowledge. Chu Yao was also learning many things, as her soul energy was also extremely powerful. She used her powerful soul energy to control her wood energy. These transformations and methods to use soul energy showed her many new ways to control her wooden stakes. Slow down. Long Chen suddenly waved his hand. Little Snow had sent back news that there were traces of battle ahead. That should be the direction that injured person had come from. The four of them began to carefully advance. In just a couple 100 meters, they saw Little Snow. Not far from Little Snow were 2 corpses, and the ground was a complete mess. Although the 2 of them had died, their powerful auras had yet to completely fade, and it was possible to tell these 2 had also reached the chosen level. Looks like it was here. There's a basin up ahead with mountains on all sides and there's only one entrance. Then let's act according to the plan. You three guard the entrance here and I'll go on ahead. Be careful, the three of them warned him at the same time. Long Chen smiled slightly and nodded. He carefully ventured ahead. Chapter 375, A Decisive Battle to the Death. In front of Long Chen was a huge basin. It was 30 miles in diameter. Although he called it a basin, it could also be described as a well. The cliffs surrounding it were all extremely steep, looking like they had been cut open with a blade. The mountains were miles high. These mountains surrounded it on all sides. If you were to look from above, it would look just like a circular well. There was only a narrow passage that led into the basin. This passageway had been turned into a complete mess. The ground was crumbling and waves of earth had piled up. Furthermore, these marks were clearly fresh, proving an intense fight had occurred here not long ago. Long Chen had told the three women to act in accordance to their plan and guard the entranceway. If someone were to run out from inside, it would be difficult for them to notice the ambush outside. The passageway was less than a dozen meters wide at any time, and it went on for a dozen miles. Long Chen carefully walked through it until he reached the basin. There, he was amazed to see that the basin was filled with lush trees soaring to the heavens. It was completely different from the environment outside. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the distance, and Long Chen stealthily took out Devil Decapitator, raising his concentration to its limit as he crept over in the direction of that sound. After traveling several miles, Long Chen suddenly saw a certain figure, a very familiar figure. It was Yin Luo. At this time, Yin Luo was crazily brandishing his spear. In front of him were densely packed, fist-sized golden insects. His spear smashed into one of the golden insects, and shockingly, a metallic sound rang out. Long Chen was surprised to see that despite Yin Luo's strength being great enough to smash apart mountains, his spear was only able to send some of those insects flying away with each strike. He wasn't able to smash them to death. Metal-devouring insects. Long Chen was shocked. Those fist-sized insects with translucent wings and a golden shell were called metal-devouring insects. They were an extremely unique kind of magical beast. When they were fully mature, they would still be only the size of a fist. They didn't have a crystal core, but they had been classified as third-rank magical beasts. That was because a single matured metal-devouring insect could kill a third-rank magical beast. The most terrifying thing about them was their teeth. They relied on eating metallic ores to live. Not only were their bodies hard as metal, but they were also extremely tough. Outer force attacks were mostly unable to kill them. The most terrifying thing was that metal-devouring insects were magical beasts that lived in groups. It was common for hundreds or even thousands of them to gather together and dominate a vein of ore. Only when that vein was exhausted would they move on together to find another vein. Long Chen was a bit curious about why Yin Luo would fight with these metal-devouring insects. He looked into the distance. When he saw a certain sapling growing in front of a cave, his heart began to pound frantically, and he almost cried out. Killing fruit! Long Chen shouted inside. He had searched for the killing fruit for so long, and now he managed to find it in the secret realm. If he could obtain the killing fruit, he'd be able to refine the Alioth pill and thus condense the Alioth star. Long Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his intense emotions. He carefully examined the situation. This killing fruit tree was 3 feet tall, and there were over 10 oddly shaped fruits growing on it. Those fruits all had scale-like patterns on them. The fruits were the size of a longan. Long Chen could clearly see that several of the killing fruit scales had already turned golden, meaning they had ripened, and could immediately be used to refine the Alioth pill. Long Chen wished he could instantly charge over and snatch the tree, but he suppressed that desire. The killing fruit tree was on top of a cave. Countless metal-devouring insects were furiously flying out from there, attacking Yin Luo. Long Chen instantly understood that Yin Luo had come for the killing fruit tree, but that tree was in the metal-devouring insects' territory. They wouldn't let Yin Luo approach, and so they were crazily attacking him. Yin Luo was too afraid of damaging the killing fruit tree, and so he didn't dare release his full-strength attacks. He could only use his spear to continuously strike those insects. Although they wouldn't die from being struck by his spear, once they were knocked into the hard cliff behind them, they usually lost consciousness. There were already hundreds of metal-devouring insects that were unconscious in front of the cliff. Long Chen immediately understood what he was planning. Yin Luo was truly patient. He was actually using this extremely clumsy method to get rid of them. As time passed, fewer metal-devouring insects flew out of the cave. 2 hours later, they had all been knocked unconscious. Yin Luo finally sighed. These metal-devouring insects were very powerful, and being bitten by one would be extremely painful, even for him. Have to constantly focus and strike each metal, devouring insect one by one hard enough that they passed out had been extremely tiring after all this time. Even Yin Luo felt exhausted after doing this for hours, but when he looked at the killing fruit tree, he felt as if it had all been worth it. The killing fruit was also known as the killing sacred fruit. A matured killing fruit could be used to refine the killing luck pill that was able to increase the quality of a person's spirit root. That was something that had already disappeared from the outside world. There were only some recordings of it in some ancient texts. Originally, Yin Luo had seen 3 chosen enter this basin from a distance. Seeing 3 chosen together had piqued his curiosity, and he had followed from behind. From their words, he had learned that one of them had found a priceless treasure, and had invited the other 2 to help him obtain it. But one of them had used some unknown method to detect that there was someone following them, and he had turned to attack. However, when they saw that it was Yin Luo, the 3 of them had instantly fled. Yin Luo hadn't cared to chase them down. But then when he saw that the treasure was the killing fruit tree, he had changed plans and charged after the 3 of them. Unfortunately, he hadn't expected that one of them would be able to escape from him through the aid of some secret technique. As a result, while halfway to his death, he had ended up drawing over Long Chen. Yin Luo walked up to the tree. It was surprisingly growing out from a rock that looked like a flower pot. That took quite the effort. Yin Luo smiled slightly. He was filled with excitement and was just about to gather the killing fruit tree when a voice rang out from behind him. It took quite the effort from me too. Yin Luo hastily turned around. Pow! A large hand slapped across his face. Yin Luo flew back. After knocking Yin Luo back with a slap, Long Chen couldn't help celebrating. His divine face-slapping technique was truly unrivaled beneath the heavens. He had actually ended up succeeding. It had to be known that an expert like Yin Luo would be able to sense the slightest killing intent or murderous intention. The only technique Long Chen could have used in this case was his face slap. And he had ended up succeeding. Without saying anything else, he directly absorbed the killing fruit tree along with the rock it was growing out of into his life ring. Long Chen thanked his luck that he didn't keep his life ring with his other spatial rings on his finger. Normally, he would keep a few spatial rings on his fingers, so it was convenient for taking out and putting in things. But spatial rings were not so stable, and if they broke, the items inside them would be lost in the chaotic flow of space, forever disappearing. Long Xiechien. Yin Luo hastily stabilized himself after being slapped flying. Turning back, his fury erupted. He had turned back just in time to see Long Chen gather the killing fruit tree. That made Yin Luo feel like his eye sockets would tear apart, and he was so furious his hair stood on end, his eyes looking like they might spit flames at any moment. He had worked bitterly for hours, but at the final critical moment, his treasure had been stolen by someone else. Yin Luo felt like he might explode. Hey, don't be so petty. I didn't even bring up how you chased me down last time. This little sapling can just count as your apology to me, said Long Chen magnanimously. Hand over the tree, Yin Luo roared furiously. His aura completely exploded out, his long hair beginning to dance in the air, looking like some kind of devil god. His terrifying pressure instantly destroyed the trees around him. Yin Luo truly was infuriated. That killing fruit tree was a priceless treasure. Treasures that could upgrade the quality of a person's spirit root were practically heaven-defying. His spear smashed towards Long Chen. The power behind that spear caused heaven and earth to change color. His aura exploded into its peak, making Yin Luo even more terrifying. In the face of Yin Luo's seemingly heaven-encompassing spear, Long Chen put away his smile. Devil Decapitator began to release golden light into the sky, and waves of energy began to soar out. He slashed out. Boom! The ground exploded and huge boulders blew away. The forest had been turned into a plain for miles. A terrifying wave of chi surged out. You aren't embarrassed to get angry. The one who should be angry is me. Last time when you chased me down, you almost got me killed in the end. This time it'll be my turn. Thinking back to how miserably he had fled back then, and how he had almost ended up dying to Jiang Yifen because of him, Long Chen's fury erupted. Devil Decapitator cut across the void, slashing at Yin Luo like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Yin Luo's spear blocked Long Chen, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then let's completely settle our debts this time. Today we'll have a battle to the death. He smashed his spear at Long Chen. Long Chen ducked to dodge Yin Luo's spear. Devil Decapitator followed along the side of a spear to cut at Yin Luo's fingers. Yin Luo could only first take a step back, creating some distance between them. Then let's have a decisive fight to the death. Last time you took advantage of my realm being too low. Now that I'm no longer restrained by being a major realm below you, I'll break that myth of you being unrivaled within the same realm. Long Chen raised Devil Decapitator to rest on his shoulder. HMPH, what arrogant boasting. I Yin Luo have killed countless people in my lifetime. My reputation is something created through my actual skills. You think I'm like you idiots from the righteous path, raising people like greenhouse flowers. What an enormous joke. Today you'll definitely die. However, the scenery here is pretty nice, so it's not a bad burial ground. I guess you're pretty lucky. Yin Luo raised his spear, his aura constantly rising. Space began to buzz as a powerful aura shot out. As Long Chen had expected, Yin Luo had truly reached the peak of tendon transformation. He was just a single step from reaching the bone-forging realm. Long Chen sighed sorrowfully inside. As he had thought, not all geniuses were created from just boasting. That was especially true of those experts from the corrupt path. They were all experts who had managed to charge through endless cruelty and slaughter. Whether it was their cultivation talent or their combat abilities, they could not be compared to. Long Chen took a deep breath. His Feng Fu star began to slowly circulate, and a vast, almost ocean-like spiritual qi poured into his body. His robes fluttered and his long hair danced. Long Chen pointed Devil Decapitator at Yin Luo. Come, let's have a decisive battle to the death. Chapter 376, once more fighting Yin Luo. Come, let's have a decisive battle to the death. Long Chen's roar shook the 9 heavens. His divine ring once more appeared behind him, and endless light pierced through the clouds. Boundless qi waves continuously battered the blue dome of the sky. A terrifying aura erupted out, one that could destroy the world and cause gods and devils to quiver. Feng Fu battle armor. Boom! The ground collapsed, the mountains shaking. A star appeared in Long Chen's eyes, and he now seemed like a devil god that was causing heaven and earth to constantly rumble. Meng Qi and the others who were guarding the exit were all horrified. Even from hundreds of miles away, even though they were separated by huge mountains, that terrifying pressure still caused their hearts to tremble. If Chu Yao wasn't absolutely sure that this was Long Chen's aura, then Meng Qi and Lu Fang would have refused to believe it. Although Lu Fang had seen Long Chen attack, it had seemed like he was just defeating children, and he hadn't used his full strength. But now the current Long Chen seemed like a divinity of the world. That kind of aura caused the world to tremble and all living things to lower their heads. Long Chen and Yin Luo had already fought each other twice, and Long Chen was well aware of Yin Luo's strength. He no longer needed to use any probing blows against him. He immediately erupted with his full strength. For a terrifying opponent like Yin Luo, who possessed extremely rich battle experience, it would be useless for Long Chen to try any tricky moves or other things he had gained through his battle experience. Unlike when he fought against Yin Xuanhuan, if he wanted to fight Yin Luo, the only way was to use true power. Long Chen roared, his voice like spring thunder shaking the heavens. He raised Devil Decapitator into the air, and a terrifying saber qi split open the void, slashing down on Yin Luo, who was a dozen meters away. Kill. HMPH, then let me see just how many of my blows you can receive now that you've advanced to tendon transformation. Netherworld possession. A huge illusory phantom appeared behind Yin Luo. It was the same figure that had appeared back in the righteous and corrupt battle. However, this time, that illusory phantom was even larger and even more solid. It looked just like a devil god, emitting a fiendish aura. When Yin Luo merged with that phantom, a terrifying wave of qi soared into the sky. He snorted and smashed his spear at Long Chen's attacking saber. Boom! An earth-shaking collision. It was like the collision of two meteors. The land shook, and the closest cliff to them directly collapsed. Over half of that huge cliff, which was miles high, fell to the ground, countless boulders falling. However, neither Long Chen nor Yin Luo cared. They both roared and crazily attacked each other. Boom, boom, boom. Each time their weapons collided, it caused a terrifying explosion. Those huge boulders that had just fallen were now crushed to smithereens. The two of them were both top experts, and under their full-strength attacks, the ground was continuously crumbling, and the surrounding mountains began to cave in. It was like the end of the world. Boom! With a final collision, one of the cliffs was unable to bear the powerful impact, and the majority of it collapsed. Furthermore, many huge boulders fell off it and began to smash towards the two of them like meteorites. Bang! The two of them were struck by a huge boulder, but after a moment, that huge boulder suddenly exploded. Countless rock fragments flew away from their bodies. That spear and saber were still crazily fighting. Continuous explosions rang out. Dust soared into the air, eventually soaring out of the basin in a thick pillar into the sky. Even people thousands of miles away could see it. The ground was constantly shuddering, and space was rumbling. The two of them fought for 2 hours without their auras declining in the slightest. In fact, their auras only grew stronger over time, becoming more and more majestic. Boom! With another earth-shaking collision, both of them were knocked back dozens of meters. Long Chen's heart was pounding wildly. Yin Luo was too terrifying. If he hadn't advanced to tendon transformation and increased his stores of spiritual qi by tens of times, he would have long since become exhausted. But even so, he could still sense that his spiritual qi was beginning to run out. He couldn't continue like this. He was truly shocked, but Yin Luo was even more shocked. His netherworld possession was a secret technique from ancient times. It allowed his combat ability to soar to a shocking level, but it was also equally exhausting. Having fought intensely for 2 hours, he had been unable to suppress Long Chen in the slightest. That profoundly shocked him. Up until now, Yin Luo had fought with who knew how many experts. Even bone-forging elders were unable to fight against him anymore, but Long Chen was able to. Furthermore, his realm was even lower than his. Although it could be considered the same realm, he was at the peak of tendon transformation, while Long Chen was at the early tendon transformation realm. The difference between them was still extremely large. That caused Yin Luo to feel a sense of defeat for the first time. At the same time, his killing intent grew even denser. He definitely couldn't leave Long Chen alive. His spear shook, and a strange energy soared out. A formless aura caused heaven and earth to quiver, and the energy of heaven and earth began to gather around him. HMPH, you're finally activating your Xuanhuan power. Yin Luo, you really have become depraved, sneered Long Chen. Nonsense, this Xuanhuan power is a part of my power. It's not depraved. Whether or not it's a part of your own power is something you know best. Do you really need to try and deceive yourself? Long Chen made his preparations. All his energy was circulating. Yin Luo's expression turned chilly. Long Chen was insulting him. This Xuanhuan power was fundamentally not his, but something his sect had bestowed upon him. For him, his sect had sacrificed a Xuanhuan expert, sealing that expert's Xuanhuan essence blood into his body. He was to refine it, and it would become a powerful assistance as he grew stronger. It truly couldn't be counted as his power. However, Yin Luo still sneered. Resources are also a kind of power, so stop spouting so much nonsense. Today, I'll definitely take your life. His spear surged forward. Endless energy from hundreds of miles around began to surge towards Yin Luo. A terrifying aura locked Long Chen in place. This wasn't his first time encountering the Xuanhuan power of being able to control natural energy. However, this time, Yin Luo's control over the natural energy was clearly much more refined. That meant another portion of his Xuanhuan essence blood had been refined. His control over natural energy was only growing greater over time. Taking a deep breath, Long Chen circulated his Feng Fu star to its max, and energy surged through 9 acupuncture points before entering Devil Decapitator. Countless lines lit up along Devil Decapitator. Although a large portion of the blade was covered in notches, it still didn't affect its fierce aura. As Long Chen poured in more and more spiritual qi, it was like a stream became a rushing ocean. His 9 acupuncture points were pushed to their peak. This was the first time Long Chen was using Split the Heavens since advancing to Tendon Transformation. Terrifying saber qi was cycling around Devil Decapitator, emitting a blinding light. Just at this moment, Yin Luo finished condensing all his natural energy and shouted. His spear pierced through space, stabbing at Long Chen. Long Chen had also finished storing energy. Devil Decapitator was letting out a constant rumble in the air. It appeared like a berserk magical beast thirsting for battle. Split the heavens. Boom! The spear tip collided with the saber light. For dozens of miles, the ground intensely shuddered. Terrifying astral wind unfurled and mountains collapsed. Both Long Chen and Yin Luo were sent flying by the other person's force. At the same time, the two of them vomited a mouthful of blood. Before either could react, they were smashed by the boulders falling from the collapsing mountains. Rocks exploded as Yin Luo jumped out of the boulders. His robes were badly damaged, and his hair was a complete mess. His spear-wielding hand was drenched in blood, appearing extremely miserable. After jumping out from the boulders, Yin Luo didn't see Long Chen's figure. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart and threw himself to the side. Boom! A huge, violet lightning ball exploded beside Yin Luo's body. That terrifying energy created a huge ditch in the ground, a ditch that was so deep that the bottom couldn't even be seen. Although Yin Luo had made the right choice to dodge, he still hadn't been fast enough. The terrifying wave of energy struck him, causing him to vomit more blood. Before their final collision, Long Chen had already made his plan. Yin Luo was too powerful. The two of their strengths were not much different, so it would be difficult for either one of them to defeat the other. To kill their opponent was just a fantasy. But now, after using an absolute full-power attack, both of their strengths had sharply declined. It wasn't possible to kill the other through absolute strength like this, but it was possible depending on what strategy you chose. After that huge attack, Long Chen had hidden himself below the boulders and summoned the thunder force in his body. After constant compression, he had let out his deadly attack. Unfortunately, Yin Luo was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The instant Long Chen had released his attack, Yin Luo had sensed it and dodged it. He was only struck by the aftershock. But even so, Yin Luo vomited 3 large mouthfuls of blood. After all, Long Chen's thunder force wasn't from ordinary lightning, but from tribulation lightning. It contained a boundless destructive will. The destructive ability of this lightning was far too shocking. Even though Yin Luo had dodged and raised his guard, he was still heavily injured by the aftershock. His whole body became numb. Jade. Suddenly, a golden page silently slashed out at Yin Luo's neck. Yin Luo felt his hair stand on end and threw himself to the side. The golden page slashed through Yin Luo's neck. Unfortunately, it had strayed from the intended target and only cut through a portion of his neck. It hadn't completely decapitated him. Long Chen couldn't help crying that it was a pity. He hastily rushed out of the rubble. Devil Decapitator slashed out at Yin Luo's neck, trying to make up for the previous attack. Yin Luo was repeatedly heavily injured. That last attack had been exceptionally heavy, and he had almost lost his head. But although his face was pale, there was not the slightest panic in his eyes. One hand kept the injury to his neck closed, while the other hand wielded his spear to block Long Chen's saber. After their previous full-power attack, their strengths had greatly declined. This time, they were both blown back a dozen steps by the other. Their arms felt a bit sore, a sign they had slightly overdrafted themselves. Yin Luo was heavily injured, his neck almost severed. After being blown back by Long Chen, he didn't even think before rushing out of the basin. He had to run. Although a cut on the throat wasn't fatal to cultivators, it would still heavily impact their fighting strength. Previously, the two of them had been evenly matched, but now that he had been injured, he had fallen behind. The situation wasn't favorable to him, so he had to run. "Where do you think you're going?" Long Chen chased after him. With the two of them rushing, they instantly reached that narrow passageway. Yin Luo was infuriated. This was his second time being forced to flee because of Long Chen. That was an absolute humiliation to him. But even in his fury, he knew that if he stayed behind and continued to fight, the one to die would very likely be him. Seeing the exit ahead, he hastily swallowed a healing pill and increased his speed. At the same time, his spear slammed into the stone walls, and the passageway began to collapse behind him. He created this block in order to slow down Long Chen. Long Chen had no choice but to use Devil Decapitator to destroy these rocks before continuing. But seeing that Yin Luo was about to reach the exit, Long Chen icily smiled. A huge wind blade slashed at Yin Luo from the front. Chapter 377, Chasing After Him. Boom! A wind blade silently appeared, causing Yin Luo to jump in fright. But that wind blade wasn't aiming at him. It ended up striking the ground in front of him, filling the air with dust. Yin Luo's heart shook. There was an ambush waiting for him. Behind him, Long Chen was quickly catching up. Yin Luo could only force his way through from the front. Piercing through from the front would at least give him some chance of surviving. But if he decided to turn back and face Long Chen in his condition, His only possible fate would be to die. He quickly rushed forward. He recognized that attack as the one Long Chen's magical beast had used before. Although that magical beast's attack power was terrifying, if he was prepared, it was unable to threaten to him. He had only just taken a couple of steps when the blazing flame swallowed him, and a terrifying heat immediately scorched the land. This entire time, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fang'er had been guarding the exit. From Long Chen's shout, they saw Yin Luo really had been defeated by Long Chen and had begun to flee. They immediately acted according to the plan and Little Snow had attacked. However, Long Chen didn't want Little Snow attack to directly hit Yin Luo, but to block his line of sight. Little Snow's attack had filled the air with dust. Following him, Lu Fang'er's recently gained Scarlet Blaze Lion sent out the true attack, letting out a ball of flames that suddenly attacked Yin Luo out of nowhere. The Scarlet Blaze Lion's flame was incredibly powerful. An ordinary chosen would be unable to block it. Most frightening of all, the area of its attack was huge, so it was almost impossible to dodge. Endless sinking wood. Suddenly, a clear shout rang out. Yin Luo was horrified to see the ground beneath his feet sink, and he was quickly subsiding. He hastily used his qi to protect his body, and he jumped out of this trap. But he had only just flown out when countless wooden stakes instantly bound him tightly. Yin Luo's heart turned cold. He struggled, but he found these golden wooden stakes were harder than steel, and he wasn't able to break them like this. Break! Yin Luo roared furiously, and he once more activated his Xuanhuan power. With natural energy backing his attack, these wooden stakes were instantly disintegrated. After escaping the wooden bindings, Yin Luo had just been about to continue fleeing when he saw even more wooden stakes. Those all-encompassing wooden stakes surged over to him. Fuck off! Yin Luo brandished his spear, and he activated his Xuanhuan power again. Those wooden stakes were all broken. In front of natural energy, all other attacks appeared much weaker. After destroying hundreds of wooden stakes, Yin Luo realized that 2 wooden stakes had stealthily wrapped around his feet. By the time he could let out another attack to destroy them, Long Chen would have already reached him. Yin Luo was completely furious and shocked. He hadn't even been able to get a look at who exactly was attacking him. He hastily took out a precious teleportation talisman. At this point, he had no choice but to use it. Soul absorption art. Following a cold shout, Yin Luo suddenly felt an intense pain in his soul, and he was horrified to find that his left hand refused to listen to his orders, and he was unable to activate the teleportation talisman. At this point, Long Chen arrived, and his saber slashed down. The arm holding the teleportation talisman left the rest of Yin Luo's body. The pain of losing an arm made Yin Luo crazy. His spear smashed at Long Chen with all his power, and Long Chen hastily blocked. Boom! This attack had been backed by his Xuanhuan power. He had sent Long Chen flying, as well as broken the wooden stakes coiling around his feet. Bastards, all of you can die! Yin Luo roared furiously. A spear image hundreds of meters long extended from his spear, smashing down on Meng Qi and the others. 2 howls rang out at the same time, and a wind blade and a flame sphere collided into that spear image. But that spear image only shook ever so slightly before smashing apart those attacks and continuing down on them. Although Yin Luo was unable to see Meng Qi and the others, he could use his sharp intuition to sense their location. Thus, he had let out a full power attack. Storm Slash! Meng Qi and the others had just been about to block when a saber image smashed into Yin Luo's spear image. Both images exploded. A terrifying astral wind shot out, and the 3 women were blown back. Even Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze Lion were sent miserably tumbling back. When the 3 women stabilized their positions, they couldn't help being horrified. How could this Yin Luo be so terrifying? His aura was clearly much weaker than when he had first started this fight, but his attacks were still terrifying to the extreme. If Long Chen hadn't blocked it in the end, then Chu Yao's wooden shield would definitely have been unable to block it. After shattering Yin Luo's spear image, Long Chen also reached the point where he was gasping for breath, and he had clearly overdrafted his strength. But he also knew that this was the crucial moment. He took a deep breath and once more charged forward at Yin Luo like some berserk cheetah. Having lost an arm, Yin Luo had to do everything he could to block Long Chen's tempest of attacks. However, he was still repeatedly forced back. As he fell back, the ground was constantly crumbling. Although the 2 of them had already reached the point of exhaustion, each one of their attacks were still incredibly powerful. "Let's go help Long Chen," said Meng Qi. Seeing Long Chen risking his life to fight, she was just about to rush out to help. "Don't, sister, if you go out it'll make Long Chen mad." Chu Yao held Meng Qi back. Neither Meng Qi nor Lu Fang'er understood, so Chu Yao continued. "Long Chen's extremely stubborn. He wouldn't want anyone to change his plans. Have you forgotten? He's already said that we're only in charge of blocking Yin Luo once. After that we have to distance ourselves from the battle. No matter what the result is, we're not to interfere." In the beginning, Long Chen had already estimated Yin Luo's strength. To kill Yin Luo would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would be a bitter clash of power that didn't rely on technique or skill. But even if he could force Yin Luo into a disadvantage, killing him would still be incomparably difficult. That was true even if he could force Yin Luo to the brink of despair. With how powerful Yin Luo was, it was unknown how many people he would be able to bring with him in his death. Other than Long Chen, no one else here would be able to block Yin Luo's final death blow. That was why when Long Chen had come up with the plan, he had harshly warned them that they were only in charge of one block to slow him down. No matter what the result was, they were to then hide in the distance and not interfere. "This fellow is far too overbearing," sighed Meng Qi, but there wasn't the slightest reproach in her eyes. The three of them knew they were all soul cultivators who weren't suited to close-range combat. That was true even for Chu Yao, who used her soul energy to control her wooden stakes. Long Chen was only doing this in consideration of their safety. Look, Yin Luo started to run again. They noticed that after fighting for a bit, Yin Luo had finally recovered his senses and no longer faced Long Chen directly. He was already running, and Long Chen was chasing. "We should also go over. Wait, we should collect the arm first. That's Long Chen's spoils of battle." Lu Fang'er ran over to the arm Long Chen had severed. That arm was still holding a precious teleportation talisman. That was a life-saving treasure, and they definitely couldn't waste it. It had to be known that the majority of Chosen did not have the qualifications to possess such teleportation talismans. Those kinds of items were just too precious, and only absolutely top experts were given such treatment. After putting away that arm, Meng Qi and Chu Yao jumped onto Little Snow, while Lu Fang'er jumped on her Scarlet Blaze Lion. Yin Luo and Long Chen were incredibly fast. Long Chen was using the Netherworld Ghost Steps, but he was unable to close the distance between the two of them. Long Chen knew this was an incredibly hard to come by chance. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't come again. Furthermore, Yin Luo had already reached the peak of tendon transformation. Once he stepped over that next barrier and was in bone forging, the person to flee so miserably would definitely be Long Chen. One person running and one person chasing. The two of them pierced through the dense forest. A desert area appeared in front of them, and with their speed, the sky was filled with sand, looking like a dust dragon. They traveled dozens of miles in an instant. This was the core region of the Forest of Darkness, and the terrain was extremely complicated along with countless magical beasts. All the explorers who had reached here traveled extremely cautiously. But then when they saw these two figures speeding along with their full strength, shooting past them like lightning, they were all dumbfounded. Wasn't rushing madly like that in the core region of the Forest of Darkness just courting death? What terrifying speed! Who would be so brazen to recklessly rush around here? Hey, it's not one person but two. Some sharp-eyed people saw that within the sky full of dust, there was one figure who was constantly chasing the other, but due to being hidden in the dust, it was difficult to notice him. Heavens, if I haven't seen wrongly, then isn't that person running at the front the Corrupt Path's #1 expert, Yin Luo? Yin Luo's name was something practically everyone in both the Righteous and Corrupt Paths was aware of. Although few people had seen Yin Luo before, his name was not foreign to them. Before entering the secret realm, all the various large sects had prepared information on the top chosen, so their disciples would know who they absolutely could not provoke. So when they saw that person fleeing at the front, they were all filled with disbelief. The Corrupt Path's top expert was actually being chased down by someone else. Heavens, Yin Luo is injured. He's lost an arm. Someone let out a startled cry. This discovery made them incomparably stunned. Then is the person chasing him Han Tianyu, muttered some people. It seemed that other than Han Tianyu, there wasn't anyone else capable of this. Stand still, Yin Luo. If you leave me another leg this time, I swear I won't kill you. Having to chase behind Yin Luo, Long Chen was constantly getting dust blown in his face, infuriating him. He was unable to catch up to him no matter what, so he now shouted out a loud taunt. Although Long Chen had to swallow a mouthful of dust for this, the distant spectators had it much worse than him. A huge uproar exploded. They had all recognized that voice. It's Long Chen. Everyone's jaws hit the ground. Most of them had already seen the video of Long Chen's fight with Yin Wuxuan, so they immediately recognized Long Chen's voice. Just what kind of monster is Long Chen? After just defeating Yin Wuxuan, he went to chase down the corrupt path's #1 expert. Is he trying to defy the heavens? The distant spectators felt they were about to go insane. The world around them seemed to have gone insane. Yin Luo's expression was dark, and he was feeling endless humiliation. But he didn't look back because of his anger. Rather than risking his life to fight Long Chen, he continued fleeing. Seeing Yin Luo was ignoring him and still running, Long Chen was thinking of taunting him several times to see if he could provoke him. But Long Chen had also reached his limit. Each time he opened his mouth, it would consume his little remaining energy. So he kept his mouth shut and continued chasing. The two of them were incredibly quick, and they passed through the desert in just a short time. Forest reappeared in front of them. Suddenly, when Long Chen entered the forest, several figures flew over and attacked him. Chapter 378, Dividing the Spoils. Die. A total of 4 people had appeared, and they had surprisingly all reached the chosen level. The 4 of their combined strengths caused the void to tremble. Fuck off! Long Chen swung out Devil Decapitator onto their weapons, instantly disintegrating them. Blood splashed as they flew back. Long Chen glanced from the corner of his eye and realized the 4 people who had blocked him were all experts from the corrupt path. He had no time to settle his debts with them, and he continued chasing after Yin Luo. Too terrifying, 4 chosen were unable to receive a single blow. The distant spectators were all dumbfounded. Those 4 people had only just miserably crawled up from the ground when 2 angry roars rang out, and 1 wind blade and 1 flame sphere attacked the 4 of them. The wind blade and flame sphere exploded in their midst. With the revolving wind blade and the blazing flames, those 4 chosen were all instantly killed before even getting a chance to react. Meng Qi and the others were all startled. They hadn't imagined that Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze Lion were so suited to cooperating. The flame borrowed the power of the wind to explosively increase its attacking power by multiple times, allowing them to instantly kill 4 chosen. After killing 4 chosen in a flash, Lu Fang'er actually shot over and used her powerful spiritual strength to find 3 spatial rings. There was also one that was perhaps destroyed or had shot out into the distance. In any case, Lu Fang'er had no time to search, and she jumped back on her Scarlet Blaze Lion to continue chasing. After this time, Long Chen and Yin Luo's figures had already disappeared into the distance. However, Little Snow had been with Long Chen for so long that he was easily able to follow with his perceptive senses. They crazily rushed around for 6 full hours. Finally, Long Chen appeared in front of them. He was currently dejectedly sitting on top a rock, gasping for breath. The land around Long Chen was a complete mess. Not far were 2 corrupt disciples' corpses. They were 2 powerful chosen. The 3 of them hastily rushed over with great concern. What happened? Long Chen shook his head bitterly. I ended up losing his tail. Just thinking of what had happened infuriated him. The plan had been going great at the beginning, but in the end, all the efforts had been wasted. These 2 chosen that had appeared in the end were incredibly powerful, and they had stalled Long Chen for too long. Furthermore, Long Chen had already been exhausted. After killing these 2, he had had no more energy to chase Yin Luo. Back when he had been chased down by Yin Luo, who knew how many spectators had just been watching from the sidelines, not one of them had helped him. And not only had they not helped him, they had even taken advantage of him being incredibly injured to try and kill him. If it hadn't been for that mysterious woman, he would have already died. But somehow Yin Luo had drawn over so many people to help. Those people had clearly known they would die, but they still had dared to come out and fight despite that. Sometimes Long Chen would become bewildered. Just which path was the true righteous path? Seeing Long Chen's depressed expression, the 3 women had no idea what to say. They had an urge to laugh and cry. Just who was Yin Luo? He was the corrupt path's top chosen, a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. How could he possibly be so easy to kill? The fact that Long Chen was able to send him fleeing was already enough to shock everyone. They weren't shocked Yin Luo was able to escape. Yin Luo's name was just too grand and resounding. They never dared imagine such a figure would die. It really is a pity. If you had just agreed to let us fight too, we really might have been able to kill him. said Lu Fang'er with a bit of regret. Meng Qi and Chu Yao nodded ever so slightly. If the three of them had fought back then, they probably would have had over an 80% chance of killing Yin Luo. Long Chen shook his head. You're looking down on Yin Luo too much. The fact that he was still able to continue running all this time means he still had at least a bit of energy kept in reserve. Although that little bit of energy isn't much, he definitely had the assurance to bring down others with him. That was the reason I didn't want you participating in the battle. Yin Luo is a veteran fighter, and he isn't afraid of death. If he really found there was no chance of him surviving, he would become crazy in his retaliation. This entire situation was something I anticipated, and to avoid his final death blow, I was hoping to compete with him in terms of endurance at the end. Here, Long Chen sighed. Unfortunately, I didn't calculate in how united the corrupt path is. The people who came to assist Yin Luo ruined my plans. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fang'er were profoundly shocked. Despite already seeing how terrifying Yin Luo was, it seemed they had still underestimated him. If Long Chen's words were said by another person's mouth, then maybe they would doubt it. But these words had come from Long Chen. Perhaps only Long Chen had the qualification to properly evaluate Yin Luo. Even Han Tianyu didn't have that qualification. That was because in this world, only Long Chen had exchanged blows with Yin Luo 3 times. Although Long Chen didn't say some of his thoughts, the three of them knew that Long Chen would rather give up this chance to kill Yin Luo in order to make sure nothing unexpected happened to them. A top expert like Yin Luo has karmic luck supporting him, so how could he be so easy to kill? The fact you could already force him to this point is already amazing. Who else in either the righteous or corrupt path could force Yin Luo to this point? Meng Qi couldn't help comforting Long Chen when she saw how despondent he seemed. Here, these are your battle spoils that I helped you collect. Lu Fang'er handed over Yin Luo's arm. Looking at that arm, Long Chen couldn't help smiling bitterly. Last time I severed his leg, and this time I severed his arm. Could it be I only have fate with his body's limbs? Lu Fang'er laughed. He, this is a symbol of your glory. Furthermore, there's also a priceless teleportation talisman in its hand. At a critical moment, it can save your life. Yin Luo's hand was holding a yellow, rectangular paper. Dense lines had been drawn on top of it that emitted an ancient, desolate aura. This is a teleportation talisman. Long Chen carefully grabbed the teleportation talisman and found that, although it looked like wooden paper, it was actually a paper made from animal hide. He could smell the scent of beast blood coming from the lines on the page. The liquid used to draw these runes were also special. You better be careful with that. If you end up crushing it, it'll instantly disappear forever, teased Lu Fang'er. Meng Qi smiled and said, it's not as exaggerated as Fang'er says. If you want to crush a teleportation talisman, you have to first use your spiritual strength to activate the marks on top of it. Otherwise, you won't be able to crush it. That's also why when Yin Luo tried to crush the teleportation talisman, I was able to use a secret art to temporarily seal his spiritual strength and make it impossible for him to activate it. Previously, Long Chen had already guessed that a top expert like Yin Luo would definitely have life-saving treasures like a teleportation talisman. Meng Qi had said that she had the ability to make it so he was temporarily unable to activate a teleportation talisman, which is why Long Chen had been able to set his heart on killing Yin Luo. And this was proof that Long Chen's guess had been correct. But someone as domineering as Yin Luo wouldn't prepare many teleportation talismans for themselves, as that didn't suit their haughty nature. The reason experts were called experts was because they believe more in their own strength than outer objects. So true experts usually disdain relying on life-saving measures that others try to bestow to them. That was because doing so might cause them to feel dependent on outer strength, causing them to lose their courageous will. To Chosen, too many life-saving treasures was not always a good thing. As a result, Yin Luo had only had a single teleportation talisman, so Long Chen really had bet correctly. Regretfully, a man's plans cannot supersede fate's plans. In the end, he had failed with victory in sight. Long Chen, you can keep this teleportation talisman. It might save your life, said Meng Qi. Long Chen had forced Yin Luo into miserable straits. Previously, he cut off his leg, and now he cut off an arm. Yin Luo's hatred for Long Chen must have sunk into his bones by now. Since Yin Luo had fled, then once he broke through to bone forging, he would definitely come looking for Long Chen. So this teleportation talisman was the most important to Long Chen. I don't need it. One of you can keep it since you need it more than me. Long Chen shook his head and handed over the teleportation talisman. Long Chen, don't be so stubborn. Once Yin Luo breaks through, he'll definitely come to get revenge on you. So you're the one who needs the teleportation talisman the most, advised Meng Qi, sounding a bit displeased. That's right, Long Chen, you have to keep this teleportation talisman. Otherwise, we'll get angry with you, said Chu Yao, also equally dissatisfied. They had all seen how terrifying Yin Luo was. Despite being in such a superior position, they still hadn't been able to kill him. Once he broke through, who knew what level his strength would explode to? Just thinking about it gave them chills. It doesn't matter if he breaks through. If it was before today, I would definitely have to run and hide from him. He, but now I don't have to fear him, laughed Long Chen. With the killing fruit, he should at least be able to form an embryonic form of the Alioth star. With both stars' power, which was equivalent to 2 Dantians, then even if he couldn't beat him, he still wouldn't need to fear Yin Luo. Sister Fanger, of the 3 of you, you're the weakest, so you can keep this teleportation talisman. Long Chen pushed the teleportation talisman into Lu Fanger's hands. Seeing the 3 of them were about to continue arguing, Long Chen waved his hand. I have my own life-preserving measures, so you don't need to decline. Otherwise, it'll get awkward. Seeing how obstinate Long Chen was being, the 3 of them felt a bit helpless. Long Chen's character was just like that. Once he decided on something, only a few people could make him change his mind. Sister Fanger, you should just take it, advised Chu Yao. Lu Fanger shook her head. Even if Long Chen doesn't want it, I don't want it either. Junior sister, you can have it. You need it more than me. Chu Yao hastily shook her head, but Lu Fanger pressed the teleportation talisman into her hand. I'm a beast tamer, and so I don't fight in close quarters. Furthermore, I'll be with Meng Qi now. With her present, there's not very many people that can threaten me. Chu Yao still wasn't sure. She was about to hand it to Meng Qi when Meng Qi took the initiative to say, I already have one, so you should keep it. Just keep it. This can count as Big Sister's gift to you. Lu Fanger held Chu Yao's hand and laughed. Chu Yao felt extremely moved inside. A single teleportation talisman was far too expensive, but now it seemed she couldn't even give it away. She could only keep it and remember this favor in her heart. Let's go find a secluded place. I'll let you see a priceless treasure. Now that the teleportation talisman had found an owner, Long Chen smiled and brought the 3 of them away. He needed to find a place to refine the Alioth pill. Chapter 379, A Difficult Problem. Seriously? Long Chen's expression was incredibly ugly as he stared at the killing fruit in his pill furnace. At this time, the killing fruit had been turned into a paste, but he was unable to refine it into powder. Yesterday, Long Chen and the others had found a secluded cave. Long Chen had shown the killing fruit to the 3 women, causing them to let out startled cries. Long Chen's luck had to be heaven-defying. He had actually managed to find something as rare as the killing fruit. At the same time, they almost felt sorry for Yin Luo since he had lost such a priceless natural treasure. Long Chen had waited a full day before his mood gradually returned to calm from his excited state. He had finally started to refine the Alioth pill today. All the Alioth pill's other medicinal ingredients had long since been completely gathered with Elder Sun's help. They had already been turned into medicinal powders that were just waiting for the killing fruit. But when he had started to refine the killing fruit, Long Chen had become flabbergasted. The killing fruit in his pill furnace refused to have its essence extracted out. Instead of turning to powder, it melted into liquid and condensed into one entity instead of scattering. My pill flame is too weak for this. If I forcefully refine it like this, then the majority of the killing fruit's essence will be lost. That'll be a complete waste of this natural treasure. Long Chen put away his pill flame and placed the half-refined killing fruit into a jade bottle. Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fanger were outside the cave. They had found an empty region and laid down a blanket, on top of which they had placed quite a few snacks. They chatted as they ate. Long Chen didn't know what they were saying, but bell-like laughter would occasionally tinkle out. Hearing that laughter, Long Chen's depression lightened a great deal. He didn't disturb them. He just silently watched. Their smiles were like blooming flowers, their voices like birdsong. Long Chen's heart was filled with tranquility as he enjoyed this feeling. This sensation was far too rare for Long Chen, and he cherished this moment. Boom! Long Chen had just been silently watching them when an explosive sound came from within his body. A powerful aura surged out and into the heavens. I've advanced, Long Chen was delighted. Now he had advanced to the 3rd heaven stage of tendon transformation. His spiritual qi had become much stronger again, and at the same time, he noticed his tendons had become even tougher. His body brimmed with power. Long Chen, you've advanced. The three women immediately noticed the distant Long Chen, their expressions stunned. Long Chen was just leaning against the cave right now, and he hadn't made any preparations for this advancement. Such a breakthrough was far too shocking. Long Chen shot out his palm, and found that he now possessed a terrifying strength that could cause space to constantly rumble. It was as if space was unable to handle his power. Yup, Long Chen smiled slightly and walked over to them. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to sit on the grass. Hey, why aren't you coming onto the blanket? The ground's dirty, said Chu Yao. Don't worry about it. My clothes are much cleaner than the ground, laughed Long Chen. We're sitting on the blanket, but you're weirdly sitting on the ground. Hurry up and get on here, smiled Meng Qi. Cough, the main thing is that my feet stink, said Long Chen awkwardly. The three women were all bare feet. Naturally, Long Chen wouldn't feel good about stepping on the blanket with his dirty feet. That was especially true since it had been many days since he had washed his feet. Moreover, he had already fought several intense battles, and if he were to take off his shoes, then probably he himself wouldn't be able to endure the foul stench. Speaking of feet, Meng Qi and the others immediately reddened and hid their bare feet under their robes. That made Long Chen grumble inside that it was a shame. He hadn't even had a chance to get a good look. Wait, Long Chen, didn't you say you needed to refine pills? Why'd you come out so soon? Did you fail? Meng Qi hastily broke the awkward atmosphere. They had all been told by Long Chen he was supposed to be refining and would only come out after a certain amount of time. That was the only reason they were amusing themselves on the blanket. I didn't necessarily fail, but I didn't succeed either. My pill flame isn't strong enough, and so I can't refine the killing fruit's essence. I had to stop. Long Chen shook his head. Seeing that Long Chen was a bit disheartened, the three of their hearts all sunk slightly. Although Long Chen hadn't said what pill he was refining, they could tell from his previous unconcealable excitement that it had been extremely important to him. Long Chen, Meng Qi wanted to say something to comfort him, but she didn't know what to say. Long Chen laughed. I'm fine. Right now I don't have a good flame, but it'll be fine once I find one. Long Chen, sorry, I didn't know, Lu Fang'er said apologetically. Only now did she realize that the Scarlet Blaze Lion's beast flame must have been extremely important to him. But now the Scarlet Blaze Lion had already become her housepet. It was no longer just a magical beast, but a companion. She couldn't sacrifice a companion just to give Long Chen a beast flame. Sister Fang'er, you've misunderstood. The killing fruit is extremely special, and probably even the Scarlet Blaze Lion's beast flame is not necessarily strong enough to completely bring out its essence. In any case, we still have plenty of time. I can find a more suitable beast flame, said Long Chen. For Long Chen to put it like this allowed Lu Fang'er to feel much better, but she also didn't know what to do. In fact, in her despondent mood, she actually began to cry. Don't cry, Fang'er. We'll move out right now to help Long Chen find a beast flame. At the same time, you can also help me keep an eye out for some powerful housepets, consoled Meng Qi. Only then did Lu Fang'er feel a bit better. That made Long Chen feel extremely embarrassed. Seeing the three of them quickly tidying up, he could only set off with them. The Forest of Darkness is extremely vast with high mountains and dense forests. There are definitely countless powerful beasts within. We'll definitely be able to find what we need, smiled Chu Yao. Long Chen also comforted Lu Fang'er with a few sentences before summoning out Little Snow. He and Meng Qi jumped onto Little Snow's back. As for Chu Yao, she didn't say anything and merely followed Lu Fang'er onto her Scarlet Blaze Lion. But during that process, she occasionally smiled and winked at Long Chen. That action of hers caused Meng Qi to blush. Lu Fang'er and Chu Yao were purposely giving Long Chen and Meng Qi a chance to be alone together. They let the Scarlet Blaze Lion take the lead while Little Snow followed from a distance. At first, Meng Qi was clearly a bit nervous, but Long Chen purposely inquired a couple questions about soul arts, causing her to gradually relax. Long Chen, I really have to thank you for that soul-nourishing pill. At that time, my soul energy had just been on the verge of a breakthrough. Your soul-nourishing pill made my foundation even more stable. Even my master said my soul energy had reached a pinnacle. Meng Qi was still grateful about that matter. Between the two of us, we have no need to treat each other as outsiders. I'm working hard to chase after you, so how could I not put in a bit of capital? Laughed Long Chen. Meng Qi reddened even more and rebuked. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Seeing that Meng-Chi wasn't accustomed to this kind of joking, Long Chen hastily changed the subject. How does your master treat you? Hearing this question, a bit of worry appeared on Meng-Chi's face, but she instantly concealed it. My master treats me extremely well. Practically all the Wind Spirit Pavilion's resources are at my disposal. Long Chen just looked at Meng-Chi. Meng-Chi's heart quivered. Being stared at by Long Chen, she felt as if all her secrets were laid bare in front of him. Just who was Long Chen? How could he possibly not be able to see through the change in Meng-Chi's expression? Even without Lu Fanger's warning, he would still have been able to sense Meng-Chi's mental state. However, since Meng-Chi refused to say it, he had no way to force her. Gently helping brush back a few strands of her hair that had been blown astray by the wind, Long Chen said, "If you don't like the Wind Spirit Pavilion, just tell me. I'll welcome you at any time. Although I don't have much to offer you, I can offer you my everything. Although I'm not strong enough, I will use my life to protect you. I will not let you suffer any wrongs." Long Chen. Feeling Long Chen's soft actions, hearing his warm voice, Meng-Chi couldn't hold back anymore and threw herself into Long Chen's embrace, gently sobbing. Fragrance filled Long Chen's nose. However, there were no wicked intentions in his heart. He only felt endless pity for Meng-Chi. He tightly held her to his chest. When the secret realm closes, come with me to the Xuanhuan monastery. Although the Xuanhuan monastery is also not a perfect place, at the very least I have many trustworthy people there, said Long Chen. After sobbing for a while in Long Chen's embrace, Meng-Chi finally gently withdrew and nodded. Just give me a bit of time. I need to say goodbye to my master. As a person, I have to finish what I started. After all, the Wind Spirit Pavilion has been nurturing me for so long. I can't leave without saying goodbye. Long Chen nodded. Although the current cultivation world was filled with a rank heir, to just leave without saying anything was no different from betraying her sect. Long Chen didn't want Meng-Chi to have to carry the title of traitor. Seeing Long Chen nod, Meng-Chi's grief turned into happiness. Thank you. Atop Meng-Chi's cheeks, two pearl-like tears still hung like raindrops on plum blossoms, a beauty that could not be reproduced. Meng-Chi, you really are beautiful. As soon as he said it, Long Chen regretted it. He wished to give himself a slap in the face. Just how many times had he said this same line already? Couldn't he change styles? However, Meng-Chi's beauty was simply breathtaking, making it so that no one would be able to restrain their emotions. Smelling her fragrance, Long Chen felt as if his mind had stopped working. Two faint red spots appeared on Meng-Chi's face, but she didn't get the slightest bit angry. Instead, she seemed happy. I bet you frequently go seduce girls like this. A facetious expression appeared on Meng-Chi's face. No, definitely not, exclaimed Long Chen. Even if he was beaten to death, he definitely couldn't admit to such a thing. Furthermore, he wasn't lying. When he seduced women, he definitely wouldn't use such a foolish method. Seeing that nervous expression, Meng-Chi laughed. Don't be so nervous. I heard from Chu Yao that in your monastery you have a close female friend called Tang Waner. Long Chen's heart jumped. How could Chu Yao tell Meng-Chi about that? But then after he thought about it for just a moment, he was filled with gratitude towards Chu Yao. Chu Yao had told this to Meng-Chi so Meng-Chi could prepare herself. At the same time, it allowed Long Chen to probe Meng-Chi's intentions. If Meng-Chi truly was displeased, Chu Yao would have hinted at him about it. Since she hadn't hinted at him, that meant everything was moving in the right direction. Cough, Long Chen went through a coughing fit, warming his throat and giving himself time to prepare a speech. Hopefully, he could keep the damage to a minimum, and then everything would pass smoothly. But just as he was about to open his mouth, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge figure threw itself at Long Chen. Chapter 380 Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Boom, the sky darkened as a huge figure shot at them. That figure was too huge. It was like a small mountain smashing over. It was incredibly fast, and before Long Chen could react, it had opened its mouth and was in the process of biting down on them. That mouth was so large that even little snow could be swallowed by it. Careful, Long Chen pushed Meng-Chi out of the way. At the same time, he summoned his divine ring, and a star appeared in his eyes. A saber slashed at that huge mouth. Boom, a saber image dozens of meters long ruthlessly slashed onto that huge mouth. Both Long Chen and Little Snow were blown back hundreds of meters. Long Chen felt an ache in both his arms. He was appalled. He hastily turned to see just what it was that had sneak attacked them. When he saw that figure, his scalp turned numb. That was a huge bird 300 meters long. Its body was like a peacock whose long feathers were a bewitching violet color, and they shone with a metallic luster. Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Long Chen was horrified. This was a matured 5th-rank Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Its flying speed was quick as lightning. Seeing that its sneak attack had failed, the Violet Phoenix Sparrow suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a blaze of violet flame, instantly encompassing a region of several miles. Long Chen and Little Snow had no chance to react. They were instantly engulfed by those violet flames. The distant Meng Qi turned pale with fright. Long Chen. Meng Qi had just been about to rush in when the flames disappeared, revealing Long Chen, who was covered in blue flames. However, Little Snow had disappeared. "Damn bird, you must want to die." Killing intent erupted from Long Chen. A 5th-rank magical beast's attack was too powerful. If Long Chen hadn't placed Little Snow into his spiritual space in time, then that flame would have very likely killed him. But even so, Little Snow had been charred all over. His fur had turned black, and his injuries were very heavy. Long Chen roared, and a huge saber image appeared out of Devil Decapitator, viciously slashing onto the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. Its huge wings shook, and one of them was like a huge cloud that smashed into Long Chen's saber image. With another intense explosion, the ground cracked. Long Chen was blown back by a powerful force. As for the Violet Phoenix Sparrow, it only lost a few feathers from blocking Long Chen's saber. It hadn't suffered any injury. "Long Chen, we can't fight it head-on. That's a 5th-rank magical beast. We can't beat it." Seeing Long Chen be forced back but still valiantly charge at it again, Meng Qi couldn't help worrying. Long Chen also knew that the most logical action would be to flee far, far away. But Little Snow had been heavily injured by its flames, causing Long Chen to feel immense distress. His fury overwhelmed his logic, and he had to kill this damn feathered brute. Long Chen crazily brandished Devil Decapitator at the Violet Phoenix Sparrow, infuriating it. Its huge feathers shook the heavens, and it crazily attacked Long Chen. While Long Chen was fighting with the Violet Phoenix Sparrow, Chu Yao and Lu Feng'er returned. Seeing Long Chen's scarlet eyes as he crazily fought, they couldn't help panicking. "Sister, what should we do?" asked Chu Yao to Meng Qi. Meng Qi was also frantic. A 5th-rank magical beast was something that surpassed their limits. There was no way they could defeat one. But Long Chen's fury had already erupted out of his control, and he wouldn't listen to anyone's advice. He was risking his life to attack this 5th-rank magical beast. "We have to help. Chu Yao, you help Long Chen, and Fang'er and I will use spiritual strength to disturb it. We'll see whether or not we'll have a chance of killing it." Since the situation had reached this point, they could only risk it. Chu Yao nodded and began rushing over to Long Chen. As for Lu Fang'er, she put away her scarlet blaze lion. In the face of a powerful 5th-rank magical beast, it was unable to help at all. In fact, it might even be instantly killed. 10,000 wood thicket. Chu Yao began to form hand seals, and her wood energy quickly circulated. The ground split apart and thousands of wooden stakes grew out, looking like flexible tentacles, instantly binding the Violet Phoenix Sparrow's 2 claws. Burning Soul Fury Arrow. Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er both formed hand seals, and 2 translucent spiritual arrows shot out at the Violet Phoenix Sparrow, instantly reaching its head. These spiritual arrows were immaterial attacks specialized in attacking the soul. Being hit by those 2 spiritual arrows, the Violet Phoenix Sparrow let out a mournful cry. Obviously, this kind of attack was too difficult to resist for a magical beast. That was especially true for Meng Qi's spiritual arrow, which had to be over 10 times stronger than Lu Feng'er's. Long Chen now. Chu Yao's wooden stakes were tightly binding the Violet Phoenix Sparrow's claws. Now that it had also just received those spiritual arrows, this was the best moment to launch his strongest attack. Split the heavens. An icy shout rang out, a shout that seemed to come from above the 9 heavens. A saber image slashed down like a huge divine blade, landing heavily onto the Violet Phoenix Sparrow's huge head. Boom! The Violet Phoenix Sparrow smashed into the ground, and a terrifying wave of qi directly blew back all 3 women. A huge crater dozens of miles wide appeared in the ground. At the bottom of that crater was the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. It struggled up and stood. That caused Long Chen's body to be covered in icy sweat. A trickle of blood was flowing on the Violet Phoenix Sparrow's head, but it clearly wasn't a fatal injury. That was Long Chen's absolute, strongest attack. Even Yin Luo had to go all out to survive this attack. However, it was only able to leave something that could barely even count as an injury on the Violet Phoenix Sparrow. That caused Long Chen to immediately become much more cool-headed. "You 3 withdraw first. I'll follow from behind. Seeing that the violet phoenix sparrow had once more opened its mouth and pointed it at him, Long Chen hastily shouted out before fleeing in the opposite direction of Meng Qi and the others. A violet flame instantly engulfed the fleeing Long Chen. That terrifying heat scorched the ground and melted all the rock. The now coke-like ground began to split apart. When the violet flames finally scattered, it revealed Long Chen once more covered in his blue flame. He had only fled in the opposite direction, so that this attack wouldn't reach Meng Qi and the others. But now seeing that the three of them hadn't left and were still worriedly watching, Long Chen shouted, "We can't beat this magical beast, so hurry up and run. I'll draw it away first, but I'll quickly join you later." But it's a flying magical beast. Meng Qi was pale with fright. If it was a land-based magical beast, then it might be easy to throw off. But trying to draw away a flying magical beast was suicide. "Don't worry, I'm confident." Long Chen made a gesture to be at ease and then rushed into the distance. As expected, the violet phoenix sparrow immediately chased the brat who had injured him. It flew straight at Long Chen, a huge claw smashing down. Long Chen didn't even look back as he fled. He swung out Devil Decapitator, smashing it onto that huge claw. An immense force transmitted through that, and Long Chen began to fly through the air. Borrowing the violet phoenix sparrow's force, Long Chen was like an arrow that had left the bow, instantly rushing into the distance. The violet phoenix sparrow let out a long cry and its wings spread. It traveled dozens of miles in a flash, and it caught up to Long Chen in just a breath's time. Flying magical beasts were just too fast. Long Chen's spiritual strength circulated, and a golden page turned into a golden light that slashed into the violet phoenix sparrow's head. The golden page cleanly cut through its scalp and piercing into its skull. Seeing this attack was effective, Long Chen was delighted. The golden page's sharpness was able to cut gold and slice jade. It was enough to cut apart the violet phoenix sparrow's head. But then his expression quickly changed. He was appalled to realize that once the golden page entered the violet phoenix sparrow's skull, his connection to it grew extremely faint. He panicked and hastily used his spiritual strength to pull it out. But at this time, he realized that the flesh around the page was like a barrier isolating his spiritual strength. Now the page was stuck in its thick skull, and he was unable to extract it. Boom! The violet phoenix sparrow once more spat out its fierce violet flame, and Long Chen once more summoned his pill flame to protect him. But even so, he still felt a scorched feeling. Quite a few blisters had started to rise from his skin, causing Long Chen to grimace in pain. The fact that he hadn't managed to kill the violet phoenix sparrow, and instead had caused the golden page to become stuck in its head, infuriated Long Chen so much that he repeatedly swore. He hadn't gotten Little Snow his revenge, and instead ended up losing a trump card. Furthermore, this violet phoenix sparrow had become completely enraged by Long Chen. It seemed as if it wouldn't rest until Long Chen was completely exterminated. Most importantly, no matter how Long Chen tried to increase his speed, the violet phoenix sparrow's wings would just quiver slightly, and it would easily catch up. Wanting to shake it off was just fantasy. "I can only use it." Long Chen clenched his teeth and held his breath. He waited for an opportunity, and when the violet phoenix sparrow's chest puffed slightly, he raised his hand and chucked out an egg-sized ball at mouth. Once that thing appeared, the air was filled with a disgusting stench. Furthermore, the violet phoenix sparrow had just opened its mouth in preparation of spitting out its flames again. But before it could, that small ball exploded inside its mouth. A light green liquid splashed inside its mouth, and incomparable stink instantly exploded. Boom! The violet phoenix sparrow crashed onto the ground, crazily struggling. A huge crater was blown into the ground by it. It was constantly vomiting, and the stench in the air grew even worse. At this time, the violet phoenix sparrow no longer even cared about Long Chen, and so he took that chance to flee. When Long Chen finally found Meng Qi and the others, he was burnt black in many places and appeared extremely miserable. However, seeing that he was alive allowed the three of them to relax. Long Chen summoned Little Snow out of his spiritual space. All his snow-white fur had burnt to ashes, and even his skin looked like charcoal now. Blood slowly trickled out of some places, and his injuries were extremely wretched. "Fuck, we definitely have to get revenge for this." Long Chen ground his teeth. Seeing Little Snow's miserable condition caused his heart to clench. Chu Yao hastily circulated her spiritual qi to help heal Little Snow. With Chu Yao present, Little Snow's injuries weren't anything major. They just looked frightening. In just 2 hours, Little Snow's injuries were healed. However, his snow-white fur would still need some time to grow out again. "Let's go, Little Snow. We need to find its nest." Long Chen told Little Snow to use his nose to find the violet phoenix sparrow's nest. Now it wasn't so simple as just getting revenge for Little Snow. He had to also get back that golden page. He still didn't know what important information was written on it. 3 days later, Little Snow brought the four of them to the foot of a mountain. They could see a huge bird nest 100 miles away. "Excellent, it'll be easy now that we've found the nest. All of you wait for me here. I'll go bring some reinforcements to eliminate this feathered brute." Long Chen told the three women to look after Little Snow, and then began rushing into the distance alone. Chapter 381 Reinforcements Arrive. 10 days later, by following his map, Long Chen found the lake he had used to flee for his life. He smiled when he saw that huge figure that was still unwaveringly staring at the lake from the shore. Although the barbaric wind beast was a 5th-rank magical beast, both it and the violet phoenix sparrow clearly did not possess high intelligence. It had already been so many days, but it was still just foolishly guarding here. Long Chen took out a wind spirit stone and sent it flying over at it. Wind spirit stones did not possess much weight, but there was a large amount of wind energy within them. With just a slight amount of force, they could fly out extremely far. The barbaric wind beast had been motionlessly staring at the lake, but it was extremely sensitive towards wind energy. Even that slight fluctuation of the wind spirit stone was instantly sensed by it. At this time, Long Chen was standing on top of a high mountain on the other side of the lake. His position was extremely obvious, so the barbaric wind beast instantly saw him. Without the slightest hesitation, the barbaric wind beast's 6 legs sprang into action, and it ran across the water to charge at Long Chen. It was incredibly fast, similar to a berserk gust of wind. Its huge body was actually capable of coasting over the water to reach him. "Excellent, your wounds have already healed. I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight." Long Chen turned and fled, pushing his speed to his peak, appearing like a phantom flitting across the land. His control over the netherworld ghost steps continued to improve as he advanced, but no matter how fast he was, it would be nonsense to try and escape from the violet phoenix sparrow. However, his shocking speed was very effective against the barbaric wind beast. Previously, the barbaric wind beast had been able to catch up to him despite him running at full speed. But now, he was just as fast as the barbaric wind beast, and if he summoned his divine ring, his speed would increase slightly again. However, Long Chen wasn't doing this to throw it off, but to lure it over. Just like that, he maintained a steady distance from the barbaric wind beast as he rushed forward. With the barbaric wind beast's powerful pressure, all other magical beasts were scared witless. Long Chen didn't have any misgivings and focused completely on running. Previously, on his way here, he had wasted 10 days due to how carefully he had had to travel. But now, with the barbaric wind beast's pressure, he didn't need to worry about anything like sneak attacks from poisonous insects. In just 3 days, he was able to see his original location. In a concealed mountain valley 100 miles from the violet phoenix sparrow's nest, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Feng'er were all nervously waiting. It had been over 10 days since Long Chen had left, and he hadn't told them just who he was finding for help. He had only said for them to wait for him and help him look after Little Snow. After this time, Little Snow had already recovered with Chu Yao's nursing. A short layer of white fur had grown back, and he no longer appeared so odd. "Who do you think Long Chen is asking for help?" asked Meng Qi. According to Meng Qi's understanding, it seemed Long Chen didn't have such powerful friends. She really was unable to figure out just what reinforcements he was planning on bringing back. Chu Yao shook her head. "He's already so powerful, so if he wants to find helpers, they definitely can't be much weaker than him. I really can't think of who he's looking for." Experts on the same level as Long Chen had to have reached Han Tianyu and Yin Luo's level. Han Tianyu didn't have any friendship with Long Chen. In fact, he had constantly been targeting him. As for Yin Luo, there was no need to even consider that. To cut off someone's arm and then ask for help from that person, no one would do something so absurd. "Wait, did Long Chen say he was friends with Mo Nian?" "He definitely went to get Mo Nian," said Lu Feng'er. "That's right, how'd I forget that? Mo Nian is also a peak expert. He once fought with Long Chen against Yin Luo. If Long Chen asked him to, then he would definitely come help," exclaimed Chu Yao. There was no need to doubt Mo Nian's strength. Rumors had already spread that he had fought a shocking battle with Han Tianyu that had resulted in a draw. If Long Chen had gone to find him, then with the two of them working together, plus the three of them helping, there might be a slight chance of them being able to kill the violet phoenix sparrow. Overall, Long Chen's qualities are good, but he's just too obstinate. He refuses to suffer the slightest loss. He even dares fight a fifth-rank magical beast, sighed Lu Fanger. Woo-woo, Little Snow let out a soft cry. Meng Qi smiled slightly. Little Snow says that Long Chen is fine with himself suffering loss, but he absolutely refuses to allow the people beside him to suffer loss. With Meng Qi's powerful spiritual strength, even though she wasn't mentally connected to Little Snow, she was still capable of reading his spiritual fluctuations. Long Chen is always like that. No matter how much grievance he suffers, he just brushes it off with a smile. He never complains about it to anyone. When he was in his early youth, he was completely alone. He suffered without having anyone to rely on. In the end, he managed to get through that period of bullying and humiliation. But he never once complained about it. He treats every single person beside him very well. Being protected by him is a very great blessing, said Chu Yao. Meng Qi smiled. Sister Chu Yao really is kind-hearted. Are you telling me in a roundabout manner not to get jealous because of Long Chen? Seeing her intentions had been seen through so easily, Chu Yao reddened slightly. She had been thinking of laying a foundation for Tang Wan'er in hopes that Meng Qi would be able to accept her. That way Long Chen wouldn't have to go through an awkward situation in the future. She hadn't expected Meng Qi would understand what she was doing in the first moment. She couldn't help smiling with embarrassment. Wan'er is a good girl. When you two see her, you'll understand. Meng Qi smiled. Sister Chu Yao, you're overthinking. In the cultivation world, strength is respected, which peak expert doesn't have a group of beauties surrounding him. Furthermore, all of us have stepped onto the path of cultivation, a path with no retreat. Our top priority is cultivation, not romance and making babies. That would just cause us to neglect our cultivation. This is what it means by a dragon does not share a cave with snakes, and a phoenix does not fly with ordinary birds. Just as long as everyone deeply remembers their love in their hearts, it's enough. I understand, said Chu Yao sincerely. Chu Yao's origin was a princess of the secular world, but Meng Qi had entered the cultivation world at a young age. Chu Yao had been taking the view of the secular world in terms of romance. As for Meng Qi, she was viewing things from the cultivation world's viewpoint. Amongst cultivators, there was no such struggle between wives and concubines. Top experts naturally had countless people who revered and worshipped them, so feelings like adoration were far too common. Furthermore, the cruelest law of the cultivation world was that only the strong could have respect. Everyone cultivated with their lives on the line, so who would be so bored as to get jealous over such things? No matter how deep the feelings between two people were, once their cultivation bases were too far apart, it would be very difficult for them to be able to walk through life together. In the cultivation world, the companions of experts all needed their own corresponding strength and talent. Xiao Hua's relationship with Long Chen was a good example. There was no need to doubt her feelings for Long Chen. Her feelings were pure and clear like flawless white jade. But Long Chen was unable to accept her love because the two of them were simply not on the same level. If the two of them tried to stay together, then there were only two possible conclusions. One was that Long Chen would have truly entered the cultivation world while silently protecting Xiao Hua. Once 100 years passed, Long Chen's cultivation base would have grown ever higher, while Xiao Hua, even with the help of medicinal pills, would have been unable to endure, in the end becoming buried beneath the yellow ground. The other possible ending was that Long Chen, who would have to go through countless battles in the cultivation world, would eventually end up gaining enemies that would target her. Because of Long Chen, Xiao Hua would end up dying tragically. Neither of these results were acceptable to Long Chen, and so it foreordained that Long Chen and Xiao Hua's relationship could not last. Even if she also stepped into the cultivation world, different cultivation realms had different longevities. Their talents were too different, so the result would not change. That was why Meng Qi was giving Chu Yao a warning not to end up getting lost in such emotions. If she wanted a long-lasting love, she needed her own powerful strength. Otherwise, if a flock of geese was flying high in the air together and one ended up falling, that would be painful for all of them. Chu Yao was exceptionally smart, so she was naturally able to pick up what Meng Qi was truly saying. She was extremely grateful to her, and at the same time her view stretched further into the distance. Thank you, Sister Meng Qi. Sisters don't need to say such courteous words to each other. That would make it seem like we aren't close, smiled Meng Qi. Yes, Chu Yao obediently nodded with a sweet smile. I feel like you two are getting way too close now. It seems like I, the little extra, am falling behind. Seeing them intimately holding each other's hands, Lu Fang'er was a bit jealous. What extra? Stop talking nonsense, scolded Meng Qi. Lu Fang'er grumbled, but I can clearly tell that Long Chen doesn't really like me. The way he looks at me is clearly different from the way he looks at you two. What's different about it? I didn't see anything, asked Chu Yao. How should I describe that gaze? Lu Fang'er stroked her chin. She looked up at the sky, wondering just what kind of expression should be used to describe it. She suddenly clapped her hands excitedly. That's right, it's the kind of look that says he wants to push you down and extend his ancestral line. You damn girl, how can you say such coarse things? Watch how I sort you out. Meng Qi reddened and scolded her. She reached out and began to tickle Lu Fang'er. Chu Yao also joined the side of justice to help. The three women messed around for a while, and their bell-like laughter occasionally rang out. They were extremely far from the violet phoenix sparrow's nest and well concealed, so they didn't need to be afraid of being noticed. The three of them gradually returned to calm. Seeing that Long Chen still hadn't returned after so long, they couldn't help being worried. This was the forest of darkness, and danger was everywhere. No matter how powerful someone was, there was no guarantee of safety. What sound is that? The three of them suddenly felt the ground trembling. That trembling grew more and more intense, and a rumbling sound began to ring out. A terrifying aura was quickly approaching. The reinforcements are here. Carry out the plan. A familiar voice rang out, delighting the three women. It's Long Chen. The three of them hastily jumped to the top of a large tree to look into the distance, wanting to see just what reinforcements Long Chen had brought. But when they saw that huge monster behind Long Chen, their hands covered their mouths as they were filled with shock. Barbaric, wind, beast. The image of something that only existed within ancient texts surfaced in their minds. The ground was constantly trembling from the barbaric wind beast's mountain-sized body. It felt like an earthquake that could be sensed for hundreds of miles. Suddenly, a loud bird cry rang out. The violet phoenix sparrow's immense body soared out of its nest, emitting its own powerful pressure as a warning to this intruder. However, the barbaric wind beast ignored the violet phoenix sparrow. It opened its mouth and shot out a huge wind blade at Long Chen. Yes. As soon as Long Chen had seen the violet phoenix sparrow appear, he had set off in a direct line towards it. Now that the barbaric wind beast had let out its attack, he hastily dodged to the side, throwing himself to the bottom of a deep well. Chapter 382, Violet Phoenix Sparrow Eggs. That well was something Long Chen had had Chu Yao excavate for him before leaving. It was very narrow and had a depth of 300 meters. Furthermore, at the bottom of the well was a small tunnel that allowed him to instantly rush 10 miles away to the small mountain valley, where the three of them were waiting for him. Excavating such a tunnel was as easy as lifting a hand for Chu Yao, who possessed her wood energy. Once Long Chen entered the well, he saw that it was lined with wood, appearing like a sleek wooden casket. Long Chen couldn't help praising Chu Yao's attention to detail. She had even made his escape tunnel so luxurious. He slid down the wooden channel and found the tunnel at the bottom was also lined with wood. It was just tall enough that Long Chen didn't need to bend down to rush forward. He began to rush away as soon as he reached the bottom, but just at that moment, the passageway behind him began to collapse. He quickly increased his speed. Light appeared in front of him. He rushed out of the tunnel, seeing the three women looking at him with concern. It's all fixed. I brought along a powerful helper. Long Chen could feel the ground trembling intensely, so he knew the two fifth-rank magical beasts were already fighting each other. The stronger the magical beast, the more territorial they would be. They definitely wouldn't allow any competitors to step into their territory. That was because the place's powerful magical beasts staked out as their own normally had precious treasures present. If outsiders came, that would make them assume they had come to steal their treasures, and so they would fight with their lives on the line. Previously, that barbaric wind beast had let out an attack that Long Chen had instantly dodged. That attack had ended up flying towards the violet phoenix sparrow. Although these two fifth-rank magical beasts were powerful, their intelligence wasn't high. That was especially true of the barbaric wind beast that had decided to take the initiative to attack. The violet phoenix sparrow had naturally counterattacked. Magical beasts all possess tyrannical natures, and so even if Long Chen hadn't pulled the strings for that first attack, these two magical beasts would have most likely started a battle to the death just from encountering each other. How did you do this, Long Chen? Meng Qi was shocked, and neither Chu Yao nor Lu Fang'er understood what was going on. This barbaric wind beast is a good brother. All I needed was a single sentence to get it to help, bragged Long Chen. As if anyone would believe you. This barbaric wind beast was clearly chasing you like hunting a rabbit. From its posture, it seems like it wishes to viciously swallow you in a single gulp. Chu Yao couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing. Long Chen laughed and told them about what he had run into in the misty mountain valleys. Long Chen, you really are crazy. You actually went with such a method, Meng Qi couldn't help exclaiming with shock. Everyone knew that magical beasts were tyrannical and territorial. As soon as a magical beast of the same rank intruded on them, they would start a life and death battle. But to do what Long Chen had done required a heaven-defying courage. Most people didn't even want to think of doing such a crazy thing as what Long Chen had done. Just as they were talking, a scorching chi wave shot out along with a berserk gale. Chu Yao hastily waved her hand, and countless wooden stakes formed a shield around them. After a breath's time, the gale wind disappeared, and she withdrew her wooden shield. They saw that the originally green land and trees had all been turned into black ash. What a terrifying attack range, spat out Lu Fang'er with shock. This place was over 30 miles from the place those magical beasts were fighting, and yet they were still being hit by waves. Fifth-rank magical beasts were truly too frightening. That violet phoenix sparrow is a fire attribute magical beast, while the barbaric wind beast is a wind attribute magical beast. It's normal for their attack range to grow explosively when their attacks collide. That's right, Meng Qi. If a fifth-rank magical beast is heavily injured and cannot resist, can you make it into your house pit? Long Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. If these two magical beasts were to take heavy injuries and lose their combat ability, and Meng Qi was able to take them as housepits, then her power would practically be heaven-defying. She would be able to sweep through the entire GLI secret realm like that. Yin Luo, Han Tianyu, wouldn't they be killed with the wave of a hand? Meng Qi sighed. How could that be possible? Once a magical beast reaches the fifth rank, their soul will go through a complete transformation. You've also seen that my previous spiritual attack wasn't very effective against the violet phoenix sparrow. That's because their own spiritual strength has a definite resistance towards my spiritual attacks. With my current soul energy, it's absolutely impossible to subdue a fifth-rank magical beast. Unless I first break through to the bone-forging realm and my spiritual strength also transforms, there's no hope at all. Ah, is that so? Then that really is a pity, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen, your way of thinking really is different from ordinary people. Meng Qi was somewhat speechless. He wanted someone at Tendon Transformation to enslave a fifth-rank magical beast. Perhaps only Long Chen would think of something so crazy. Just looking at Long Chen's disappointed expression, they knew he was serious. He didn't dare just think of something so crazy. He even dared do such crazy things. Just drawing over a terrifying barbaric wind beast to fight with the violet phoenix sparrow was something only he would dare do. The more they fight, the more distant they get. I'd guess that the violet phoenix sparrow is afraid of aftershocks affecting its nest. Why don't we go over and take a look to see if there are any treasures in its nest? Long Chen laughed mischievously. The territory's fifth-rank magical beasts chose for themselves were never ordinary places. There really were likely treasures. The four of them made a large detour around the fighting magical beast's lines of sight. They slowly reached the violet phoenix sparrow's nest. Its nest was at the peak of a high mountain, a location that would let it overlook any direction. The four of them spent over 2 hours just climbing up the back of the mountain. The four of them carefully stuck their heads out. They saw that the violet phoenix sparrow and the barbaric wind beast were still constantly fighting. The mountains around them had already been raised to a flat land. Wind blades and flame intertwined, appearing incredibly imposing. They were relieved to see that the violet phoenix sparrow didn't have the time to care about them. Only then did they sneak into its huge nest. This nest was incomparably massive. It had to be over a mile in diameter. It was made of a tough and flexible wood. Crawling in, they all jumped in fright when they saw the situation inside the nest. Violet phoenix sparrow eggs. There were a total of 4 large eggs. That was equivalent to 4 chick violet phoenix sparrows, which was equivalent to 4 powerful housepits. We've definitely struck gold now. Hurry up and collect these eggs, exclaimed Long Chen. This was the first time Meng Qi acted without any decorum at all. She rushed over and gently touched one of those huge eggs that were over 3 meters tall. There are a total of 4 violet phoenix sparrow eggs, which is perfect since it's one for each of us. Oh, the chicks inside are about to hatch. Meng-Chi was pleasantly surprised as she sensed the immense life energy from the egg. These violet phoenix sparrow hatchlings would soon be appearing in the world. Then that really is perfect. Those hatchlings will be in a confused state and easy to connect to. We should quickly make them our housebits. Lu Fang'er extended her hand and spiritual strength slowly poured into one of the huge eggs. These chicks had yet to even hatch. They were still in an extremely disoriented state. Obtaining them as housebits at this time, they wouldn't even need to place slave imprints. They could easily build up trust between the two. Although magical beasts were tyrannical and bloodthirsty, they would not betray those that were acknowledged as their companions. The slave imprint made a magical beast unable to resist, but it also affected their growth. Slave imprints were mostly used on matured magical beasts. The worst thing about slave imprints was that by using spiritual strength to suppress the magical beast, if that restriction ever loosened for any reason, the magical beast would immediately retaliate. But as for now, these violet phoenix sparrows had yet to even hatch. Forming a spiritual connection at this time was easy and was the most ideal moment to subdue them. In less than a breath's time, Meng-Chi had already formed a kind of trust with the little fellow in her egg. She directly sent that egg into her spiritual space. Sister Chu Yao, let me teach you. It's extremely easy. Seeing that Chu Yao didn't know what to do, Meng-Chi quickly taught Chu Yao a spiritual mnemonic that truly was extremely simple. Just after hearing it once, Chu Yao comprehended it. She began to circulate her soul energy to connect with the life inside that egg. Although she was wood cultivator, Chu Yao's spiritual strength was also extremely powerful. Furthermore, establishing a spiritual space was so easy that she had actually already done so. At the beginning, she had only created it for fun and hadn't been thinking of subduing any housebits. After all, she focused on wood cultivation. But seeing this violet phoenix sparrow egg in front of her, her heart was finally moved. Who wouldn't want a divine mount like a violet phoenix sparrow? Long Chen, why aren't you connecting to it? Long Chen hadn't collected his egg and was just looking around for something. Meng-Chi, you can take mine, smiled Long Chen. Why, this is a powerful violet phoenix sparrow with its own powerful strength. Meng-Chi naturally was confused. I have little snow and that's enough for me. I don't need other housebits. But little snow, Meng-Chi hesitated. I know, but the only housebit I want is little snow and nothing else can replace him. Even if little snow won't be able to help me in the future, I will still want him to always accompany me, said Long Chen extremely firmly. Woo-woo. Within Long Chen's spiritual space, little Snow let out a couple low whimpers. Closing his eyes, tears slowly flowed out. Long Chen, Meng-Chi's heart shook slightly. It's fine. I am a martial artist and I should trust in my own strength the most. If I grow dependent on assistance, it will affect my Dao heart. You can collect it yourself. Don't wait too long or it'll hatch, urged Long Chen. Meng-Chi nodded, a strange feeling appearing in her heart. Her eyes were filled with a tender sentiment, and she no longer tarried, connecting to the other egg. Other than these 4 eggs, Long Chen also saw the destroyed shells of another egg. The rumors were true. Violet phoenix sparrows gave birth to 5 eggs, and afterwards they would immediately eat one to replenish their energy. Then while incubating them, it would continue consuming eggs to replenish its energy stores. In the end, only one chick would be born. Fortunately, they had arrived before the violet phoenix sparrow had consumed another egg. An hour later, Chu Yao was the last one to send her egg into her spiritual space. Looking at where the 2 terrifying magical beasts were fighting, Long Chen sighed. In a bit, perhaps there really will be a huge battle. Chapter 383 Guests Should Eat First. Meng-Chi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fang'er were a bit startled, and following Long Chen's gaze, they saw there were quite a few hidden figures watching the magical beasts fight. A fight between 2 5th-rank magical beasts caused far too great of a disturbance. Just the pressure coming from them caused all the various magical beasts in the vicinity to flee. As the 2 magical beasts fought, more and more experts were drawn over by the disturbance. Obviously, they had all noticed these 2 magical beasts were fighting a battle to the death. In the end, they would definitely both be heavily injured, which would be a perfect moment for them to take advantage. Now it's troublesome. Long Chen, if you want the violet phoenix sparrows needed, you'll have to beat out quite a few competitors, said Chu Yao worriedly. The violet phoenix sparrows needed is a must-have for me. If they want to fight over it, then we'll fight, said Long Chen. The violet phoenix sparrow's violet flame was ranked third on the beast flame rankings. Its power was something Long Chen had personally experienced. Even when he pushed his flame salamander's blue flame to its peak, he was unable to completely block that violet flame. Furthermore, that had been a wide area attack. If this violet phoenix sparrow had concentrated all its flame energy to attack him, Long Chen would have instantly died. His current pill flame was far too lacking when compared to its violet flame. After all, one was ranked third, while the other was ranked 97th, third from last. The two were not comparable. If Long Chen refined the violet phoenix sparrow's needin, his flame energy would immediately leap to a terrifying level. Refining the killing fruit would be no problem at all. That was why its needin was a must-have for Long Chen. It didn't matter who fought over it with him. Furthermore, all of this had been set up by Long Chen. He definitely couldn't let others pluck his hard-earned fruit. There was also that golden page that was still stuck in the violet phoenix sparrow's skull. If someone else really managed to snatch the violet phoenix sparrow away, then Long Chen might actually cry. Don't worry with your strength, then adding on us. Obtaining that violet phoenix sparrow should be no problem, consoled Mengqi. We can't just get the violet phoenix sparrow. I also want the barbaric wind beast. I need its needin for Little Snow. Once Little Snow obtains its needin, his cultivation base will explosively grow, said Long Chen. Then wouldn't we become everyone's target, said Chu Yao. Cultivation is a path of no retreat. If you want to get stronger, then you have to stand where the wind and waves are the fiercest. In the cultivation world, we only talk power, not reason. And even if we were talking about reason, we're also on the right side since it's because of us that these magical beasts are fighting. So you don't need to have any misgivings when the time comes. But you also can't foolishly waste your time trying to talk reason with these competitors. That's just preaching to deaf ears. These troublemakers have been annoying me for a long time now, so this time I'll reverse the tables on them, warned Long Chen. The three women nodded. Long Chen was entirely correct. The cultivation world was just that cruel. The weak had no power at all. Whether it was the righteous path or the corrupt path, it was always strength that was respected. Fighting to the death for treasures was common. The weak could only do everything they could to get stronger in order to get their own justice. Who are you? Hand over all your treasures. Just as Long Chen had been stealthily watching the fight through cracks in the nest, a shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Turning back, he saw a chosen leading 6 powerful favored, all of them staring at them greedily. After just glancing at them, he didn't bother with them anymore. He merely said one icy line before continuing to watch the magical beasts fight. Either fuck off or die, your choice. These 7 people were wearing robes from the righteous path, and their auras were extremely powerful. Seeing that these 4 strangers only had average cultivation bases, especially Long Chen, who was only at the 3rd heaven stage of tendon transformation, they had immediately thought to kill them for their treasures. They had noticed this nest as soon as they had been drawn over by this disturbance. They had immediately rushed over, but there were no treasures inside anymore. Then they noticed there were people who had come first, startling and infuriating them. They were entirely prepared to kill them to get their spoils. But now the person with the weakest cultivation base spouted such arrogant words. One of them angrily roared and brandished his sword. Chilling sword chi cut open the space and slashed at Long Chen. Stupid. Lu Fang'er icily snorted, and extending her hand, a spiritual arrow shot out. That person didn't even react before he was struck. He collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his aura gone. Spiritual attack, you're a beast tamer. A favored had been one-shotted by Lu Fang'er. The remaining 6 were all frightened and retreated back a couple steps, looking at Lu Fang'er in horror. Spiritual attacks targeted a person's soul, and without your own powerful spiritual defenses or perhaps soul items to protect yourself, you would be instantly slaughtered. Their souls were not nearly as powerful as the violet phoenix sparrow that had managed to resist her spiritual attacks, and so Lu Fang'er's spiritual arrow instantly caused that person's soul to crumble and scatter. With a wave of a hand, Lu Fang'er had killed a favored. Without even glancing at the rest of them, she turned to look at the fighting magical beasts. Those people's expressions all turned ugly. This was a clear disregard for them, treating them as nothing more than air. But they also didn't dare have any more thoughts of killing them for their treasures. It seemed these 4 had the qualifications to ignore them. The favored all looked towards their chosen. That chosen was also trapped in an impossible position, but in the end, he decided to withdraw. Once they retreated, there were also several more waves of people. Quite a few of them were like the first group and attacked them for their treasures. As a result, several more corpses appeared within the nest. Those people were all one-shotted by Lu Feng'er. Each one of her spiritual attacks killed their target without the slightest resistance. Unless a person possessed powerful spiritual strength or a treasure specifically used to block spiritual attacks, they would all be eliminated without a doubt. Now Long Chen truly understood why beast tamers had such grand statuses within the cultivation world. Other than to other soul cultivators, this kind of attack was practically unblockable. Furthermore, soul cultivators were extremely rare. And amongst soul cultivators, only a small portion with exceptionally powerful spiritual strength had the qualifications to become beast tamers. That was because beast tamers had to spend the majority of their spiritual strength on commanding their magical beasts, but still had enough spiritual strength to use soul arts. That was their strongest point. With powerful magical beasts guarding them, as well as practically supernatural spiritual attacks, any person would feel a headache when running into a beast tamer. Even with soul items to protect themselves, soul items all needed energy. Each time they blocked a spiritual attack, it would consume a portion of their energy. Once all the soul energy in the soul item was gone, you would simply be slaughtered. Previously, when Lu Feng'er had run into danger, that had just been because she had been unlucky. The person she had run into possessed his own powerful strength and had possessed a soul item to protect himself. That was why she had been temporarily helpless to do anything to him. Furthermore, at that time, her housebits weren't extremely powerful. If Lu Feng'er had possessed the Scarlet Blaze Lion at that time, she would have easily suppressed him to death. More and more people are arriving, and there are many experts amongst them. It seems quite a few people are part of one faction, said Chu Yao worriedly. There were many more spectators hiding around, and Chu Yao had noticed there was an especially large group hiding together. Nothing to worry about. In the end, it will still depend on strength. A bloody battle will start soon, so you three should support me from the back in a bit, said Long Chen after some hesitation. The three of them were women, and he didn't want them to be placed in danger. Furthermore, this fierce battle would cause a rain of blood, and that didn't suit these three flower-like beauties. No, I already said I will protect you and stand by your side. Even if you become a murderous, mad devil, I will become dyed in blood with you. Chu Yao shook her head extremely resolutely. Long Chen, don't try looking after us like that. Cultivation is inherently a path of no retreat. Once you step on it, you can't look back. Since we've chosen to cultivate, then we have to face the cruel competition. Being soft-hearted will only provoke major trouble, said Meng Qi, also extremely seriously. Then I won't argue. Let's just keep a watch over the situation before making a battle plan. This is our group's first cooperation, so we'll definitely have to win a perfect victory. Long Chen clenched his fist, appearing full of vigor. With these three beauties supporting him, Long Chen felt full of energy and confidence. The three women looked at each other and smiled. They realized that at some unknown time, they had begun to feel the excitement. To fight together with Long Chen was definitely something worth looking forward to. At this time, the fight between the two magical beasts had reached a climax. They were crazily tearing and grappling with each other. Flames soared and wind blades danced. The two magical beasts are starting to go all out. Long Chen noticed that their attacks were growing stronger and stronger. They had finally begun to draw out the energy within their needles. These two magical beasts were different from ordinary magical beasts. Most of their essence was located within their needles. Before a critical moment, they wouldn't use that core energy. The violet phoenix sparrow suddenly let out a sharp cry and spat out a violet ball of flames. That terrifyingly high temperature roasted the sky. This was the first time Long Chen was seeing the violet phoenix sparrow use one of its unique attacks. That violet flame ball was compressed to the peak, and the flame inside suddenly turned practically liquid. If Long Chen was struck by this attack, he would be instantly killed. As for the barbaric wind beast, it sensed the danger and opened its mouth. A sphere of wind blades rapidly formed, and an ear-piercing sound rang out, a sound that caused everyone present to be filled with intense pain. That was a sound that came from wind blades cutting through the space. Just the sound was something these people were unable to endure. The barbaric wind beast had finally brought out its own unique skill. Boom! When the wind blades and flame ball collided, they mixed and then exploded. Wind and flame shot out in every direction, instantly devouring everything within 100 miles. No! Some people were unlucky. In order to find a good vantage point, they had gotten too close and were instantly turned to ashes. As for those further away, just watching this scene made them turn green with horror. If they had been just a bit closer, they might have instantly turned to ashes as well. What a terrifying attack, muttered Meng-Chi. Just those aftershocks were able to easily kill Chosen. When the sky full of flames finally scattered, it revealed two magical beasts that were lying on the ground motionlessly. That final attack had exhausted all their energy, and they were heavily injured now. Just at this moment, countless locust-like figures became excited to charge at those two exhausted magical beasts. Long Chen, should we go now? Asked Chu Yao. No, no, no. As the host, we should let the guests eat the good food first, smiled Long Chen. You really are wicked, Long Chen. Meng-Chi and Lu Feng'er both smiled. A group of people had only just gotten close to the barbaric wind beast when its tail suddenly swung out, and several people let out miserable cries as they were turned into piles of meat. Chapter 384, Pill Tower Disciple. Those fellows that had gotten close to the barbaric wind beast were turned into piles of meat by its tail. As for those that had approached the violet phoenix sparrow, they didn't have it any better. With a wave of its wings, the terrifying force turned a group of people into mincemeat. Don't be afraid, this is just their final death struggle. They'll quickly die, so it'll be up to whose luck is the best. A loud cry rang out from within the chaos. In the distance, Long Chen clearly saw that the person that had shouted hadn't even taken action yet, and had been maintaining a safe distance from the two beasts from the start. This person is just as wicked as Long Chen, laughed Lu Feng'er. Just how tenacious was the life force of fifth-rank magical beasts? Just how abnormal was their defensive strength? It was impossible for these favored and ordinary core disciples to kill them. That person's shout was just to encourage everyone's greed. Those greedy weaklings would exhaust the magical beast's energies as they killed them. Frankly speaking, they were just cannon fodder. At this point, there were hundreds of both righteous and corrupt disciples present. Seeing two exhausted fifth-rank magical beasts, they were unable to hold back their greed. Every part of a fifth-rank magical beast was a treasure. Their skin, their flesh, their bones, even their blood, they were all incomparably valuable, let alone their needin'. Everyone had turned red-eyed now. Even if no one had encouraged them, they would still have crazily charged at these two magical beasts. They hoped to take advantage of this situation to gain some kind of advantage. But although the two magical beasts were exhausted, they were still struggling berserkly. Their huge bodies were constantly turning, killing quite a few people. In less than an incense stick's time, there were over 100 corpses on the ground. The majority of them were only ordinary core disciples, but there were also quite a few favored. It should be about time for us to go over. The fires of those magical beasts' souls are about to be extinguished, said Meng-Chi. When it came to magical beasts, beast tamers knew the absolute most. No one else could compare to them in that aspect. The four of them finally jumped out of the nest and began rushing over to the battlefield. When Long Chen arrived, there were multiple chosen who also took action, beginning to release fierce attacks towards the two magical beasts. Fuck off! As soon as Long Chen appeared, a corrupt chosen cursed and attacked him with his spear, thinking he was a weakling due to his early tendon transformation cultivation base. Long Chen grabbed his spear with one hand and pushed back forcefully. That corrupt chosen spear immediately pierced through his own heart. Before he could even sense shock, a powerful force caused his body to instantly explode. Long Chen, don't get entangled by these people. You go seize the violet phoenix sparrow. We'll fight over the barbaric wind beast. Meng-Chi released a spiritual attack, instantly killing a sneak attacker. All right, be careful. Long Chen saw there were many experts on the side of the barbaric wind beast, but there weren't any that should pose an actual threat to them. But on the side of the violet phoenix sparrow, there were three extremely powerful experts with shocking auras that were furiously fighting. Long Chen rushed away from the barbaric wind beast that was on its last breaths. He quickly arrived at the violet phoenix sparrow. There were tens of people attacking it. However, it was clear that they weren't using their full strength. No one wished to receive the violet phoenix sparrow's final death strike. They all wanted to seize it the instant it died. Finally, the violet phoenix sparrow ran out of life force, and it collapsed on the ground, leading everyone to fight over it. Fuck off, this violet phoenix sparrow is mine. A handsome, long-haired man wearing fiery red robes shouted. He was the first to reach the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse. He was just about to put it away. Die, suddenly, two fierce attacks shot towards the man's back. If he really did put away the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse, he would have to receive those 2 attacks. What was surprising to Long Chen was that those 2 attacking people were incredibly powerful, their auras even causing some pressure for Long Chen. Their attacks were not at all inferior to people at Yin Wuxuang's level. Scram! The long-haired man roared, and a flame blade slashed towards the 2 of them. Pill flame! Long Chen's heart shook. This was the first time he encountered someone using pill flame since entering the GLI secret realm. Pill flame was completely different from ordinary flame. Only alchemists were able to completely eradicate that berserk nature of flames. Otherwise, there was no way to refine medicinal pills. As soon as that person's flame blade appeared, Long Chen knew he was also a pill cultivator. Furthermore, the beast flame he controlled was extremely powerful, most likely ranking in the top 20 of the beast flame rankings. When the 3 of their weapons clashed together, that terrifying flame exploded out. A wave of flames buffeted the closest people, and they all withdrew. This violet phoenix sparrow is mine. Who dares compete over it with me, Hua Wufeng? That pill cultivator was able to use his flame blade to force back the other 2. As soon as Hua Wufeng forced those 2 experts back, a figure immediately pierced through the wave of flames towards the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse. Courting death, Hua Wufeng roared furiously, and a blazing flame spear appeared in his hand, piercing towards that person. That person was precisely Long Chen. Hua Wufeng's flame energy was incredibly powerful, and it had instantly forced back everyone else. However, this was a good opportunity for Long Chen. With his pill flame protecting his body, he forced his way through Hua Wufeng's flame, arriving in front of the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse. But before he could touch it, a terrifying flame spear shot over at him. That flame spear ignited the void, and the terrifying pressure caused Long Chen to feel a kind of piercing pain in his soul. How powerful! Long Chen was shocked. He could only give up on collecting the violet phoenix sparrow for the moment. Devil Decapitator emitted golden light as it slashed out. The instant Devil Decapitator collided with that flame spear, there was surprisingly a metallic clanging that rang out, and Long Chen's arm became a bit numb. He was actually sent flying by that powerful force. That flame spear was broken down by Long Chen's attack, and it turned into a mass of flames that filled the sky. Long Chen was given a shock. He hadn't expected to run into such a powerful pill cultivator. From this exchange, Long Chen could sense this person was probably an expert on the same level as Yin Luo. As for that person, after sending Long Chen flying, he hadn't had a chance to gather the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse before those 2 powerful experts once more charged forward. But those 2 people were clever, and they rushed towards the violet phoenix sparrow from 2 different directions. Hua Wufeng would have to choose to block one of them, while the other person would go free. It would be up to whose luck was greater. Die! Hua Wufeng furiously slashed out his flame blade at one of them. That person was a chosen from the corrupt path. He couldn't help grumbling that he was unlucky. The sleeves over his arms suddenly exploded, and countless bizarre runes appeared on his arms. His arms began to expand, and a berserk energy soared out. This was clearly some sort of secret technique. Boom! They collided, emitting a powerful chi wave. The violet phoenix sparrow's corpse was sent flying through the air towards the other expert. That expert celebrated and reached out to grab it. But before he could, a figure appeared before him, a golden saber slashing through the void to reach him. That person could sense just how terrifying Long Chen's saber was, and he could only give up on the violet phoenix sparrow, using a weapon to block Long Chen's attack. He was sent flying by Long Chen's saber, and endless chi waves once more battered the violet phoenix sparrow, sending its corpse flying into the air. Che, the violet phoenix sparrow is mine. Hua Wufeng jumped up to grab it. After forcing back his opponent, he had turned to fight over the corpse. But then he had seen it be blown into the air, and he had immediately jumped up to grab it. When Hua Wufeng moved to snatch it, Long Chen also jumped up towards the corpse. However, Long Chen was clearly a hair slower than Hua Wufeng. As for the other 2 chosen, they had just been forced back and didn't have time to stabilize and jump back up. Hua Wufeng sensed Long Chen's existence, however he merely sneered. He was clearly faster than Long Chen, so in his eyes, Long Chen's actions were futile. Haha, it's mine. Hua Wufeng grabbed the violet phoenix sparrow's corpse and was just about to absorb it into a spatial ring. Soul impact. A formless ripple spread from Long Chen's forehead, spreading out in a wave in every direction. Hua Wufeng suddenly became absent-minded for a moment, his spiritual strength growing chaotic. By the time he recovered, the violet phoenix sparrow in front of him had already disappeared to be replaced by Long Chen's smiling figure. This soul impact was something Meng Qi had taught him. Although Long Chen hadn't reached the level of perfection with this profound technique, it was enough to confuse other people's spiritual strengths. More importantly, this soul impact was an area of effect attack, so he didn't need to be afraid of missing. His attack had been extremely effective here, allowing him to put the violet phoenix sparrow into his spatial ring even though he had been slightly slower at the beginning. Once he absorbed its corpse, Long Chen was completely at ease. If others wanted to fight with him now, then he would really make them suffer. "Hand over the violet phoenix sparrow or die," demanded Hua Wufeng. His pointed his flame blade at Long Chen, killing intent surging out of him. As for those other two powerful chosen, seeing Long Chen absorb the violet phoenix sparrow corpse, the corrupt chosen hesitated for a moment before deciding to withdraw. Obviously, he wasn't planning on participating any further. As for the other chosen, he was from the righteous path. He looked from Long Chen to Hua Wufeng. Suddenly, he saw an extremely exquisite tower image on Hua Wufeng's robes. His pupils shrunk and he also withdrew. Suddenly, several figures rushed over. A fragrant scent filled the air as Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fanger arrived by Long Chen under the guard of Little Snow and the Scarlet Blazed Lion. "We got it, how about you?" asked Meng Qi. "Just from looking at that fellow's face, you should be able to tell the answer," smiled Long Chen. Their first cooperative effort seemed to have worked very well, which was encouraging and worth celebrating. Meng Qi smiled and nodded her head. But when she looked at Hua Wufeng, especially that little tower embroidered on his sleeve, her expression changed. Pill Tower. Chapter 385 Battle Intent breaks the dome of the sky. Pill Tower. Meng Qi's expression changed. She recognized that marking, and she was shocked by this person's background. "Brad, if you're smart, you'll hand over that violet phoenix sparrow. I can spare your life." Hua Wufeng icily glared at Long Chen with his hands clasped behind his back. "Long Chen, he comes from the Pill Tower. We can't afford to offend him." Meng Qi lightly pulled on Long Chen's sleeve. Long Chen was confused. Pill Tower, why did it sound so familiar? "You might not know about the Pill Tower, but you should know about the holy land for pill cultivators, Pill Valley, right? The Pill Tower is the direct branch of Pill Valley and is essentially their spokesperson. That makes the Pill Tower incredibly powerful. Anywhere there are cultivators, there are alchemist guilds, while the Pill Tower is the headquarters of all those alchemist guilds," explained Meng Qi. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. He hadn't expected this person's background to be so powerful. Pill Valley was a holy land for pill cultivators, but it was isolated from the mundane world. So the Pill Tower had ended up with the entire authority of the world's pill path. In other words, all those high-tier medicinal pills of the Xuanhuan super monastery were bought from the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower had essentially monopolized the entire medicinal pill market. If anyone dared offend them, then that really would be digging their own grave. Without the support of medicinal pills, then no matter how large the sect was, they would definitely decline. That was also why those two top experts had decided to withdraw from the fight without even using their full strength. They were worried about Hua Wufeng's background. The Pill Tower was a neutral party, not a member of the righteous or corrupt path. Anyone could do business with it, and so neither righteous nor corrupt experts would want to offend them. "Long Chen, it's no good. You should hand over the violet phoenix sparrow to him. We can think of some other way to get you a beast flame," advised Meng Qi. The Pill Tower was truly just too terrifying. It was the spokesperson of Pill Valley, and almost the entire pill refining world was under their control. No one would dare provoke them. Long Chen had never imagined this bastard's background would be so powerful. If he ended up completely offending him, then perhaps even the entire super monastery would be unable to protect him from his retaliation. Forcibly swallowing his resentment, Long Chen said, "I was the one who noticed this violet phoenix sparrow, and the barbaric wind beast was also drawn over by me." "Shut up with your nonsense. Are you handing it over or not?" Hua Wufeng waved his hand, cutting off Long Chen. Long Chen's anger immediately flared, but he once more suppressed his temper. "I can split half the violet phoenix sparrow's needle with you. That'll be enough for you to gather its beast flame. I also need its beast flame." "There's nothing to discuss. Either hand over the violet phoenix sparrow or die. Your choice." Even Chu Yao was unable to endure it anymore, and her fury soared. Long Chen held her back. He now knew what kind of person Hua Wufeng was, and he also knew what he was planning on doing. He smiled slightly, but that smile was slightly icy. For some reason, seeing Long Chen suddenly smile, the three women immediately felt their hair stand on end. "Fine, since you want it then here, please receive it." Long Chen suddenly disappeared from his original location. At first, Hua Wufeng had thought that Long Chen had finally become afraid of his background and was admitting defeat. But he had just been about to sneer at him when his vision darkened. A hand came from an extremely tricky angle and swung in a profound arc to land on his face. An extremely crisp sound rang out. That slap sent Hua Wufeng flying through the air. His teeth also flew through the air beside him. That sound, that feeling, and that refreshness made Long Chen feel as if all his pores had been freshly opened and were singing emotionally. Long Chen, the three women were all covering their mouths, filled with shock and horror. Had Long Chen gone mad? It wasn't just them that were shocked. All the experts from both the righteous and corrupt path were stupefied. He had learned Hua Wufeng's status, and yet he had still dared to attack him. Furthermore, it was such a humiliating attack. He had to have gone insane, right? Do you think you are? Do you think if you don your turtle shell status as a disciple of the Pill Tower, then no one will dare cut off your turtle head? Today I'll let you open your damn eyes. Not everyone is afraid of your Pill Tower. You want to use your background to suppress me. Your dog eyes must be blind, cursed Long Chen furiously. This was his first time lowering his head to someone and taking a step back. But even after he had done so, this was the result. That made Long Chen understand a principle. There were some people that you absolutely could not indulge. If you gave them an inch, they would take a mile. You dare strike me? Hua Wufeng let out a furious roar. He had been sent flying by Long Chen's slap without even realizing what had happened. But that also couldn't be blamed on him. The number of people that had fallen for this particular move of Long Chen's could not be counted. As long as they weren't 100% focused, then within the same realm, there was practically no one that could block Long Chen's divine face-slapping technique that had practically reached a supernatural level. The angle was practically devilish, while the arc was graceful and elegant. There wasn't the slightest sign before he attacked, nor was there any killing intent to be sensed. His movements were quick, his posture was handsome, and it gave people a kind of pleasing and delightful feeling. It was wonderful to watch. But that kind of wonderful feeling was something only spectators and Long Chen got to enjoy. The person slapped felt so much pain that they wished they were dead. That was especially true in regards to those incredibly arrogant fellows who like to look down their noses on people. That kind of mental wound far surpassed the pain of the flesh. Hua Wufeng roared and fire-red runes flew through the air. A terrifying blaze soared, instantly spreading everywhere. Within a dozen meters of his body, everything was a fire-red, making him look like some flame god. That kind of terrifying temperature could ignite the sky. For miles, the ground was roasted black by that temperature, causing many people to retreat in horror. What terrifying flame energy! Ordinary people are unable to even approach, muttered a corrupt chosen with shock. Even chosen were unable to bear that level of heat. There was no way to approach him if they were to fight. Pill cultivators were experts at playing with fire. When a beast flame entered their hands, with their special circulation techniques, it would be even stronger than when it was in the hands of its original magical beast owner. That was the most terrifying aspect of pill cultivators. Die! Hua Wufeng roared and his flame blade explosively grew, becoming a huge blazing blade that was 300 meters long. It cut through the void as it slashed down at Long Chen. That flame blade came crashing down from the sky, looking like some heavenly blade. This attack not only contained a terrifying flame energy, but it also contained Hua Wufeng's powerful will. In front of that will, the distant chosen all turned pale, their bodies involuntarily quivering. They were horrified to realize that Hua Wufeng's will also contained a formless pressure that suppressed their souls. As I thought, Hua Wufeng possesses an ancient bloodline. The corrupt chosen that had exchanged blows with Hua Wufeng couldn't help but nod his head. When he had clashed with Hua Wufeng, they had both been conserving their power. However, he was also someone who possessed an ancient bloodline inheritance, and so he had managed to sense Hua Wufeng's bloodline power. The reason he had withdrawn from the competition wasn't just because of Hua Wufeng's status. It was also because of his own powerful strength. This particular chosen had once exchanged pointers with Yin Luo. He sensed an almost identical pressure from Hua Wufeng as he had with Yin Luo, which was why he had been the first to give up. Now that Hua Wufeng had released his full strength, that powerful soul pressure proved that he was definitely from an ancient family, and his combat ability was shocking. In front of Hua Wufeng, who had released his full power, Long Chen didn't dare be negligent. He could sense that the pressure Hua Wufeng gave him was not inferior to Yin Luo. Furthermore, pill cultivators were known to be stronger than average cultivators. Other than when being suppressed by water attribute experts, when facing people in the same realm, there were few people who were an equal match for pill cultivators. Buzz. A divine ring appeared, shaking the heavens. Chi waves surged out, the divine light shined brightly, and a star appeared in Long Chen's eyes. He looked like a battle god who had descended to this world, his whole body emitting a torrential battle intent. When Long Chen summoned out his Feng Fu battle armor, a will that desired to exterminate the 9 heavens and 10 lands immediately shook the blue dome of the sky. All the experts present could sense that feeling, and their faces turned pale. Long Chen's will was too terrifying. It caused their souls to quiver, making them involuntarily feel extreme reverence. The thing that terrified them the most was that Long Chen's will wasn't targeted towards them, nor was it targeted at Hua Wufeng. Instead, it seemed to be being emitted automatically, directly opposing the heavens. In front of that will which desired to exterminate the entire dome of the sky, break apart heaven and earth, and cause the entire universe to be annihilated, they felt themselves to be as minuscule as ants. They could only take a shuddering, crawling posture. Long Chen's entire body was wrapped in blue flames. Devil Decapitator was pointing up, and a huge saber image tore into the sky, clashing with Hua Wufeng's flame blade. Boom! When that saber image connected with the flame blade, it caused a world-shocking collision that emitted a terrifying pressure in all directions. The void was collapsing, and everyone's eardrums rumbled, their hearts quivering. You think just you are able to kill me, Long Chen. It's not that I want to look down on you, but that I really do look down on you. Long Chen's saber had completely destroyed Hua Wufeng's flame blade. His own arms were numb, but from Hua Wufeng's shocked expression, he could tell that he was better off than him. After that attack, Long Chen stepped forward, bringing with him endless imposingness and endless killing intent. Although his arms were feeling numb now and had yet to recover, Long Chen knew that in their previous exchange, Hua Wufeng had not had it any better. At this time, he would use his imposingness to crush his opponent to death. Kill, Long Chen roared, his voice like spring thunder. Devil Decapitator released a golden light that filled the sky, looking like a heavenly saber as it slashed down on Hua Wufeng. Hua Wufeng was shocked. When his flame blade was destroyed, it caused his qi and blood to surge, and he felt a discomfort like his organs were flipping inside him. He had just condensed a new flame blade, but before he could even take a breath, Long Chen's second attack was slashing down on him with endless killing intent. Filled with horror, he could only hastily block. With another intense explosion, his newly condensed flame blade exploded, and he was knocked flying back. His organs were once more greatly shaken, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What Hua Wufeng was injured, everyone was shocked. After shattering Hua Wufeng's flame blade again, Long Chen also felt a great impact, and he tasted sweetness in his throat. He almost coughed up blood as well. However, Long Chen refused to allow that blood to come up. He needed to display his imposingness. He couldn't let other people see that he was injured. He stamped on the ground. Not waiting for Hua Wufeng to land on the ground, Long Chen's third attack brought with it a whistling wind as it slashed towards Hua Wufeng's head. Chapter 386 Fighting Top Expert. Azure Flame Shield, Hua Wufeng suddenly shouted, and a huge shield condensed from his flame formed in front of him. Although it was made of flames, it was incredibly lifelike, appearing like a real shield. That was the proof that Hua Wufeng's control over his flame energy had reached a pinnacle. When Long Chen's Devil Decapitator slammed into his flame shield, his shield instantly shattered. Both Long Chen and Hua Wufeng were blown back by each other's terrifying power. This time, Long Chen wasn't able to endure it anymore and coughed up blood. As for Hua Wufeng, he was even more miserable and coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. The flame blades that pill cultivators condensed were all connected to their minds. When those weapons were destroyed, it would cause a certain amount of harm to them as well. Having his flame blades repeatedly explode not only caused a physical impact for Hua Wufeng, but also caused a powerful mental impact. Long Chen was forced back dozens of meters. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth. Raising Devil Decapitator, he once more charged at Hua Wufeng, his attitude seeming to say he wouldn't rest until he killed Hua Wufeng. Seeing how dauntless Long Chen was, everyone was shocked. Long Chen's fighting style was similar to magical beasts, fierce beyond compare with no option of retreat. Having been repeatedly forced back by Long Chen, and even coughing up blood from his attacks, Hua Wufeng's fury soared. This was his first time running into such a vexing situation. As a powerful pill cultivator, as long as he didn't run into water attribute experts, then within the same realm, there was practically no one that could receive more than 3 blows from him. The Beast Flame he controlled was ranked 17th on the Beast Flame rankings and was extremely powerful. Once he released its full strength, ordinary chosen were unable to even approach him before being burnt to a crisp. Although Hua Wufeng was arrogant, he had the skills to be arrogant. His control over flame energy was such that he had never met someone who was a match for him within the same realm. With his pill flame protecting his body, he was unrivaled within the same realm, but now he had encountered Long Chen. Long Chen also had a pill flame to protect his body, and although the power between their flames could not be compared, Long Chen only needed to use his flame to protect his body from his raging flames. But right now, he was competing with him in terms of brute strength. In that way, Hua Wufeng's flame advantage had disappeared. If Long Chen were not an alchemist who had theoretically long since reached the pill master level, then even he would have only been able to flee in the face of an expert like Hua Wufeng. "Help me kill this brat and I, Hua Wufeng, will owe you a favor." A flame blade once more appeared in Hua Wufeng's hands, and he blocked Long Chen's attack. He knew he had underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen's combat abilities were not inferior to his own, and he also had his pill flame to protect his body. It would be impossible for him to defeat Long Chen by himself. So he could only use this promise to gain everyone's help. The Violet Phoenix Sparrow in Long Chen's hands was a must-have item for him. If he could refine its beast flame, his flame energy would once more advance a great deal. At that time, he would truly be unrivaled in his realm. Such a treasure was something he definitely wouldn't share with others. That was why he had immediately refused Long Chen's offer to share half. Although half the Neden's energy would allow him to condense a beast flame, it would still cause some defects. Furthermore, good things should be kept to yourself. What Long Chen hadn't expected was that as soon as Hua Wufeng shouted, there were 8 experts that immediately jumped in to attack Long Chen. Long Chen was unaware of just how grand the status of a Pill Tower disciple was. Whether it was the righteous path or the corrupt path, no one wanted to offend them. Now that Hua Wufeng was asking for assistance, after considering the matter, everyone would feel that the favor of a Pill Tower disciple was worth it. The thing that infuriated Long Chen the most was that those 2 powerful experts that had joined in on the fight for the Violet Phoenix Sparrow were also part of the people attacking him now. Long Chen might be able to ignore the others, but those 2 were both top experts. The pressure coming from them was like a heavy sea. Although they weren't on the same level as Hua Wufeng, they were just a single level weaker. With those 2 added into the mix, Long Chen immediately felt the pressure multiply. Devil Decapitator danced in his hands, turning into thousands of golden rays that blocked everyone's attacks. Furthermore, now more and more experts were joining in. They could all tell from the look of things that Long Chen would definitely die. They couldn't waste this opportunity to get Hua Wufeng to owe them a favor. 300 righteous and corrupt experts all began charging over. 10,000 wood overgrowth. The ground split open, and countless wooden stakes were like furious dragons charging out of the sea, surging towards those attackers. With Chu Yao's wood energy, those wooden stakes were all harder than steel. Quite a few people hadn't had a chance to defend and were pierced through by those wooden stakes, letting out miserable cries. The soul returns to the netherworld. Chu Yao's attack had just passed when a terrifying soul energy rippled through the air. Other than a few chosen, the rest of the attackers suddenly turned sluggish, looking as if they had lost their souls, just motionlessly laying there. Meng Qi's spiritual strength was incredibly vast, and her attack instantly encompassed the entire battlefield, causing the majority of those attackers to enter a lifeless state for a moment. In front of soul cultivators, other than people with powerful soul energy or soul items to protect themselves, there was practically no one able to block their spiritual attacks. Although Meng Qi's group attack was only able to last for half a breath's time, it was enough. A wind and flame attack charged into their midst, and a terrifying energy exploded out. Blood and flesh flew. Those people that had descended into a lifeless state didn't even have a chance to scream before they were annihilated. Those that had been slower to react or had been hesitating, and thus had yet to join the fighting, were all dumbfounded. This first wave of counterattacks had killed over 80 people, several of them chosen, and over 20 of them favored. Such powerful experts had been instantly killed. Whether they were from the righteous or corrupt path, everyone felt a chill in their bones. That was especially true of those people that had yet to join in on the fighting. They blessed their luck at not having thrown their lives away. Meng Qi and Chu Yao's abilities instantly shocked everyone. When fighting over the barbaric wind beast, the two of them hadn't been so vicious. But seeing Long Chen was in danger, they no longer had any misgivings and attacked with their full strength. They no longer had the slightest mercy. After that wave of attacks, everyone was terrified. Those who were fortunate enough to not be struck by Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze Lion's attack all withdrew, their faces pale as paper. They no longer had the slightest urge to see if they could get some benefits from this. However, there were still 7 people who were surrounding Long Chen and besieging him along with Hua Wufeng. 2 of them were from the corrupt path while 5 were from the righteous path. They were all on the chosen level. A curtain of light was shining on their bodies. It looked like a translucent shell that was tightly protecting them. That was something that showed they had soul items protecting themselves. With these soul items, they temporarily didn't need to fear Meng Qi's spiritual attacks. They were confident that as long as they endured for a short while, they would be able to kill Long Chen. After all, there was also a peak expert like Hua Wufeng present. Then, adding on those 2 top expert chosen, Long Chen wouldn't be able to endure for long. Meng Qi and the others once more attacked, killing those people that were in the way. Hopefully Hua Wufeng would remember to give each of them a favor. I Soul Arrow Rain. 10,000 Wood Dragons. Meng Qi and Chu Yao attacked at the same time. A sky full of spiritual arrows swept through the group. Meng Qi knew that soul items had limited energy. Once they were exhausted, these people would be unable to ignore her attacks. However, attacking this many people caused her spiritual attack to be spread out, meaning she wouldn't be able to exhaust them quickly. She could only pray inside that Long Chen would be able to endure. Chu Yao's wood energy surged out, and countless wooden stakes grew out of the ground, entangling those chosen. If they were ordinary chosen, then they would find it difficult to break Chu Yao's wooden stakes. But these people were all experts amongst experts. Her wooden stakes were only able to block one wave of their attacks and just form a hindrance, but Chu Yao was already satisfied with such a result. In this way, Long Chen would be able to endure longer. Furthermore, as Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er unleashed their spiritual attacks, the light curtains over those people's bodies were growing dimmer at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their soul items were running out of energy, and it wouldn't be long before their spiritual defense shattered. Once that happened, the scales of victory would tilt towards Long Chen. Devil Decapitator was flying within Long Chen's hands. Saber Chi filled the sky, fighting 8 top experts. Even though Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze Lion's attacks would help him every now and then, Long Chen was still forced to retreat step by step. Hua Wufeng was too strong, not at all inferior to Yin Luo. What was different from Yin Luo was that, while Yin Luo was specialized in explosive attacks, Hua Wufeng was a specialist at battles of attrition. Even after fighting this long, his pill flame energy hadn't dropped in the slightest. That was the terror of pill cultivators. They could use their pill flame to exhaust their opponents to death. Everyone was frantically attacking him, but with Chu Yao's wooden stakes, Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er's spiritual attacks, and the assistance from the 2 magical beasts, their attacks were still unable to do anything to Long Chen even after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. At this time, those curtains of light protecting them had grown ever dimmer. The energy within their soul items was about to be exhausted, and once that happened, they would have to directly face Meng Qi and Lu Feng'er's spiritual attacks. Kill this group of irritating flies, ordered Hua Wufeng furiously. They couldn't let this continue. One person immediately rushed over. This person was a righteous chosen, and he charged up to the distant Meng Qi in an instant, his sword slashing down. A powerful wind blade shot over at that person. That person had no choice but to give up on attacking Meng Qi. His sword shattered the wind blade, but before he could do anything else, a huge ball of flames collided into him. With Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze Lion protecting her, that person was repeatedly thwarted, unable to approach Meng Qi. I'll kill them. Another righteous chosen gave up on attacking Long Chen and targeted the distant Meng Qi. As he approached, a powerful aura locked Meng Qi in place. Careful, while blocking everyone's attacks, Long Chen shouted out a warning. Chu Yao extended her hand. Unable to do anything about Long Chen's side, she activated her wood energy to form a huge net in front of Meng Qi, blocking that person's path. But with a hack of his sword, Chu Yao's wooden net was destroyed, and the chosen charged at Meng Qi. At this time, Meng Qi was locked down by that person's aura and was unable to resist. Her face involuntarily turned pale. Neither Chu Yao nor Lu Fang could save her in time. Seeing Meng Qi about to die to that person's sword, they both cried out, "Sister, die!" Blood splashed through the air. Chapter 387. One saber shakes enemy. A sword pierced through a chest, blood splashing into the sky. However, the sword hadn't pierced Meng Qi's body but Long Chen. Blood dripped down Long Chen's right chest. At this critical moment, Long Chen had used his saber to force back all his enemies, and then pushed the netherworld ghost steps to its peak, just barely managing to arrive in time to use his own body to block this person's sword. Furthermore, Long Chen's saber was also inserted into that person's chest. That chosen was filled with shock as he looked at the expressionless Long Chen. Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fang all out let out a mournful cry. That sword piercing through him was even more painful than a sword piercing their own bodies. Die, yes, you really should die. Devil Decapitator shook, and a powerful force caused that chosen to explode into a mass of flesh. A chosen died just like that. Everyone was deathly silent. Even Hua Wufeng and them were startled. Long Chen really was too vicious. In truth, Long Chen had been more than capable of blocking that person's attack. However, he had decided not to, and instead decided to trade an injury for that chosen's life. Although he had killed that chosen, his organs had been destroyed by the chosen's terrifying power, and his life force was rapidly declining. Kill! Long Chen suddenly raised Devil Decapitator high into the air, its golden light filling the world. Heaven and earth rumbled as the entire world's murderous aura was completely absorbed into Long Chen's saber. Split the heavens. A saber cut through the dome of the sky, bringing with it endless killing intent, along with Long Chen's overflowing will. As soon as this saber slashed out, heaven and earth trembled. Long Chen had poured all his energy into this one attack. This attack contained Long Chen's entire mind and body, his entire heart and spirit. Everyone, including Hua Wufeng, had their expression completely change. This attack contained an attitude that seemed to say if they didn't die, he would die trying. There was no room for discussion. Raging flames sealed the heavens. Hua Wufeng was terrified inside and hastily formed hand seals. A red-colored rune lit up on his forehead, and a vast pill flame formed a shield in front of his body. The others also set up their greatest defenses. They had never felt such a terrifying pressure, and so they didn't dare be the slightest bit careless. That saber broke apart the heavens and split apart the earth. A huge ditch a dozen miles long had been cut into the ground. A wave of earth had completely buried either side of it, and dust filled the air. Everyone had already disappeared. The only thing remaining in the face of that attack was that seemingly bottomless ditch. Long Chen was gasping for breath as he rested on his saber. The distant spectators all stared at that ditch with shock and terror. Then, turning to look at Long Chen, they were unable to say a single thing. The ground suddenly split apart as a figure dug his way out. His body was covered in blood and his clothes were torn to rags. It's Hua Wufeng, he's still alive. But his aura has fallen to an incredibly low point. He must have suffered heavy injuries. People were appalled to see Hua Wufeng, who had just displayed a terrifying battle strength, now reach the verge of collapse. It was like the slightest breeze might knock him down. Long Chen is it? Just wait. My Hua Wufeng's items are not so easy to take. Hua Wufeng didn't wait for Long Chen to reply. He directly crushed a teleportation talisman, disappearing from everyone's gazes. Although Hua Wufeng had lived, he had suffered grave injuries from Long Chen's last attack, and he no longer possessed the ability to fight. While Long Chen wasn't any better off than him at this time, Long Chen also had Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fang by his side. With them helping Long Chen, Hua Wufeng had no choice but to flee. Hua Wufeng had only just left when the ground once more split open. A figure dug his way out of the ground, but when people saw him, everyone jumped in fright. That person was that top corrupt chosen. However, that incredibly powerful chosen was now already on his last breaths. Other than his head, one half of his body had already disappeared. And yet, somehow this person's life force was incredibly tenacious, and he had managed to dig his way out of the ground. Looking at Long Chen, he seemed as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he shut his mouth and just motionlessly lay on the ground. Is there anyone who is still unconvinced and wants to target me? Come. Long Chen icily looked at the distant spectators. Blood had dyed his entire body, and there was still a sword sticking through his chest. However, despite that, his heaven overflowing will hadn't diminished in the slightest. There was still that huge ditch in front of him. Adding on how Long Chen looked like a devil god that had descended onto the world, disdainfully looking at all, no one dared look directly at him. Hearing Long Chen's icy shout, those distant spectators actually all retreated. They wanted to leave this absolutely shocking battlefield. This had truly been a world-shaking battle. That had allowed all of them to learn the power of peak experts. That was especially true to those people called chosen. This had been a huge impact to them. Despite all being called chosen, there were huge differences between them. Long Chen's shout echoed throughout the land. It caused all these experts to feel helpless and terrified. A light breeze blew by, causing Long Chen's robes to flutter. He looked just like an undefeatable war god. Seeing all those experts retreat, Long Chen suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion batter him, and it was as if he had lost all his energy. He was about to collapse to the ground. But a pair of hands gently supported him. Meng Qi held Long Chen, her face streaked with tears. Long Chen. Chu Yao and Lu Fang also rushed over to help Long Chen slowly sit down. Their tears also streamed down. It's nothing, a slight wound. Long Chen tried to comfort them, but sweat was constantly pouring down his face. Don't talk, I'll heal you. Chu Yao wiped away her tears and pressed her hand on Long Chen's shoulder. Dense life energy poured into his body. Are you going to be all right? Long Chen was somewhat hesitant. His inner organs were destroyed at this point. He was entirely relying on spiritual qi to stay alive. Once his spiritual qi was exhausted, he would undoubtedly die. However, Long Chen still held a single drop of the divine life essence the spirit world expert had given him. Even if his injuries were worse, he'd still be able to recover. It was because of this trump card that Long Chen dared receive this kind of injury. Otherwise, Long Chen also wouldn't have been so stupid as to do this. You didn't even know I could heal you, but you still dared risk your life. You infuriate me. Chu Yao's tears once more streamed down. Isn't that just because I found him to be so displeasing? It's fine, Yaoer. I promise I won't be so stupid next time. Seeing Chu Yao cry, appearing like raindrops atop a pear blossom, Long Chen hastily apologized. Don't talk anymore. I'm about to activate my core energy to remold your organs. However, you'll go through a period of weakness and won't be able to fight for a while. Chu Yao took a deep breath. Faint green lines appeared on her hand. As those lines appeared, her face became paper-white. Just looking at that caused Long Chen's heart to ache. Core energy was a cultivator's foundation. For Chu Yao to activate her core energy to heal him would damage her foundation. It could very likely affect her future cultivation. However, Long Chen knew that he also couldn't refuse at this time, as that would greatly hurt Chu Yao. He could only close his eyes. He silently sensed that powerful life energy pouring into his body. This was different from when Chu Yao had regrown the flesh on his arms. This time, the spiritual qi Chu Yao was pouring into his body wasn't gaseous, but liquid. That was her core spiritual qi. It was the purest life energy she had gathered over her lifetime. Once that energy entered his body, it began to slowly rebuild his organs. Those originally broken pieces were actually dissolved by this energy and used as nutrients for the new organs. These new organs were like water balloons slowly filling up. It was possible to see fine veins growing throughout them. 2 hours later, Chu Yao sighed, her face completely pale with exhaustion. I'm sorry, Long Chen held Chu Yao's hand. Chu Yao's hand brushed against Long Chen's cheek. Her pale face smiled, appearing like a flower blossoming, appearing incredibly tender. Thank you, Long Chen. Chu Yao felt some heartache as she looked at Long Chen. Despite being healed now, he was still completely exhausted. I should be the one thanking you, or perhaps all of you, but next time please don't be like this. Only when there is life is there hope. Long Chen pulled on Meng Qi's hand, speaking extremely sternly. Long Chen knew that Meng Qi had a teleportation talisman, but even in that dangerous situation, she hadn't used it. At first, He had been incredibly angry as that had been stupid. But then he had realized that while she had a teleportation talisman, and Chu Yao also had one, he and Lu Fang'er didn't. Neither she nor Chu Yao wished to leave behind Long Chen and Lu Fang'er to escape alone, and so they would actually rather die with them instead of using their teleportation talismans. Seeing that Long Chen had seen through her intentions, Meng Qi appeared ashamed. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. "It's fine, let's not talk about this now. We should leave here." Lu Fang'er broke that awkward atmosphere and helped support the exhausted Chu Yao. As for Meng Qi, she helped Long Chen up onto Little Snow. The four of them rode on Little Snow and the Scarlet Blaze lions' backs, rushing towards the outer region of the Forest of Darkness. There was nothing within the core region that could pique their interest any longer. Moreover, in the outer region, there would be fewer people, so it would be slightly safer. Long Chen had suffered heavy injuries, and Chu Yao had exhausted a great deal of her core energy. They would both need to quietly recover. Several days later, the four of them found a remote pool. There were no wild beasts in the vicinity, and there was also a clean cave nearby. The four of them tidied up the cave slightly and then went into seclusion. Long Chen recovered extremely quickly. Chu Yao's core energy had already recreated his inner organs, and his constitution had always been tough. After this time, he was pretty much recovered. On the other hand, he was extremely troubled by Chu Yao's injury to her foundation. However, she told Long Chen not to worry. Once she recovered a bit, she would absorb the 7 Heartsy Cherry Apple Tree Hearts wood energy, which would completely replenish her core energy and keep her foundation unaffected. Furthermore, this tree heart was a top-grade one, so not only did it have powerful life energy, it also possessed the intricate mysteries of wood, which would raise her comprehension level. That was extremely beneficial to her. Since both Long Chen and Chu Yao were fine, Meng Qi and Lu Fang'er finally relaxed and took out their eggs. They began to use their secret techniques to allow the chicks inside to grow faster. Days later, Long Chen had completely recovered. He saw that Chu Yao had already started refining the tree heart, while Meng Qi and Lu Fang'er were guarding them. Seeing there were no problems with safety, he told the two of them he was leaving for a while and left the cave. Chapter 388 Phoenix Sparrow Violet Flame. 30 miles away from their cave, Long Chen found a secluded place to take out the violet phoenix sparrow corpse. Although it was already a corpse, its huge body was still emitting a pressure that would make you feel as if a boulder was crushing your heart. Devil Decapitator slashed at its head, but Long Chen was vexed to find that its skull was just too hard, and it was extremely taxing to use Devil Decapitator to cut it open. At this point, he wasn't even able to sense the golden page's location anymore. He only managed to feel relief when he found a thin crack in its skull. It was with great effort that Long Chen finally managed to reach the golden page. That allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. If he had lost this golden page, he really might just cry himself to death. This golden page is extremely odd. After being parted for these days, it somehow treats me as a stranger that's never touched it. Long Chen released his spiritual strength, but he found that the golden page, which he had previously been able to control with a thought, had become unfamiliar to his soul. He had to first use his soul to slowly connect with it and reform their initial connection before he could properly control it again. Although he didn't know what it was made of, just its incredible sharpness that allowed it to cut through steel like it was mud was enough to prove that it was a priceless treasure. If it weren't for Yin Luo's reflexes, he would have been instantly killed by this golden page. But the main flaw of the golden page was that he required soul energy to use it in fights. During an intense fight, it was impossible to split his attention to use it. In a fight between experts, 1,000 actions could occur in a single breath. The slightest carelessness could result in death, so he couldn't split his attention to use it. That was also why he hadn't had a chance to use it against Yin Luo except towards the end. Furthermore, for experts on the same level, they might get surprised once by a special move, but they definitely wouldn't fall for it a second time. So Long Chen wouldn't use the golden page unless he had some assurance. Once an opponent was on guard, it was very difficult for it to succeed. And if it failed twice without any accomplishments, then by the third time, the opponent would have very likely figured out how the golden page was used. The other reason Long Chen held back from using the golden page as a weapon was because he still didn't know all its secrets. If it was somehow stolen by someone, then he really would be screwed. The golden page swished through the air. It began to cut through the violet phoenix sparrow's abdomen. This time Long Chen didn't dare allow the golden page to penetrate deeply into the flesh. He actually sent himself through the opening in its abdomen and took out a foot-long item that sparkled like it was jade. That was its needle. Although it was slightly dim, the great pressure emitted by it caused space to twist around it. What powerful flame energy! Long Chen could sense the terrifying power within it. It truly was worthy of being ranked third on the Beast Flame rankings. Even despite having used up all its energy, the needle still contained its core energy, which was still so powerful. Long Chen's heart beat wildly. This was something that countless pill masters would go crazy for. This was also why Hua Wufeng would still go all out to fight for this needle despite already possessing such a powerful beast flame. On the beast flame rankings, the closer a flame got to the front, the more obvious the difference between each flame was. Each flame at the top ranks was separated by a great power difference. It could be said that this needle was the thing that Long Chen needed the most at this time. Once he refined this needle and absorbed the Phoenix Sparrow violet flame, he would be able to refine the Alioth pill and condense the Alioth star. Furthermore, Long Chen had now reached the third heaven stage of tendon transformation. However, the price was that he had already consumed all the 3 connecting flower tendon pills he had. If he wanted to quickly advance, he would need to constantly consume more medicinal pills. Long Chen had found that after cultivating in the 9-star Hegemon body art, his cultivation path had completely deviated from others. Medicinal pills had become the foundation of his cultivation. He had found that his body was able to absorb 100% of the energy within medicinal pills. There was not the slightest waste or rejection. It had to be known that other than a small portion of medicinal pills, a person could at most consume 3 of the same medicinal pill. By the 4th one, its effect would be negligible. When you consumed the first pill, it would be 100% effective. With the second one, the effect would be cut in half, and then in half again by the 3rd one. So it was essentially useless by the 4th time. If you forced it and consumed even more, you might even get the opposite effect of what you wanted. The 3 connecting flower tendon pill was a special medicinal pill that could be consumed more. However, a person could at most consume 10. That would allow their tendons to reach their peak potential. But Long Chen had found that his body's tendons were like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing whatever medicinal energy he poured in, never reaching saturation. Furthermore, as his cultivation base increased, his medicinal pill requirements only increased. Nowadays, he had already eaten all of his 3 connecting flower tendon pills. If this had continued, Long Chen would have had no time for cultivating, and he would also have had no time for pill refining. With his original pill flame, refining 3 connecting flower tendon pills was too time-consuming. To waste precious time refining medicinal pills within the Geolai secret realm was truly a waste of his opportunity. Right now, Long Chen sensed a great deal of danger. Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, Hua Wufeng, and the other peak experts here had already reached the peak of tendon transformation. They could break through to bone forging at any moment. Long Chen knew they had long since made their preparations for that. As soon as they broke through to the bone forging realm, they would immediately consume countless resources to temper their bones. Currently, Long Chen still had the power to challenge them, but once they advanced to bone forging, would he still be able to do that? However, now that he had obtained the violet Phoenix Sparrow's needle, all this would be resolved. Once he condensed the Alioth star, Long Chen was confident that even if they advanced to bone forging, he would still at least possess the power to protect himself from them. Returning the violet Phoenix Sparrow's corpse back into his spatial ring, he took out the barbaric wind beast's corpse. He also used the golden page to cut through its hard scales and took out its needle. It went without saying that while the golden page didn't have much usage in combat, just using it as a cutting knife was still extremely amazing. The barbaric wind beast's needle was about the same size of the violet Phoenix Sparrow's needle. Long Chen summoned out Little Snow. Little Snow, you can swallow this needle now and refine it slowly. Remember, refine it slowly, otherwise it can cause an explosion, warned Long Chen harshly. Although Little Snow was smart, he seemed more like a smart child, and his temperament was a bit impatient. It was best to warn him carefully about this kind of crucial matter. Aowu, Little Snow swallowed the needle and returned to Long Chen's spiritual space. To Little Snow, who was also a wind attribute magical beast, he possessed an innate advantage when it came to absorbing this needle. As long as he didn't rush, there wouldn't be any danger. However, the barbaric wind beast had been at the 5th rank, while Little Snow had only recently reached the 4th rank, so it would require a certain amount of time to refine it. But Long Chen wasn't impatient. Little Snow could just slowly refine it with safety as number 1. He also was planning on properly resting a while and honing his blade. After settling Little Snow's matter, Long Chen used the golden page to cut open a cave within a large mountain. He then sealed the cave with himself inside. This way Long Chen could focus completely on absorbing the Neden's beast flame. But he first rested for 2 hours to raise his mental and spiritual states to their peaks. Looking at the Neden, Long Chen took a deep breath. Placing his hand over it, his flame energy began to pour inside. Boom! The instant Long Chen's pill flame entered the Neden, it was like he had ignited explosives. A ferocious flame blazed into existence within the Neden. That violet flame immediately swallowed Long Chen's pill flame. And that wasn't all. This violet flame acted just like the berserk violet phoenix sparrow, actually releasing an attack on Long Chen. It was like the floodgates had opened. This terrifying flame surged into Long Chen's body. Its goal was to completely swallow all the pill flame that had provoked it. Long Chen felt as if lava was flowing through his meridians. That was incredibly painful, but Long Chen clenched his teeth and endured. He allowed the violet flame to chase after his pill flame. Once all the energy within the Neden poured into his body, Long Chen took his hand away and turned his body's meridians into a prison, trapping the beast flame. This was a different method from how he had subdued his previous beast flames. Just now, Long Chen had sensed that if he tried to forcibly subdue this beast flame, it would cause it to instantly erupt with fury, and Long Chen's meridians would explode. With his current strength, he should have only been able to subdue 4th-rank magical beast's beast flames. A 5th-rank magical beast's beast flame was wishful thinking. The reason Hua Wufeng dared to absorb it was definitely because he had his own secret techniques. He definitely wouldn't be subduing it like Long Chen was trying to. Although Long Chen had no secret technique, he was still confident. A mindless beast flame acting only on instinct was unable to make things hard for him. With his body as a prison, he used his pill flame as a lure, drawing the beast flame throughout his body. When the beast flame was about to erupt, he would feed it a portion of his pill flame to make it calm down. Then he continued leading the beast flame around his body. One reason he did this was to let his meridians become accustomed to its power. The other reason was for the beast flame to get accustomed to its new surroundings. This cat and mouse game continued throughout Long Chen's body. The violet beast flame was constantly chasing after Long Chen's pill flame. In any case, as long as Long Chen's spiritual qi didn't run out, he had more than enough pill flame to feed it. As it consumed more and more of Long Chen's pill flame, the violet flame's berserk nature was gradually eroded. This was precisely the effect Long Chen had been looking for. There was simply no way around it. Although this method would waste quite a bit of time, it was safe, easy, and now it was painless as well. After 3 days, the violet flame had consumed an incredible amount of Long Chen's pill flame. Its temperament was no longer so berserk, and it was accustomed to its new environment. After 10 days, the violet flame seemed to have gotten tired of playing this game and was too lazy to chase after the pill flame. It would only go consume it when the pill flame took the initiative to provoke it. After half a month, the violet flame completely ignored Long Chen's pill flame. It just stayed within Long Chen's body, treating it as its new home. Hee, welcome to your new home. I hope you live and work happily. Long Chen laughed. The time was ripe. His spiritual strength erupted out, suppressing the beast flame. This was the final step to subdue it. Chapter 389, Refining the Alyath Pill. Boom! The mountain Long Chen had hidden himself in crumbled. Terrifying energy soared out, crashing into the sky, causing the very heavens to change color. A violet flame erupted out, igniting the void, spreading throughout a region of over a mile. The huge trees that had been atop the mountain were instantly burned to ashes. An intense temperature scorched the earth. Cracks were spreading out quickly in every direction. Ha 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 ha, I've finally succeeded. Long Chen raised his head up to the sky and roared. Violet flames burned around his body, making him look like a flame god filled with a domineering spirit. 3 figures quickly rushed over. They were Meng Qi, Chu Yao, and Lu Fanger. They were the first to sense this powerful aura, and so they were the first to rush over to see what was going on. Seeing Long Chen wrapped up in those violet flames, emitting a powerful pressure and surging heat waves, their hearts shook. Excellent, you succeeded, Long Chen, exclaimed Chu Yao. It had to be known that a fifth-rank magical beast's beast flame was ordinarily something only meridian opening experts could refine. Even top geniuses would have to at least reach the bone-forging realm. But Long Chen was only a tendon transformation, and only early tendon transformation at that. This truly was too shocking. Now all their worries were swept away. Suddenly, 3 startled cries rang through the air, and they hastily turned around, their hands covering their faces, not daring to look at Long Chen any longer. Long Chen, hurry up and put on some clothes, chided Mengqi. Long Chen had been laughing heartily. He had sensed those 3 coming and had just been about to say something when he saw their odd movements. Then, with Mengqi's reminder, he looked towards his body. Even with Long Chen's incredibly thick skin, he had an urge to crawl into a hole and die. Just now, when he had subdued the beast flame had released all its berserk nature in one explosion. In his excitement, Long Chen had actually forgotten that terrifying heat had already turned his clothes to ashes. Currently, there was not a single thread covering his body as he stood there. Then, thinking of how he had brazenly laughed so heartily, Long Chen felt his face was scorching, and not from flame. He hastily put away the beast flame and put on clothes. Even after putting on clothes, Long Chen still felt too embarrassed. He might not be a shy person, but this was far too embarrassing. "Cough, so you've come." Long Chen awkwardly laughed, not knowing just what to say. The 3 of them still refused to turn around and look at Long Chen. Long Chen could even hear their hearts pounding. "Cough about that, how are those little chicks you were incubating?" Long Chen could only try and change the topic. Hearing that, the 3 women were much more excited. Although they were still red, they waved their hands. A spiritual fluctuation passed and 4 figures appeared in front of Long Chen. They were all over 3 meters tall. Looking at those 4 figures, Long Chen couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Are these really the violet phoenix sparrows? They look just like chicken chicks. These 4 figures were large, but in terms of form, they truly did look just like newly hatched chickens. Their feathers hadn't even grown out, and their skin was violet, looking just like ugly chicks that had only just hatched. Long Chen, don't be so mean. They were only just born. Once their feathers grow out, they'll be divine steeds, protested Lu Fang'er. She gently rubbed one of the violet phoenix sparrows. That's right, they're still young. But even though they're still so young, don't you find that they are extremely cute? Chu Yao was also dissatisfied with his appraisal. The 4 chicks used their bare heads to rub against the 3 women as soon as they were summoned out. They wouldn't be trying to get milk, right? Seeing those fellows rubbing against the 3 women's chests, Long Chen couldn't help being a bit curious. "Long Chen, you're disgusting. Bite him, little Violet." The 3 of them turned completely red, and Lu Fang'er even directly ordered her chick to attack him. The little chick that had been fawning over Lu Fang'er immediately opened its mouth and came biting at Long Chen. However, its movements were incredibly clumsy. Even walking was awkward for it. Long Chen laughed and took a step to the side. But seeing Long Chen dodge, that chick furiously opened its mouth and spat out a fiery heat wave. That did make Long Chen jump in fright. However, it was only able to spit out some hot air. Obviously, it still didn't have the ability to spit out flames yet. "Haha, truly vicious enough," laughed Long Chen. "Wicked Long Chen, are you trying to make a roundabout insult at us?" rebuked Mengqi. "Ah, you really can't fight with tongues with women. That's a truth that hasn't changed for all eternity." Long Chen laughed and asked them about their recent situation. Chu Yao's core energy had been replenished. After absorbing a small portion of the tree heart's energy, she had begun to practically glow. She excitedly said that the tree heart's energy was so enormous that it was hard to imagine. Her wood energy was surprisingly beginning to once more transform to become even stronger. Currently, she had yet to refine even a tenth of the tree heart's energy. Once she completely refined it, her power would definitely reach a terrifying level. That filled Long Chen with excitement. Chu Yao's combat strength was focused on defense. If her wood energy once more transformed to become stronger, then her defense would practically be invincible. In group battles, Chu Yao would be like a powerful shield, protecting the entire group's life. She could attack, she could defend, and she could even heal people. Wood cultivators were the most popular people when it came to group battles. Furthermore, Mengqi and Lu Fang'er were both incredibly excited as well. Although these violet phoenix sparrows were still in their infant state, as beast tamers, they had their own secret techniques to help them grow faster. As long as they brought them hunting, Then adding on special medicinal pills, these chicks would be able to quickly grow up in just a few months. The four of them conversed for a while. Long Chen said he would once more enter seclusion and that the three of them should go wandering. After all, they needed to go hunting to allow the violet phoenix sparrows to grow. With the three of them together, a powerful fourth-rank magical beast by their side, and with Chu Yao's status as a powerful wood cultivator, they had nothing to fear except for peak experts on the level of Yin Luo. Chu Yao also had to spend time refining the tree heart. As she did, her strength would continuously climb. As for Meng Qi and Lu Fanger, their most important task was to once more find suitable housebits as well as let the violet phoenix sparrows mature. The most important thing for Long Chen was condensing the Alioth star. Staying together now would just waste time. It was better for them to split up. Although there were dangers everywhere in the Geolai secret realm, there were also countless opportunities. The more you explored, the greater chance you would have of running into a lucky opportunity. The three of them had also had such thoughts before, but they hadn't wanted to say them to Long Chen. They were actually extremely excited that Long Chen would not be so emotional as to not be willing to part. Before leaving, the three of them all gave Long Chen a tender look that was enough to make Long Chen's bones soft. Just like that, the three of them began to search for their own opportunities. Long Chen didn't waste the slightest bit of time after they left. He rushed over to the cave that they had been in and took out his pill furnace. A violet flame soared in Long Chen's hand. With a thought from Long Chen, that flame jumped from finger to finger, going from his thumb to his pinky, from his pinky back to his thumb. His control had reached a smooth and easy level. It was not in vain that Long Chen had spent so much time raising this flame. He had sacrificed half a month's time to bring its repulsion to the lowest level before subduing it. But this time was not wasted. After spending so much time, his control immediately reached a high level as soon as he subdued it. Placing his pill flame within his furnace, he controlled the flame to keep it at its lowest temperature. He couldn't use such a high temperature to warm up the furnace, or it would not only reduce the lifespan of the furnace, it would even cause a furnace explosion. After he had refined that giant pill for Little Snow, and his furnace had exploded, Long Chen had specially bought 10 pill furnaces from the monastery. There was no way around it. The monastery had no pill cultivators, and there were no good pill furnaces. These pill furnaces were practically antiques that had piled up within the monastery for who knew how many years. So to be safe, Long Chen had immediately bought all the pill furnaces in stock. That way he wouldn't have to worry about running out even if he caused a few furnace explosions. Long Chen placed the kiln fruit into the pill furnace and increased the flame power. The kiln fruit instantly melted and began to slowly turn to powder. In truth, if you were to look at each bit of powder microscopically, you would see they were actually tiny beads that had locked all the medicinal essence inside it. Long Chen's previous pill flame had been unable to condense those tiny beads. That would cause the majority of the medicinal essence to be wasted. So no matter how amazing your pill refining arts were, you also needed a powerful pill flame. Amazing, this speed is absolutely frightening. Long Chen was incomparably excited. Refining the kiln fruit's essence had only required a breath's time. Compared to his expectation that it would take an hour, the difference was immense. Long Chen felt as if he was a beggar who had suddenly become an emperor. Compared to this phoenix sparrow violet flame, his previous flame salamander blue flame was absolute garbage. It was a pity those pill god memories in his head were incomplete. He only had pill refining techniques as well as some information about medicinal ingredients. It was truly regretful he didn't have any special fighting techniques. After fighting with Hua Wufeng, Long Chen had been amazed by how powerful pill cultivators were. He knew that Hua Wufeng's strength did not just lie in his beast flame and cultivation base. The main thing he relied on was his special technique to control his flame. All the flame control techniques Long Chen had were only for refining pills, not fighting. It seemed he would have to find some more techniques in that aspect in the future. After refining the kiln fruit, Long Chen raised his focus to his peak and began to pour in more medicinal powders. At the same time, he adjusted the pill flame's temperature. Although he had his pill god memories, even true gods could not guarantee a 100% pill refining rate. The slightest mishap could cause the entire pill refinement to fail. He only had so few kiln fruits, and he couldn't waste a single one. An hour later, all the medicinal powders had been properly added, and he finally sealed the furnace. Long Chen increased the flame. As long as he controlled the temperature properly, this would allow even more the medicinal essence to be locked within the pill. 2 hours later, his pill furnace finally emitted a banging sound. Opening the lid, pill fragrance filled the air. Hee success. Long Chen laughed and wiped off his sweat. He reached into the pill furnace. Chapter 390, The Alioth Star's Might. As soon as he opened the lid, a dense pill fragrance floated out along with bursts of light. The entire cave was lit up by 9 Longan-sized medicinal pills. Long Chen excitedly cried out. 3-ring high-grade pills. Those 9 pills shined like jade, and 3 rings of light slowly revolved around the pills as if alive. This manifestation was something that would appear at the peak of high-grade medicinal pills. When the medicinal energy and spiritual qi joined together, it would form a defensive layer on the outside of the pill. Not only would this lock the medicinal energy inside the pill, but as those rings of light revolved around the pill, they would absorb energy from the outside, continuing to nourish the pill almost as if it were alive. However, this nourishing was incredibly slow, so Long Chen didn't really care about it. What he did care about was that he had refined 3-ring high-grade pills. Normally, only those who had reached the Pill King tier could do that. But refining pills wasn't the same as cultivation base. Cultivation realms were not exact standards for what tier an alchemist could reach. There were 2 standards required for Pill Kings. One was that they could refine 4th-tier medicinal pills, while the other was that they could refine at least 1-ring medicinal pills. Only once you met both standards could you be considered a Pill King. If you wanted to reach such a level, other than needing great talent, plentiful spiritual qi, and vast soul energy, you also needed a pill flame that had reached a high enough level. With those things as a foundation, you also needed skillful control and techniques. Otherwise, no matter how high your cultivation base was, even a Xiantian alchemist would be unable to satisfy those 2 requirements. There were 2 kinds of Pill Kings. One had official credentials, while the other was essentially a wanderer. In the pill refining world, there was only Pill Valley. Pill Valley was the holy land for pill cultivators, and ordinary pill cultivators did not even have the qualifications to learn anything about it. Thus, the Pill Tower had become the temple for pill cultivators. If you wanted the credentials of a Pill King, you would have to go there to be examined. They had special alchemists specialized in performing those trials. Once you passed, you had 2 options. One was to join the Pill Tower, becoming one of its members, and enjoying the luxurious treatment of a disciple of the Pill Tower. You could also choose to leave. The Pill Tower would grant you a Pill King status tablet, and each year the Pill Tower would distribute a certain amount of resources to you. However, that little amount of resources could not be compared to what true members of the Pill Tower obtained. In fact, those pitiful resources were essentially bait the Pill Tower threw at alchemists to lure them into being one of their members. Those resources were mostly for pill cultivators to confirm just how vast and powerful the Pill Tower was. Pill arts, spirit medicines, beast flames, peak-grade pill furnaces, all kinds of treasures were present. Those possessed a fatal attraction to pill cultivators, and there were few people who could resist their temptation. The Alioth pill he had refined just now could be considered a 3rd-tier medicinal pill from its pill formula. But the difficulty in refining it, especially the control required for the heat changes during the process, had definitely already reached the level of a 4th-tier medicinal pill. In other words, after obtaining the Phoenix Sparrow Violet Flame, Long Chen could be considered a Pill King. That meant he had reached the requirements of the tablet Grandmaster Yun Qi had given him. The current Long Chen now had the qualifications to use that tablet to join Pill Valley and study pill refining. However, he had his pill god memories, and those pill refining techniques were complete. He didn't care about other people's pill refining arts. He cared more about the resources given by Pill Valley. However, in order to enter Pill Valley, he would need to first go through the Pill Tower. But for this beast flame, Long Chen had completely offended Hua Wufeng. It would not be so easy for him to enter Pill Valley. However, Long Chen didn't think too much about that. He just carefully took out a jade bottle and placed those Alioth pills inside. Looking at those sparkling Alioth pills that almost seemed alive, Long Chen was incredibly excited. He even felt as if consuming them would be such a shame. But in the end, he swallowed one of the Alioth pills. It dissolved the instant it reached his stomach. That was one of the effects of ringed pills. As long as you consumed it, it would instantly release its medicinal energy. They weren't like other medicinal pills that needed time before showing their effects. When the medicinal pill dissolved, an enormous energy surged out, seeming like a surging ocean within Long Chen's body. That kind of energy was incredibly vast, but it wasn't berserk. Instead, it was extremely gentle, and Long Chen slowly circulated the energy in accordance to the 9-star Hegemon body art, sending it to the center of his right hand. When the medicinal energy reached Long Chen's right hand, it didn't need Long Chen to do anything. The hollow of his palm trembled in the same way his foot had been when he had condensed the Feng Fu star. The medicinal energy condensed quickly, forming a vortex, while at the center of that vortex, a little kernel was gradually growing. Long Chen didn't need to do anything. This entire process happened automatically in accordance to the 9-star Hegemon body art. Long Chen suddenly noticed his Feng Fu star, that had been remaining silent up to this moment, had now suddenly begun to rapidly circulate. An extremely pure energy slowly flowed into the vortex. That energy wasn't exactly spiritual qi. Even Long Chen didn't know what that energy was. But as soon as that energy flowed in, the tiny kernel grew much larger. At the same time, a terrifying force soared out of his hand, causing the entire cave to shake. Boom! The cave collapsed, burying Long Chen within. But Long Chen wasn't even paying attention to that, as all his focus was on the changes occurring within his hand. Back when he had condensed the Feng Fu star, everything had occurred too quickly, and he hadn't even understood what was going on before his Feng Fu star had condensed. But this time, he wanted the Alioth star to form slower so that he had enough time to examine what was going on. Yes, as I thought, to condense the first star required my body's core energy, while to condense the second star requires the first star's assistance. Long Chen was closely examining the entire process. That small kernel was like a seed that was receiving nourishment as it absorbed the energy coming from the Feng Fu star. The Alioth pill's medicinal energy was slowly being absorbed by that seed as well. When that seed reached the size of a sesame seed, Long Chen felt a mental connection from it. With a thought, he tried to control that little thing. He smiled when he found it really was completely under his control. That let Long Chen finally relax. He had experienced far too many bumps on the road. No matter what he did, he always ran into multiple difficulties. The fact that he had finally condensed the Alioth star without any surprises or danger made him feel relieved from a great burden. Originally, he had been ready to face all kinds of various difficulties he had assumed would pop up. Although the Alioth star was only the size of a sesame seed, Long Chen was able to control it and even increase the rate at which it grew. However, what was a bit out of his expectations was that the growth of the Alioth star didn't just depend on the nourishment of the Alioth pills, but it also required the energy coming from the Feng Fu star. That energy was passively flowing from the Feng Fu star, and Long Chen didn't need to actively draw it out. The only thing he needed to do was increase the Alioth star's absorption rate. But Long Chen felt a slight chill when he saw that even after absorbing all the Alioth pill's medicinal energy, his Alioth star had only grown ever so slightly. He had no choice but to consume the rest of the Alioth pills. When he consumed the 9th one and finished absorbing all its energy, he found that the Alioth star had still only grown slightly, just barely reaching the size of a small pea. Long Chen began to sweat. Although he had felt that the few killing fruits he had found would not be enough for him to fully condense the Alioth star, he had still felt some hope when he had seen that he was able to refine 3-ring high-grade pills. But now all 9 of them were gone, and Long Chen felt an icy chill. According to this speed, the Alioth pill's condensement would be even more difficult than the Feng Fu star's. To condense the Feng Fu star, Long Chen had used up probably almost 1,000 Feng Fu pills. He only had 24 killing fruits on hand, and of those, only 9 of them were fully matured. The rest were temporarily not mature enough to be used in pill refining. Furthermore, killing fruits matured extremely slowly, not to mention that new ones would only grow once the old ones matured. From the flowering process to the time where the fruit was matured, a single killing fruit would require 100 years of sunlight and constant absorption of heaven and earth spiritual qi. That fiery excitement in Long Chen's heart immediately extinguished. Long Chen suddenly stood up, and his aura exploded out in order to release his frustration. A terrifying wave of qi shot out. The mountain exploded, the ground sunk, and a powerful qi wave crushed the surrounding rocks and trees into smithereens. That terrifying power even stunned Long Chen. What my strength? Long Chen was filled with disbelief. Everything within several miles had been turned to dust. The ground had also sunk several hundred meters. His jaw dropped. He was both delighted and shocked. Looking at the center of his right hand, that frustration was swept away. Eche. Long Chen raised his head up the sky and roared, his aura exploding out without the slightest reservation. It was as if an angry sea was trying to wash away heaven and earth, causing the sky's clouds to shake. Long Chen hadn't realized before, but now he found that it wasn't just his Feng Fu star rapidly circulating when he released his aura. That small pea-sized alioth star was also quickly circulating, and a powerful energy was constantly pouring into his body. That energy was not at all inferior to the complete Feng Fu star. Amazing, absolutely amazing, Long Chen crazily laughed. He felt as if he might start crying from joy. He had barely condensed an embryonic form of the alioth star, but it was already on the same level as the Feng Fu star. Just what level of awesomeness was that? His frustration was swept away, and he was so excited he wanted to dance. He could no longer stay in this place since just his aura had destroyed it. He found another hidden place where he refined the rest of the matured Kilin fruits into alioth pills. He nourished the alioth star with those alioth pills, and 10 days later, all his alioth pills were gone. As for the alioth star, it had grown to the size of a longan, and there was even some mist revolving around it, looking like a true star. Furthermore, Long Chen noticed that as his alioth star condensed, his physical body once more advanced to a new level, his strength explosively growing. That filled him with confidence. Even if he ran into a Yin Luo who had already advanced to bone forging, he would have no fear of him. After thinking about it, Long Chen spent the next 5 days to refine almost 1,003 connecting flower tendon pills for himself. With his new gains, his pill refining speed had reached a practically abnormal level. These medicinal pills should be enough for him for the next while. He couldn't waste the rest of his time. Long Chen opened his map and quickly found his next target, the Abyss of Fiends. Chapter 390, One Chance Encounter with an Old Friend. It had been almost 4 months since the Geolai secret realm had opened. During those 4 months, countless disciples from both the righteous and corrupt paths had rushed throughout the various marked regions on the map. 4 months was both a long and a short time. Many experts had already decided on a strategy before coming to the Geolai secret realm, and they had long since set their goals. There were few people like Long Chen who just aimlessly wandered around. That was because Ling Yunzai had told them that everything would be up to their fates. They couldn't force it. In truth, Ling Yunzai also felt extremely bitter inside. Compared to the other monasteries, Long Chen and his other disciples had weak foundations in the sense that they didn't have many life-saving measures. The majority of the dangerous regions all had countless opportunities within them, but there were also too many people fighting over them. Ling Yunzai didn't have any extravagant hopes of them obtaining some heaven-defying opportunities. All he hoped for was for them to be able to come out alive. And Ling Yunzai's worries had not been unfounded. Only after entering the Geolai secret realm did Long Chen realize he had looked down on the other geniuses. In this world, Han Tianyu and Yin Luo weren't the only peak experts. Hua Wufeng's appearance allowed Long Chen to realize that in the vast cultivation world, there were countless experts hidden everywhere. He was not the only dark horse. Who knew just how many experts like Hua Wufeng were still unknown? Even peak experts could run into failure, perhaps even lose their lives, in this place where danger and rivals were everywhere. However, Long Chen's mood was still extremely relaxed. Although the Geolai secret realm was in a constant state of dusk, he felt a delight as if basking in a clear and boundless sky. He had finally condensed the alioth star. Although it was just an embryonic form and he hadn't finished the 9 star transformations, Long Chen already felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation. That filled Long Chen with confidence. Right now, he didn't fear any opponent, so it could be said that Long Chen had the ability to go on a rampage at this time. But the only thing that he regretted slightly was that, for some unknown reason, there seemed to always be something calling to him within the Geolai secret realm. That feeling had only grown stronger after condensing the alioth star. However, from the start, Long Chen was unable to determine what direction that calling was coming from, and so he was unable to seek it out. Before coming to the Geolai secret realm, he had already felt an indistinct summoning. That feeling had only grown clearer after entering the secret realm. At the beginning, Long Chen had thought that whatever was summoning had to do with the 9 star Hegemon body art, and so he had thought it was the killing fruit. That was because without the killing fruit, there was no way to condense the Alioth star. But now even after he had obtained the killing fruit, that feeling of being summoned hadn't changed. If he hadn't gone to find Yin Luo, then he wouldn't have even been able to obtain the killing fruit tree, so the summoning had nothing to do with it. There was nothing he could do about that. Long Chen could only continue moving forward. Whatever that thing was, if it was meant to be his, it would reveal itself to him eventually. But if it wasn't meant to be, then he shouldn't be feeling that beckoning. As for why it refused to reveal what it was, Long Chen could only conclude that their karmic destiny hadn't arrived yet. He could only walk forward step by step. Now that there were only 8 more months to the closing of the Geolai secret realm, time wasn't so plentiful anymore. Since he couldn't find where that opportunity was, Long Chen could only move on. His new target was the only place marked with a blood-colored human skull. This place was the Abyss of Fiends. No one knew just how deep this abyss was, but it emitted a fiendish air that caused people's hair to stand on end. It was known as a land of definite death. That was because that fiendish air was something ordinary people were unable to block. Sometimes just by getting close to the abyss, people would be corroded by the fiendish air, causing their mental state to collapse. Countless shockingly powerful experts had tried to explore the Abyss of Fiends' secrets. As a result, countless experts had thrown their lives away there. One peak expert had said that after advancing to bone forging, he had barely gotten 300 meters into the abyss before a terrifying pressure tore through his body, almost making his body explode. 300 meters was nothing, not even enough for him to reach the bottom of the abyss. From then on, no one else tried entering. That was how that place had ended up being called a land of absolute death. Over countless years, there had never been anyone to obtain the slightest benefit from that place, but instead, countless people's lives had been thrown in. And those people whose lives had been lost were all experts amongst experts, as those were the ones who dared try to probe its secrets. Those who dared to come to the Abyss of Fiends were all extremely conceited people. They all had powerful cultivation bases or life-saving measures. But it was because of that conceit that they had lost their lives. They had used their fearlessness to tell other people a certain principle. Being a show-off had its price. Long Chen had chosen to go to the Abyss of Fiends for 2 reasons. The first reason was curiosity. He was like those previous experts, extremely confident in his own strength. The other reason was that now that it had been 4 months since the Geolai secret realm had opened, people had long since gone through all the marked places on the map. Many opportunities had already been taken away by other people. If he wanted to find more opportunities, he would have to search in areas not marked by the map. But the Geolai secret realm was practically boundless. No one knew how large it was. Without the markings on the map, it was all too easy to get lost. Furthermore, even if you didn't get lost, if you weren't able to get back in time for the closing of the secret realm, you wouldn't even be able to leave alive. It was only after considering it for a long time that Long Chen had decided to set his sights on the Abyss of Fiends. Furthermore, he wasn't 100% set on entering. He simply wanted to experience what the infamous Abyss of Fiends was like. If it really was too dangerous, he wouldn't force it. So at most he would just leave after arriving, and all that would happen was that he would waste some time. Long Chen was quite confident in his fleeing skills. Long Chen was just advancing forward when he heard a bang in the distance. He felt a strong gale surge over him. There were people fighting ahead. He was a bit surprised to encounter a fight, but within the Geolai secret realm, fights erupted everywhere and all the time. No one knew just how many died each day in here. The Geolai secret realm was dangerous, but the greatest danger still came from your fellow humans. 99% of the people that died within the secret realm died to fighting other disciples. It was quite the irony. However, Long Chen was still very curious about this, and so he quickened his footsteps. It was in a human's nature to like to watch the action. Even if he didn't interfere, it was good just to see what was going on. Dozens of miles were crossed in a flash by Long Chen. He saw 4 people fighting in the distance. He was slightly surprised to see one of them was a woman, and that she was fighting 1 against 3. Those 4 were all favored, and she was repeatedly forced to retreat, fighting as she fled. But with their advantage in numbers, those 3 refused to give up. As for the woman, all alone she was outmatched. She was already covered in quite a few injuries, blood flowing down her robes. However, she still clenched her teeth and fought a bloody battle. 3 against 1, boring. Long Chen shook his head. This kind of slaughter was practically a constant show within the Geolai secret realm. Long Chen had never considered himself to be some warrior of justice, some chivalrous hero. He just watched. Within the Geolai secret realm, you couldn't trust any other person. You could only trust yourself. That was something Long Chen had already instilled in the other monastery disciples before entering. He naturally wouldn't make such a low-level mistake himself. Long Chen only had one rule. If people didn't offend him, he wouldn't offend them. He had no desire to fight the strong to help the weak. All he wanted was to protect the people close to him. However, he hadn't expected that the woman would actually change directions and flee towards him. I'll just act like I didn't see it, Long Chen warned himself inside. Women were always the most troublesome, and if he could avoid trouble, he should. That woman's aura was declining rapidly. She was sent flying by one of their attacks. Die. This created an opening for one of the other three. His sword ruthlessly stabbed towards her chest. He perfectly aimed his sword for where she would land, so there was no way she could dodge. That woman could tell there was no way she could block this, and her eyes were filled with despair. But suddenly, a light sound rang out as a large hand caught that man's sword. A blue-robed man had appeared in front of her. Brat, don't meddle in other people's business, or you won't have a good death. Long Chen's appearance shocked the three of them. It was especially shocking that he was able to use his bare hand to catch that person's sword. However, seeing that Long Chen was merely at the early tendon transformation realm, their guard dropped back down. Damn it, I said I wouldn't do anything. How come I wasn't able to stop myself? Long Chen grumbled inside, feeling a bit angry with himself. He hadn't wanted to interfere, but when he saw that woman was just about to die, he still hadn't been able to endure it. You three brothers' appearances are grand, and you look like you put on airs. What is the point in killing a woman? Give junior brother some face and leave this matter like this. Long Chen put on the posture of a mediator. Grand appearance, putting on airs. Was he praising them or cursing them? The three of them were infuriated, and the one whose sword was being grabbed by Long Chen's hand cursed, "You little wretch, just die." He pulled his sword back with his full force, but his sword seemed to have grown a root that was stuck in Long Chen's hand. No matter how he pulled, it refused to move. He turned purple from the exertion. Hey, why are you cursing people? A displeased expression appeared on Long Chen's face. And you even put on such an ugly look. Just who is that for? Long Chen suddenly let go of the sword while that person was still pulling with his full force. He had let go so suddenly that the puller ended up smashing the hilt into his own stomach. That person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. The other two people were startled and stabbed their swords directly at Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen waved his hand, and a fierce astral wind struck them. Before they could even reach Long Chen, their bodies felt as if they were being crushed, and they also vomited a mouthful of blood. The three of them were all shocked. They had never imagined that this brat, whose cultivation base was only at the early tendon transformation realm, would be so terrifying. As for that woman, she now finally had a chance to take a breath. She was just about to say her thanks when her expression turned to astonishment. Long Chen. Long Chen was slightly surprised and turned to look closer at that woman. She seemed slightly similar. Suddenly, he remembered. Bai Ling. That woman was precisely the Bai Ling who had been in charge of the Huiyuan pavilion back in Phoenix Cry. She had once tried to rope in Long Chen to her sect. As for those three, when they heard that he was Long Chen, their expressions completely changed, and they fled without even thinking about it. Long Chen, hurry and kill them. You absolutely can't let them run away. Bai Ling's expression suddenly turned to one of panic. Chapter 392 Fury Ignites. Long Chen, hurry and kill them. You absolutely can't let them run away. Bai Ling suddenly thought of something when she saw those three run, so she hastily cried out. Although Long Chen didn't know why Bai Ling was so panicked, his intuition told him trusting her wouldn't cause him any harm. He pointed a finger, and a violet bead flew out like lightning at the three of them. That wasn't a true bead, but Long Chen's pill flame. Long Chen's control over the Phoenix Sparrow violet flame had reached the level where it was practically more precise than his control of his previous flame salamander blue flame. After all, he had spent such a long process to lure it in, so the flame did not feel any rejection to Long Chen's body. That bead was made of this condensed violet flame. It immediately caught up to the three of them and exploded. When it exploded, it instantly engulfed a region of hundreds of meters. Those three didn't even have a chance to scream. They were immediately burned to ash. That sight caused Bai Ling to be dumbfounded. Although she had also seen the video of Long Chen's fight with Xuanhuan, and she knew that Long Chen was no longer the same Long Chen who was so easy to bully from Phoenix Cry, seeing him kill 3 powerful favored with a point of his finger still shocked her. If she didn't see those 3 Dao marks floating into the sky, she might suspect she had seen wrongly. Junior sister Bai Ling, long time no see, laughed Long Chen. The world truly was small. To think he would actually run into her within the secret realm. Now Long Chen was grateful he had interfered. If he had held back and only realized who Bai Ling was after she was dead, that would definitely make him feel guilty and ashamed. It seemed being righteous was important as well. Only now did Bai Ling recover from her shock. She took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen with a complicated expression. That's true, it really has been a long time. Long Chen, your growth really makes me shocked. Back in Phoenix Cry, she had once offered him an invitation. Back then, she hadn't cared about his cultivation base, but his pill cultivator status. But now Long Chen was relying purely on his powerful strength to shock both the righteous and corrupt paths. She had never imagined in her wildest dreams that Long Chen would reach that level. Long Chen laughed. Sister Bai Ling overpraised me. Now why did you want me to kill those 3? 3 favored were nothing to Long Chen, but Bai Ling seemed extremely nervous. Could it be you do know? There's an arrest warrant for you, and they would immediately report your whereabouts if they get away. Then countless people would come to kill you. Bai Ling was astonished by Long Chen's ignorance. Arrest warrant to kill me? Who put me on the arrest warrant? It seems you really don't know. Fine, I'll explain it to you in detail. Bai Ling helplessly shook her head and began to tell Long Chen about this arrest warrant. Not long after Long Chen had defeated Xuanhuan, news had come out that the Xuanhuan Monastery's #1 expert, Han Tianyu, had issued an arrest warrant for him. He attested that Long Chen was brutal, indiscriminately slaughtering fellow members of the righteous path, using the most ruthless method to snatch treasures, his crimes completely reprehensible. If someone were to find Long Chen, they had to notify the first monastery as soon as possible, and they would gain a large reward for that. It's the same old thing. Han Tianyu wants to target me. Long Chen smiled icily. If they wanted to come, then they could come at him as much as they pleased. Just who should be afraid of who? Long Chen, you can't be overconfident. From some back channels, it's been leaked that Han Tianyu has not long ago broken through his shackles to reach the bone-forging realm. Someone personally saw the sight of him breaking through. They said his aura surged into the heavens and broke mountains. His berserk will cause people 300 miles away to feel a chill in their bones. None of those people were able to even have a heart to resist. Han Tianyu is the first expert to reach bone forging in the Geolai secret realm. I'd guess he is trying to use his advantage to eradicate all his enemies before they can break through as well. Apparently, Han Tianyu has already begun to personally search for Yin Luo's whereabouts. However, Yin Luo might be his first target, but you, Long Chen, are his second target to kill, explained Bai Ling worriedly. It really is a case of giving face but not receiving face. If Han Tianyu really dares to not know how to appreciate kindness, I'll have to use my brick to measure just how long his face is, said Long Chen hatefully. Long Chen had never offended the first monastery, and he had also never offended Han Tianyu, but those fellows had always been targeting him. They had continuously schemed against him, and now they had actually issued an official arrest warrant. This was completely intolerable. Seeing Long Chen didn't have the slightest bit of fear in the face of Han Tianyu's arrest warrant, Bai Ling wanted to say something, but she seemed a bit tongue-tied. Suddenly, Bai Ling thought of something and said, "That's right, Long Chen, this arrest warrant isn't just towards you. It seems to include your entire 108th monastery." What? Long Chen was truly infuriated now. They truly were looking to die. Because half a month ago, someone saw someone from your monastery called Tang, some woman. Tang Wan'er, right? Long Chen's heart tightened. That's right, Tang Wan'er. Someone saw Han Tianyu's brother, Han Tianfeng, chasing after her, trying to kill her. Truly courting death, Long Chen roared furiously, the veins on his forehead jumping. Killing intent exploded from him. These idiots really had taken things too far. Bai Ling jumped in fright from Long Chen's killing intent. The instant that killing intent was released, Long Chen seemed just like a death god, capable of taking people's lives with just a thought. That was a murderous aura hidden within his bones. But just this murderous aura was enough to make Bai Ling's face completely pale. She felt as if she had been dropped in an ice house. Why would Han Tianfeng try to kill Tang Wan'er? Long Chen asked through clenched teeth. However, even before Bai Ling replied, he could guess the answer. If these idiots wanted to, they could come up with 1,000 different excuses for persecuting them. Furthermore, each reason sounded so grand and righteous. Just thinking of that caused Long Chen's killing intent to surge. Don't panic, Long Chen. I heard that your friend is fine. She managed to escape from Han Tianfeng. Bai Ling hastily consoled Long Chen when she saw he was on the edge of going berserk. Hell, it was truly luck. While chasing down Tang Wan'er, Han Tianfeng was noticed by Mo Nian, and Mo Nian immediately moved to attack Han Tianfeng. The two of them fought a huge battle, and in the end, Han Tianfeng was defeated. He ended up being chased by Mo Nian as he fled. Apparently, Mo Nian said the following: "Don't you like framing Daddy? Then if Daddy doesn't break your balls today, Daddy wouldn't be surnamed Mo." Bai Ling's expression was a bit embarrassed, as that was a direct quote from Mo Nian and extremely crude. Mo Nian. Long Chen had a sudden comprehension. Mo Nian had once fought shoulder to shoulder with him, and he would naturally recognize Tang Wan'er. He definitely wouldn't just stand to the side when she was in trouble. As for those words he had said while chasing down Han Tianfeng, Long Chen remembered how he had once feigned being Mo Nian. It seemed Mo Nian had still been brooding about that matter and planned on releasing his fury on Han Tianfeng. Long Chen was relieved that Tang Wan'er was fine. As for Han Tianfeng, if Mo Nian wanted to kill him, Long Chen doubted Han Tianfeng would be able to escape. However, Long Chen believed that Mo Nian didn't truly want to kill Han Tianfeng. He would most likely just beat him up to release his resentment at being falsely accused. Since you want to kill my people, you should be prepared to be killed. As long as you personally attacked, don't blame me for being merciless. Perhaps to people who only attacked him, Long Chen would be able to accept it and brush it off. After all, there were constant struggles on the martial path. But if they were unable to handle him and instead targeted the people beside him, he would be completely unable to accept it. That Mo Nian should be your friend, right? Asked Bai Ling. Yes, he is one of my brothers, replied Long Chen without blushing. Good brothers had to cheat each other every now and then, right? That way they would seem closer. Long Chen, your growth really is shocking. Even a peak expert like Mo Nian is willing to be friends with you, sighed Bai Ling. Just who was Mo Nian? He was the top expert of Qing Prefecture. He was unrivaled within the same realm. His eyesight was exceptionally sharp, and he liked to be a lone operator. She hadn't heard of him becoming friends with anyone. But this prideful figure was brothers with Long Chen. That meant Long Chen had at least reached a similar level. Other than Han Tianyu and Yin Luo, there are also several other people you should be careful of. One of them is called Huo Wufeng. He comes from the Pill Tower, and his pill refining arts have already reached an outstanding level. His combat ability is not the slightest bit inferior to those two. Furthermore, his background is too terrifying, so if you encounter him, you should try to hide and not offend him, warned Bai Ling. A strange expression appeared on Long Chen's face. It's true that I didn't want to offend him, but more importantly, he was hell-bent on offending me. Now that I've already slapped him in the face, if I said I didn't want to offend him, Huo Wufeng probably wouldn't accept that, right? Other than Huo Wufeng, the second monastery's Hua Biluo is also someone to be careful of. However, she's much more easygoing and she won't rush into battle with people for nothing. As for the other person, you must be extremely cautious towards him. That person is called Zhu Wuya. He comes from the corrupt path, but he's from a different prefecture than Yin Luo. He is incredibly powerful and a vicious person. He is also a peak expert, said Bai Ling. Long Chen was surprised that Bai Ling had so much information. Long Chen naturally knew of Hua Biluo. Although they had only just exchanged a slight glance, Long Chen could sense that she was hiding her power. She definitely wasn't as simple as she appeared. It was surprising Bai Ling knew of Hua Biluo and even Huo Wufeng. Most surprising of all was that she knew of a corrupt expert called Zhu Wuya. Long Chen had never heard of him. However, considering how accurate the rest of her information was, then this person was definitely also an expert who could compare to Han Tianyu and Mo Nian. The current information I have is limited, so I only know of this many of the peak experts. However, Long Chen, you can't be careless. There are lots of experts that like to hide their power. They'll only reveal themselves at a critical moment, warned Bai Ling. Thank you, Sister Bai Ling. I'll definitely be careful. What are you thanking me for? I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I'd already be a corpse right now. Looks like my preparations still weren't enough. Even 4 teleportation talismans were used up. I'll have to be more careful in the future, sighed Bai Ling. For teleportation talismans, Long Chen was given a shock. Bai Ling smiled. When it comes to actual strength, my Huiyun sect might not be a peak existence, but when it comes to financial ability, other than the Pill Tower, no one can compare to us. Speaking of the Huiyun sect's financial abilities, Bai Ling's expression became a bit prideful. She explained some of the cultivation world to Long Chen. Chapter 393, Abyss of Fiends. According to Bai Ling's explanation, the Geolai secret realm connected to 7 prefectures. To put it more clearly, there were 7 prefectures with entrances to the Geolai secret realm. As for the Xuanhuan super monastery, it was located in just one of those 7 prefectures. Each prefecture represented a vast area 1,000,000 miles wide, and there were countless sects within each prefecture. Other than a few large sects that monopolized several entrances, there were many smaller entrances that were in the hands of smaller sects. So each time the secret realm opened, all the elites of the 7 prefectures would gather. Within them, it was unknown just how many top experts were present. As for Bai Ling, she said her Huiyun sect couldn't count as the strongest, but they could count as the wealthiest. The way the Huiyun sect raised its disciples was extremely special. In order to become a core disciple, you had to first possess the ability to create a great deal of wealth. Back when Bai Ling had been sent to the Phoenix Cry capital to handle the Huiyun Pavilion, it was just an experience the sect had set up for her. It was also a test to see if she had the smarts to rake in money. Bai Ling and her junior apprentice sister, Yao Niqian, managed to meet their goal target in an extremely short amount of time. They returned to the sect to receive the sect's nurturing. This nurturing was extremely bizarre. It was given in accordance to how well the disciple did during their trial. The sect gave them resources in accordance to how quickly they could make money. Long Chen was dumbfounded. Even this was a sect. This was clearly a business company. It was a bunch of old businessmen raising younger businessmen. What were they cultivating for? Bai Ling told Long Chen that their belief was in the god of wealth. When he heard that, Long Chen almost spluttered. The god of wealth, hadn't they just become bedeviled by money? However, Bai Ling's next sentence made Long Chen almost laugh. She said that no matter how high a person's talent was, it was still no good without money to support it. As for the Huiyun sect, it gave people a level playing field. On that level playing field, as long as you put in the work, then it didn't matter your background, it didn't matter your current resources, it didn't matter your talent. You would still have a chance to step onto the path of cultivation. It wasn't like other sects that had stringent requirements for their disciples. The Huiyun sect wouldn't refuse any cultivator. Even if you were a trash of the cultivation world, you could still join. Through your own efforts, you could obtain cultivation resources. However, those with higher talent would get a slightly higher starting point. But those without talent could still be an odd jobs worker to earn their cultivation resources, allowing even them to cultivate. The Huiyun sect's disciples had practically spread throughout every corner of the world. This had caused them to be laughed at and mocked by many sects. However, even the top sects had no choice but to admit the Huiyun sect truly was strong. The number of their disciples had reached an astronomical number that was simply impossible to calculate. With that many members, it was naturally easy for some amazing geniuses to appear in their ranks. The sect would treat those especially talented disciples even better. As for those disciples who came from ordinary backgrounds and had climbed their way up step by step, the Huiyun sect would create a level playing field for them, allowing them to also grow. However, the Huiyun sect was different from other sects in that it didn't allow its disciples to cheat. It didn't allow them to abuse their position for personal gain. If they wanted a level playing field, if they wanted good resources, then they had to work for them. Bai Ling was filled with pride and worship as she spoke of the Huiyun sect's fairness. She had once just been a wandering street orphan. In her childhood, she had been taken in by a disciple from the Huiyun sect. From that point on, she had begun to use her own abilities to gain cultivation resources and cultivate. If it hadn't been for the Huiyun sect, she would have stayed a starving street orphan, and there would have been no way for that fate to change to anything good. There were far too many people with fates that had been similar to hers. She and the other similar people that had been accepted into the Huiyun sect were filled with gratefulness to that god of wealth. "Sorry, I shouldn't have put on such an expression," apologized Long Chen. He had a good opinion of the Huiyun pavilion now. This world was one where the weak were prey to the strong, a world filled with blood. Religion had already become a luxury. Long Chen felt slightly ashamed of his previous rudeness. "Haha, don't worry about it. We Huyan disciples are often ridiculed, so we're already used to it. However, I know you weren't actually ridiculing me and just felt it was funny. Furthermore, you were able to lower your face to me, a woman, to apologize. That's enough for me to tell what kind of magnanimous person you are, laughed Bai Ling. My Huyan sect has two great advantages. One is our financial ability. Our sect is definitely the wealthiest of all sects. Each day, countless disciples join us. Each disciple increases the sect's wealth. Compared to us, those sects that rely on veins of ore or spirit fields are just wasting their resources. Our other advantage is that our auction houses are spread throughout the entire world, allowing us to gain much more detailed information than anyone else. So you don't need to be curious why I know these things. However, that information can only be used as a reference. Each sect has its own secrets. No one knows just how many monsters are hidden within these 7 prefectures. You Long Chen are a perfect example. Your sudden rise to fame has caused quite a few jaws to drop. I trust that Han Tianyu, Yin Luo, and the other peak experts are all secretly preparing to handle you, said Bai Ling. Hearing Bai Ling's explanation, Long Chen felt as if he had just been a frog at the bottom of a well. 7 prefectures. If it really was as Bai Ling had said, then he really didn't know just how many peak experts would pop up. Sister Bai Ling, why would they chase after you? That can only be blamed on my bad luck. Previously, I was exploring a secret region and ended up being attacked by a peak 4th rank magical beast. I almost lost my life, and I could only use a teleportation talisman to flee. But the spot I was teleported to was extremely unfortunate. It was precisely where those 3 people were resting. Seeing that I was just a favored but possessed a teleportation talisman, they were immediately filled with greed and wanted to kill me for my treasures, sighed Bai Ling. These teleportation talismans did not set directions or ordinates, but were random teleportation talismans. That was the lowest grade of all teleportation talismans, but they were still not something ordinary chosen could obtain. But Bai Ling had possessed 4 of them. That kind of wealth truly was shocking. It was no wonder she was filled with confidence when she spoke of the Huyan sect's wealth. Long Chen, what plans do you have? Asked Bai Ling. It seemed she wanted to team up with Long Chen. Long Chen was slightly apologetic as he said, I probably won't be able to be together with you. I'm thinking of going to the Abyss of Fiends. Long Chen really couldn't stay together with Bai Ling. Currently, it seemed enemies were everywhere around him. If he was alone, he wouldn't need to fear them. Even if he encountered experts on the level of Han Tianyu or Yin Luo, he wouldn't be afraid. Even if he couldn't beat them, he would still be able to run. But if he had someone by his side, he would have too many misgivings. The Abyss of Fiends, that's a place of definite death. Bai Ling was filled with shock. I just want to take a look because I'm curious. I definitely won't go down. Then fine, be careful. Seeing that Long Chen's mind was already made up, Bai Ling didn't bother trying to advise him any further. Sister Bai Ling, you. Don't worry, although I've used up my teleportation talismans, I still have some more tricks. There are also quite a few Huyan disciples in the secret realm. We have our own special communication methods, so I'll go find some of them for protection. Hearing that, Long Chen was put at ease. After saying some final words, the 2 of them parted, with Long Chen heading in the direction of the Abyss of Fiends. As he got closer, the land around him became more and more desolate. At the beginning, there was still some dense vegetation around, but after a day's travel, that vegetation had disappeared. Each mountain was completely bare. The ground had also turned from a dark yellow to a coal black. A strong, deathly air was emitted from here. 3 days later, Long Chen finally saw an abyss ahead. This abyss was 3,000 miles long. When he was still 100 miles away, a terrifying pressure began to crush Long Chen. What a strong, deathly air, what a powerful pressure. It was no wonder he hadn't seen a single person on his way. The pressure emitted by this abyss could easily crush favored. An ordinary person would be crushed to death before even approaching the abyss. Furthermore, the land around the abyss was barren for 10,000 miles. There was nothing to attract people here. The pressure has increased again. When Long Chen was 30 miles from the abyss, that pressure increased again. Long Chen felt as if a large mountain was crushing him. But ever since condensing the Alioth star, Long Chen's physical body had undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. If this was before condensing the Alioth star, he would have needed to use his full strength to resist this pressure. But now he could basically ignore it. As Long Chen advanced, that pressure only increased. By the time he reached the edge of the abyss, That pressure was something that would even crush Chosen. Standing at the edge of the abyss, Long Chen looked down, seeing pitch blackness. He couldn't see anything, nor could he tell how deep it was. He spread out his divine sense, but he was horrified to find that his divine sense suddenly disappeared as soon as it spread a couple dozen meters. It was like snow had been dropped into lava, instantly and silently disappearing. Furthermore, his soul energy was now being rapidly exhausted. In less than a breath's time, a tenth of it was gone. Long Chen jumped in fright and hastily retrieved his divine sense. He no longer dared try using spiritual strength to inspect this place. This abyss was too bizarre. After hesitating a moment and testing the hardness of the rock wall, Long Chen clenched his teeth and began to go down the abyss. At a depth of 300 meters, the surrounding space felt as if it had solidified as endless pressure pressed down on him. He felt even his lungs might explode from it. He had no choice but to begin circulating his spiritual qi to resist it. It's no wonder even bone-forging experts would be crushed to death upon entering here. This pressure is too terrifying. Long Chen's abnormal physical body was no longer enough to resist this ocean-like pressure. This kind of pressure was enough to turn steel into powder, let alone the physical body. If he hadn't condensed the Alioth star, allowing his physical body to make a huge advancement, he would have long since become injured just standing here. As he entered deeper, the pressure grew, and by 10,000 meters, his skin was starting to split open, blood pouring out. Buzz! Long Chen summoned out his divine ring to resist this pressure. As soon as the divine ring appeared, Long Chen felt the pressure lessen, and he had it much easier. The divine ring not only increased his strength, but it also had a restrictive effect on the surrounding pressure. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen pressed onwards. At 15,000 meters, Long Chen finally reached the bottom of the abyss. At this place, the pressure was even stronger, and furthermore, it was now surging around. It was as if Long Chen was stuck in the ocean, his body being constantly rocked by waves. He carefully advanced forward. He saw that the ground around here had become even harder than steel from this pressure. It was like this place was a valley, but the stones around here were craggy, and a ghastly air filled the place. The fiendish aura here would make a person's hair stand on end. A sharp turn occurred in the path in front of him. Long Chen had only just made that turn when a ferocious light cut apart the void and rushed towards the middle of Long Chen's back. Chapter 394 Yue Zai Oqian. A ferocious light cut apart the void, rushing towards the middle of Long Chen's back. That terrifying power caused Long Chen's scalp to feel numb. He had never expected to be ambushed in such a place. A violet flame blade appeared in his hand, slashing out behind him. Boom! Long Chen borrowed the powerful force to fly away from the ambusher. Turning back, he couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, and another fierce attack came stabbing for the middle of his back. It had almost reached him before he noticed. Long Chen was greatly alarmed. From the start of the attack to now, he hadn't even had a chance to see who was attacking him. Their movement technique was far too bizarre. Pill Flame! Long Chen's pill flame surged out of him, instantly spreading 300 meters around him. After calling out his pill flame, Devil Decapitator swung out to meet the sudden attack. Although he didn't turn back, he relied just on his intuition to strike that attack. But Long Chen was shocked to find a portion of his saber attack was erased somehow. Eh? A soft sound rang out. Long Chen turned back to look back at that faint figure. But he could only tell that this person was human-shaped before they used some unknown technique to disappear in front of him, reappearing behind his back again to attack. Long Chen icily snorted. Gripping Devil Decapitator with both hands, he swung around, hacking at the person behind him. As he had expected, there was a sword that had been piercing towards his back. But this time Long Chen managed to clash with it head-on, his saber heavily smashing into that person's sword. Boom! Long Chen was involuntarily knocked back several steps, while that person was also sent flying by Long Chen's saber. "It's you!" Suddenly, a startled cry rang out. As that illusory figure gradually became solid, it revealed that the attacker was a woman. Her figure was lithe and graceful. The sword in her hand rippled like water, and she wore a white veil that concealed her face. Although the only thing that could be seen of her face was her eyes and above. Those two limpid eyes emitted a light that seemed as if they could steal a person's soul. Long Chen was also startled. He hadn't expected to run into her here. This was the mysterious woman that had saved his life. Back then, Long Chen had been heavily injured by Yin Luo. In the end, he had ended up running into Jiang Yifan while completely exhausted. If it weren't for her, Long Chen would already be dead. At that time, Long Chen had felt this woman to be extremely mysterious. Then through their 3 exchanges just now, Long Chen realized that this woman was even more powerful than he had imagined. Her practically demonic movement technique would give anyone a headache. What shocked him the most was that her cultivation base was still only at the peak of tendon transformation. It had to be known that after Long Chen had condensed the Alyath star, his combat ability had soared. He had assumed he wouldn't have any more rivals within the same realm. During their 3 exchanges, Long Chen hadn't held back at all, but this woman was still able to easily receive his saber's attacks. She was definitely terrifying. "Sorry, I thought you were an enemy," apologized the woman. "It's no matter, just a misunderstanding," smiled Long Chen. "It really was just a misunderstanding. Your aura is similar to some of my opponents. I thought they had followed me inside." Opponents with a similar aura to mine. Their techniques and skills were different, but the auras were somewhat similar. Their bodies' chi and blood surged like dragons, and the power of their physical body was like a beast's. "Who were they?" asked Long Chen. He was very interested in what she was saying. Apparently, those people were also specialized in body tempering. The woman merely smiled and didn't reply to his question. "I wouldn't have expected you to be so strong. You actually don't require any secret treasure and can rely solely on your physical body to resist this pressure." Since she didn't directly reply, Long Chen didn't continue pestering her about that topic. He now noticed there was a faint blue curtain of light over her body. That light curtain was like ripples protecting her body within. Now he understood how she was able to stay down here. It was no wonder she could move so easily under this terrifying pressure. This secret treasure of hers allowed her to move freely. "Come." The woman took a few steps towards Long Chen, and the curtain of light around her spread a bit wider, covering Long Chen as well. Long Chen immediately felt the pressure completely disappear. He no longer felt as if he was being battered by angry sea waves. "Thank you," he cupped his hands to her. "Why would you enter here?" she asked. "Well, the good places have pretty much been gone through by pigs, so I just came here to try my luck." She found that quite amusing and she laughed. "Your guts really are big. The pressure here can easily crush bone-forging experts to death. Are you trying to show off that you're a strong and daring person?" "In truth, I was just curious. I wanted to see what's down here. I also just entered here a short while ago. There is very likely something I need here. Will you help me out a bit?" she asked after some hesitation. "No problem," Long Chen nodded. She was a bit astonished. "You're going to promise me just like this? Aren't you afraid of me tricking you?" "I owe you a huge debt. Even if you're tricking me, I'd still have to repay you." Long Chen shrugged helplessly. "Oh, there aren't many people like you in the righteous path," sighed the woman. "There really aren't many." Long Chen also couldn't help sighing ruefully. That woman laughed. Although it wasn't possible to see her face, just those eyes gave people an enchanting feeling. Furthermore, that laugh of hers contained an almost devilish charm, shaking people's minds and causing their hearts to involuntarily beat faster. "Your skin really is thick. Are you just praising yourself?" Her body shook with laughter. That shaking of her chest particularly would make a person speechless. Long Chen hastily turned and looked in the other direction to avoid the same awkwardness as last time. To be reprimanded head-on for something like that was quite the blow to his pride. Seeing that unnatural expression of Long Chen's, a teasing smile appeared on the woman's face, but her mood quickly became serious again. "When I saved you last time, it was just a slight effort, but if there really is what I need inside here, I hope you'll be able to bring out your full power. Then I will owe you a favor." She was extremely solemn. It was obvious that whatever thing she needed was truly important to her. Long Chen nodded. "As long as I have the ability, I will definitely make an all-out effort." Long Chen might not be afraid of other things, but he was afraid of owing people favors. That kind of feeling was extremely uncomfortable. "Then thank you. Hopefully I'll be able to make some gains this time. That's right, I am Yue Zioqian." That woman suddenly realized she hadn't even given him her name. "I'm Long Chen." "Haha, I already know." Perhaps it was because she had obtained Long Chen's promise, but Yue Zioqian's mood had lightened a great deal now. The two of them slowly walked deeper into the abyss. "Miss Zioqian, do you know anything about this place?" Yue Zioqian shook her head. "I don't know anything about this place. I've searched through several danger regions of the Geolai secret realm, but I haven't found anything I want. If I still can't find anything in this abyss, I can only leave empty-handed. You didn't come to the secret realm in search of opportunities. It seemed Yue Xiaoqian's goal in coming here was different from everyone else's. Correct, my time is limited, and if I still can't find anything here, I'll have to immediately leave the secret realm and return to my clan. As she carefully advanced, her expression became a bit sad. There was some kind extremely magical charm that came from Yue Xiaoqian's body. It made it so others were easily affected by her mood. Seeing that worried frown on her face, Long Chen felt pity and tenderness towards her, and he actually reached out an arm to console her. But he had only just extended his arm when his sense of alarm suddenly woke him up, and he hastily retrieved his arm, regaining control of his own emotions. Something bizarre, definitely something bizarre, Long Chen muttered inside. This was completely abnormal. Long Chen had never considered himself to be one of those fellows who would turn into a lackwit who wouldn't even be able to move in the face of a beautiful woman. But with Yue Xiaoqian, he constantly felt as if he were being affected by something. It seemed Yue Xiaoqian's body possessed some kind of magical power that was extremely bizarre. Wait, that doesn't sound right. If the exit to the Geolai secret realm doesn't open, how will you leave? Long Chen suddenly recalled that the exit was closed. It was impossible for her to leave. Yue Xiaoqian smiled mysteriously. I have my own methods, however that's one of my secrets so I can't tell you what it is. Although she had refused to answer, it was difficult for anyone to form any anger with her. Long Chen smiled bitterly. This woman had to be a demoness. The fiendish aura is growing denser. Be careful, warned Yue Xiaoqian. Long Chen didn't need her warning. Yue Xiaoqian's light curtain might be able to isolate them from the pressure, but it was unable to block that aura. That aura was brutal and filled with a desire to massacre. It was as if a sinister fiend was staring them in the face. Even Long Chen felt a chill in his bones. The two of them advanced for over 2 hours. That fiendish aura grew ever denser. With Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength, he was able to resist it. Long Chen glanced at Yue Xiaoqian and saw her expression hadn't changed at all. She was obviously able to easily resist the invasion of that aura. That aura was evil to the extreme. People with weak spiritual strength would have their minds invaded by that fiendish aura and turned insane. Long Chen really was unable to comprehend Yue Xiaoqian. In their brief exchange, Long Chen had learned just how terrifying she was. She was definitely not inferior to Yin Luo. In fact, perhaps she was even stronger. He involuntarily thought of Bai Ling's warning. The Geolai secret realm was connected to 7 prefectures, and there were countless experts. No one knew how many hidden peak experts were present in the secret realm. Now that he had encountered Yue Xiaoqian, Long Chen trusted Bai Ling's warning even more. Buzz. Yue Xiaoqian's light curtain had now begun to tremble. The pressure here had grown too strong, and even the light curtain was finding it taxing to resist it. After over 30 miles, the path suddenly widened. They appeared at a level land. But when Long Chen saw a huge skeleton lying on the ground, his jaw dropped. Chapter 395 Winged Devil Skeleton. That skeleton was 300 meters long. It was very similar to a human-esque skeleton, but there was a pair of bone wings on its back. Its fingers and toes were slender and long, looking like hooks. The head was just like a human's head, but its teeth were pointed and extremely sharp, like saw teeth. When that skeleton appeared, Long Chen noticed that Yue Xiaoqian's light curtain began to tremble intensely, looking as if it might break at any moment. That meant the pressure outside had already reached an absolutely terrifying level. At the same time, an incredibly dense fiendish aura crazily poured over Long Chen. It was as if there were countless bloodthirsty fiends within heaven and earth, all charging over at Long Chen. That would easily break anyone's courage. This skeleton had clearly already been dead for who knew how many years, but it still released such a terrifying pressure. Then just how frightening would it have been when it was alive? Long Chen was suddenly horrified to notice that the skeleton that was lying there had clearly been cut in half through the middle, splitting it into an upper and lower portion. While Long Chen was horrified, Yue Xiaoqian was the opposite. She was filled with delight, and her body even began to involuntarily tremble. Long Chen, that's what I was looking for, she said excitedly. What is it? That's a 2-winged devilman. It was extremely powerful when it was alive. Just its aura was able to easily crush Xiantian experts to death, answered Yue Xiaoqian. Seeing Long Chen's shock, Yue Ziokian was a bit apologetic as she said, "The origins of the two-winged devilman is something not suitable for you to learn now. It relates to far too many secrets." Since she refused to say, Long Chen couldn't force her, who asked him to not have any learning. He quietly asked, "Do you want to gather the entire skeleton?" "I don't need the entire skeleton. I just need its devil core." "Then how should we do it?" "In a bit I will have to put away my curtain of light, which will expose you to the two-winged devilman's powerful pressure. Will you be okay?" Seeing the curtain of light was constantly trembling, then looking at that terrifying skeleton, Long Chen truly wanted to say that he wouldn't be okay. But he still forced himself to say, "It should be no problem. If you can't handle it, don't force it and just fall back further from here. The pressure will weaken there." Looking at the two-winged devilman skeleton, Yue Ziokian continued, "Its devil core is located in the space between its eyebrows. In order to obtain the devil core, we'll have to go through a fierce battle." Long Chen was startled. "A fierce battle?" "Yes. The two-winged devilman's mental powers are extremely powerful. Although it has already been dead for who knows how many years, its devil core still contains its essence. Within the devil core is a remnant of its soul. This remnant soul is unable to connect to the main body. You might not understand that explanation, but maybe if I explain it this way it'll be easier. It's like a parasite. The two-winged devilman's soul also contains another kind of energy, and when the main body dies, that energy will be reborn within its devil core. Before it is provoked by something in the outside world, it won't cause any movements, but once a person disturbs it, it will attack," explained Yue Ziokian. Long Chen was absolutely dumbfounded. "Is it a spiritual attack?" "No, it will control the two-winged devilman's corpse to battle. You have to be careful, as even a dead two-winged devilman is extremely terrifying." This time Long Chen really had gained knowledge and experience. "Fine, let's start." Yue Ziokian scattered her light curtain, and a terrifying pressure immediately crashed down on the two of them. That berserk power wanted to pulverize them. Long Chen immediately summoned his divine ring. The 300-meter divine ring caused heaven and earth to quiver and rumble. Although this pressure was terrifying, Long Chen was able to endure it with the divine ring. However, that pressure wasn't fixed from one direction. Instead, it continuously surged randomly, and Long Chen's body was also swaying along with the pressure. He once more felt as if he had been dropped in the middle of an angry ocean. Long Chen looked over at Yue Ziokian. Her long hair fluttered through the air. A huge illusory figure appeared behind her. That pressure was unable to move her in the slightest. He couldn't help being shocked. This woman was truly too terrifying. That illusory figure behind her didn't seem the slightest bit weaker than his divine ring. This was his first time running into such a terrifying technique. "Be careful. If you can't endure it, just fall back. Don't take any risks." After giving him this final warning, Yue Ziokian gracefully walked over to the skeleton. Long Chen hastily followed along, but the pressure was incredibly strong, and their speed was greatly impacted. Boom! Just as they were about to get near it, the skeleton suddenly trembled, and a blue light appeared on its forehead. An almost crystal-like bone appeared. That bone is its devil core. But then how are we supposed to take it out? I don't think this fellow will be very cooperative. Looking at that huge skeleton slowly moving, Long Chen's scalp felt numb. He felt as if he was currently doing something extremely crazy. It seemed he was not the only crazy person in this world. "I don't know, let's just fight and see," said Yue Ziokian with some embarrassment. She had only entered the Geoli's secret realm to test her luck. She hadn't really expected to find devil cores here, so she immediately blushed when she heard Long Chen's question. "All right then." Long Chen almost stumbled. Yue Ziokian's image of being a great expert was immediately torn down. The two of them had only just approached the skeleton when a red light shone from within its two deep eye sockets. It was as if this devil had opened its eyes. It glared at them, and a large bone claw smashed down towards them. "Dodge, don't take it head-on," warned Yue Ziokian. Her figure suddenly became illusory. She was like a wisp of smoke dodging to the side. Long Chen didn't need Yue Ziokian's warning. He also shot to the side. But under this terrifying pressure, it was like he was stuck in water, and he was clearly less nimble than usual. Despite doing his best, that claw was too large and it struck him, slamming him into the ground that was harder than steel. A large crater formed. "Long Chen!" cried out Yue Ziokian. She hadn't expected Long Chen to not dodge. The two-winged devilman raised its claw, revealing Long Chen miserably lying on the ground. His robes were in tatters now, making him appear especially destitute. Hurry and dodge. Yue Zioqian was startled to see another claw crashing down. This time its strength and speed were around 10 times greater than the last attack. Perhaps it was because the two-winged devilman had only just awoken, but it seemed it needed to get accustomed to its own power gradually. This second attack could easily crush bone-forging experts. I want to dodge too, but I can't. Do you think everyone has such a bizarre movement technique like you? Seeing Yue Zioqian's worry, Long Chen shouted, "Don't worry about me. I'll face it directly, and you think of a way to extract its devil core." Devil Decapitator swung out, filling the darkness with golden light, slashing onto the claw. Boom! Long Chen was sent flying by the collision, slamming into a boulder. He felt a pain like his body was about to collapse. His inner organs were heavily impacted, practically displacing within him. Long Chen truly was horrified now. Without any flesh or blood, this skeleton was able to move so powerfully with just a bit of spiritual strength. If it was able to release such a powerful attack now, then just how powerful had this two-winged devilman been when it had been alive? Star Moon Slash. Yue Zioqian had jumped into the air while Long Chen had blocked the two-winged devilman's attack. Her sword cut a crescent moon image as it slashed out. That moon image was 300 meters long and sliced through the void. It was like the Grim Reaper's sickle, heavily slashing into that one remaining bone that connected the two-winged devilman's head to the rest of its body. With a powerful explosion, a part of that bone broke into pieces. However, even under that terrifying attack, only a portion of it had been completely shattered. It hadn't been enough to completely decapitate it. The two-winged devilman's half-corpse spun around, two claws continuously attacking Yue Zioqian. The only thing she could do was dodge to the best of her ability. She didn't dare take these attacks head-on. Long Chen suddenly realized that Yue Zioqian was specialized in attacking. Her physical body and defensive ability weren't particularly high. She could only rely on her shocking techniques. Storm Slash. Suddenly, Long Chen roared and Devil Decapitator emitted a huge ray of light that slashed onto the two-winged devilman. But he had never imagined that this two-winged devilman skeleton was able to sense his attack, and giving up on Yue Zioqian, it sent a claw crashing at it. His saber image was destroyed by the two-winged devilman's claw. Long Chen's own attacks were unable to endure even one of its strikes. Zioqian, I'll draw its attention, and you focus on launching sneak attacks. Try to aim at the same place as last time. Long Chen once more sent out saber light. However, this time, Long Chen knew what to do, and this attack didn't contain his actual saber blade, but simply his saber chi. The two-winged devilman instinctively reacted to Long Chen's saber chi, destroying it with an attack. But in this way, the destroyed saber chi wouldn't impact Long Chen at all. He could continuously release this saber chi to draw its attention. After all, this two-winged devilman was already dead. It didn't have any true intelligence and could only instinctively attack. Yue Zioqian was delighted that Long Chen had found its weak point so quickly. She snuck behind the two-winged devilman and once more sent out a crescent moon slash. Although he was busy distracting the two-winged devilman, Long Chen still managed to see her attack clearly this time. When Yue Zioqian used this ability of hers, she used an extremely odd kind of energy that was different from the energy Long Chen used in his battle skills. There was no omen at all of her attack before she launched it. It was no wonder why the two-winged devilman always just stared as she attacked. It was unable to sense her attacks. Yue Zioqian's attack accurately landed on the same place as her last attack. That thick neck bone was finally unable to endure and shattered apart. The large skull fell to the ground.